When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salis. Preface. We are accustomed to regard the reign of Charles II as one of the most inglorious periods of English history, but this was far from being the case. It was true that the extravagance and profligacy of the court were carried to a point unknown before or since, forming, by the indignation they excited among the people at large, the main cause of the overthrow of the House of Stuart. But on the other hand, the nation made extraordinary advances in commerce and wealth, while the valor of our sailors was as conspicuous under the Dukes of York and Albemarle, Prince Rupert and the Earl of Sandwich, as it had been under Blake himself, and their victories resulted in transferring the commercial as well as the naval supremacy of Holland to this country. In spite of the cruel blows inflicted on the well-being of the country, alike by the extravagance of the court, the badness of the government, the great plague, and the destruction of London by fire, an extraordinary extension of our trade occurred during the reign of Charles II. Such a period, therefore, although its brilliancy was marred by dark shadows, could not be considered as an inglorious epoch. It was ennobled by the bravery of our sailors, by the fearlessness with which the coalition of France with Holland was faced, and by the spirit of enterprise with which our merchants and traders seized the opportunity, and in spite of national misfortunes, raised England in the course of a few years to the rank of the greatest commercial power in the world. G.A. Henty. Chapter 1. Fatherless. Lad stood looking out of the dormer window in a scantily furnished attic in the high-pitched roof of a house in Holborn in September 1664. Numbers of persons were traversing the street below, many of them going out through the bars 50 yards away into the fields beyond, where some sports were being held that morning, while country people were coming in with their baskets from the villages of Highgate and Hampstead, Tyburn and Bayswater. But the lad noted nothing that was going on. His eyes were filled with tears, and his thoughts were in the little room behind him, for here, confined in readiness for burial, lay the body of his father. Sir Aubrey Shenstone had not been a good father in any sense of the word. He had not been harsh or cruel, but he had altogether neglected his son. Beyond the virtues of loyalty and courage, he possessed few others. He had fought as a young man for Charles, and even among the cavaliers who rode behind Prince Rupert was noted for reckless bravery, when on the fatal field of Worcester the last hopes of the Royalists were crushed. He had effected his escape to France and taken up his abode at Dunkirk. His estates had been forfeited, and after spending the proceeds of his wife's jewels and those he carried about with him in case fortune went against the cause for which he fought, he sank lower and lower, and had for years lived on the scanty pension allowed by Louis to the king and his adherents. Sir Aubrey had been one of the wild, reckless spirits whose conduct did much towards setting the people of England against the cause of Charles. He gambled and drank, interlarded his conversation with oaths, and despised as well as hated the Puritans against whom he fought. Misfortune did not improve him. He still drank when he had money to do so, gambled for small sums in low taverns with men of his own kind, and quarrelled and fought on the smallest provocation. Had it not been for his son, he would have taken service in the army of some foreign power, but he could not take the child about with him, nor could he leave it behind. Sir Aubrey was not altogether without good points. He would divide his last crown with a comrade poorer than himself. In the worst of times he was as cheerful as when money was plentiful, making a joke of his necessities and keeping a brave face to the world. Wholly neglected by his father, who spent the greater portion of his time abroad, Cyril would have fared badly indeed had it not been for the kindness of Lady Parton, the wife of a cavalier of very different type to Sir Aubrey. He had been an intimate friend of Lord Falkland, and, like that nobleman, had drawn his sword with the greatest reluctance, and only when he saw that Parliament was bent upon overthrowing the other two estates in the realm and constituting itself the sole authority in England. After the execution of Charles he retired to France, and did not take part in the later risings, but lived a secluded life with his wife and children. The eldest of these was the same age as Cyril, and as the latter's mother had been a neighbor of hers before marriage, Lady Parton promised her on her deathbed to look after the child, a promise that she faithfully kept. Sir John Parton had always been averse to the association of his boy with the son of Sir Aubrey Shenstone, but he had reluctantly yielded to his wife's wishes, and Cyril passed the greater portion of his time at their house, sharing the lessons Harry received from an English clergyman who had been expelled from his living by the fanatics of Parliament. He was a good and pious man, as well as an excellent scholar, and under his teaching, aided by the gentle precepts of Lady Parton and the strict but kindly rule of her husband, Cyril received a training of a far better kind than he would ever have been likely to obtain had he been brought up in his father's house near Norfolk. Sir Aubrey exclaimed sometimes that the boy was growing up a little Puritan, and had he taken more interest in his welfare would undoubtedly have withdrawn him from the healthy influences that were benefiting him so greatly. But with the usual acuteness of children, Cyril soon learned that any allusion to his studies or his life at Sir John Parton's was disagreeable to his father, and therefore seldom spoke of them. Sir Aubrey was never, even when under the influence of his potations, unkind to Cyril. The boy bore a strong likeness to his mother, whom his father had, in his rough way, really loved passionately. He seldom spoke even a harsh word to him, and although he occasionally expressed his disapproval of the teaching he was receiving, was at heart not sorry to see the boy growing up so different from himself, and Cyril, in spite of his father's faults, loved him. When Sir Aubrey came back with unsteady step late at night and threw himself on his pallet, Cyril would say to himself, "Poor father! How different he would have been had it not been for his misfortunes! He has to be pitied rather than blamed." And so as the years went on, in spite of the difference between their natures, there had grown up a sort of fellowship between the two, and of an evening sometimes, when his father's purse was so low that he could not indulge in the usual stoup of wine at the tavern, they would sit together while Sir Aubrey talked of his fights and adventures. "As to the estate, Cyril," he said one day, "I don't know that Cromwell and his Roundheads have done you much harm. I should have run through them, lad. I should have diced them away years ago, and I am not sure but that their forfeiture has been a benefit to you. If the king ever gets his own, you may come to the estates, while if I had had the handling of them, the usurers would have had such a grip on them that you would never have had a penny of the income." "It doesn't matter, father," the boy replied. "I mean to be a soldier some day, as you have been, and I shall take service with some of the Protestant princes of Germany, or if I can't do that, I shall be able to work my way somehow." "What can you work at, lad?" his father said contemptuously. "I don't know yet, father, but I shall find some work to do." Sir Aubrey was about to burst into a tirade against work, but he checked himself. If Cyril never came into the estates, he would have to earn his living somehow. "All right, my boy, but do you stick to your idea of earning your living by your sword. It is a gentleman's profession, and I would rather see you eating dry bread as a soldier a fortune than prospering in some vile trading business." Cyril never argued with his father, and he simply nodded in assent and then asked some question that turned Sir Aubrey's thoughts on other matters. The news that Monk had declared for the king, and that Charles would speedily return to take his place on his father's throne, caused great excitement among the cavaliers scattered over the continent, and as soon as the matter was settled, all prepared to return to England, in the full belief that their evil days were over, and that they would speedily be restored to their former estates, with honors and rewards for their many sacrifices. "I must leave you behind for a short time, Cyril," his father said to the boy when he came in one afternoon. "I must be in London before the king arrives there, to join in his welcome home, and for the moment I cannot take you. I shall be busy from morning till night. Of course, in the pressure of things at first, it will be impossible for the king to do everything at once, and it may be a few weeks before all these Roundheads can be turned out of the snug nests they have made for themselves, and the rightful owners come into their own again. As I have no friends in London, I should have nowhere to bestow you until I can take you down with me to Norfolk to present you to our tenants, and you would be grievously in my way. But as soon as things are settled, I will write to you or come over myself to fetch you. In the meantime, I must think over where I had best place you, It will not matter for so short a time, but I would that you should be as comfortable as possible. Think it over yourself, and let me know if you have any wishes in the matter. Sir John Parton leaves at the end of the week, and ere another fortnight there will be scarce another Englishman left at Dunkirk."
"Don't you think you can take me with you, father?"
"Impossible," Sir Aubrey said shortly. "Lodgings will be at a great price in London, for the city will be full of people from all parts coming up to welcome the king home. I can bestow myself in a garret anywhere, but I could not leave you there all day. Besides, I shall have to get more fitting clothes, and shall have many expenses. You are at home here, and will not feel it dull for the short time you have to remain behind." Cyril said no more, but went up with a heavy heart for his last day's lessons at the Partons. Young as he was accustomed to think for himself, for it was but little guidance he received from his father, and after his studies were over he laid the case before his master, Mr. Felton, and asked if he could advise him. Mr. Felton was himself in high spirits and was hoping to be speedily reinstated in his living. He looked grave when Cyril told his story. "I think it is a pity that your father, Sir Aubrey, does not take you over with him, for it will assuredly take longer to bring all these matters into order than he seems to think. However, that is his affair. I should think he could not do better for you than to place you with the people where I lodge. You know them, and they are a worthy couple. The husband is, as you know, a fisherman, and you and Harry Parton have often been out with him in his boat, so it would not be like going among strangers. Continue your studies. I should be sorry to think that you are forgetting all that you have learnt. I will take you this afternoon, if you like, to my friend the Curé of St. Ursula. Although we differ on religion, we are good friends, and should you need advice on any matters, he will give it to you, and may be of use in arranging for a passage for you to England, should your father not be able himself to come and fetch you." Sir Aubrey at once assented to the plan when Cyril mentioned it to him, and a week later sailed for England, Cyril moving with his few belongings to the house of Jean Boudoir, who was the owner and master of one of the largest fishing boats in Dunkirk. Sir Aubrey had paid for his board and lodgings for 2 months. "I expect to be over to fetch you long before that, Cyril," he had said, "but it is well to be on the safe side. Here are 4 crowns, which will furnish you with ample pocket money, and I have arranged with your fencing master for you to have lessons regularly as before. It will not do for you to neglect so important an accomplishment, for which he tells me you show great aptitude." The 2 months passed. Cyril had received but one letter from his father. Although it expressed hopes of his speedy restoration to his estates, Cyril could see by its tone that his father was far from satisfied with the progress he had made in the matter. Madame Boudoir was a good and pious woman, and was very kind to the forlorn English boy, but when a fortnight over the 2 months had passed, Cyril could see that the fisherman was becoming anxious. Regularly, on his return from the fishing, he inquired if letters had arrived, and seemed much put out when he heard that there was no news. One day, when Cyril was in the garden that surrounded the cottage, he heard him say to his wife, "Well, I will say nothing about it until the next voyage, and then, if we don't hear, the boy must do something for his living. I can take him in the boat with me. He can earn his victuals in that way. If he won't do that, I shall wash my hands of him altogether, and he must shift for himself. I believe his father has left him with us for good. We were wrong in taking him only on the recommendation of Mr. Felton. I have been inquiring about his father, and I hear little good of him." Cyril, as soon as the fisherman had gone, stole up into his little room. He was but 12 years old, and he threw himself down on his bed and cried bitterly. Then a thought struck him. He went to his box and took out from it a sealed parcel. On it was written, "To my son. This parcel is only to be opened should you find yourself in great need. Your loving mother." He remembered how she had placed it in his hands a few hours before her death, and had said to him, "Put this away, Cyril. I charge you let no one see it. Do not speak of it to anyone, not even to your father. Keep it as a sacred gift, and do not open it unless you are in sore need. It is for you and you alone. It is the sole thing I have to leave you. Use it with discretion. I fear that hard times will come upon you." Cyril felt that his need could hardly be sorer than it was now, and without hesitation he broke the seals and opened the packet. He found a first letter directed to himself. It began, "My darling Cyril, I trust it will be many years before you open this parcel and read these words. I have left the enclosed as a parting gift to you. I know not how long this exile may last, or whether you will ever be able to return to England. But whether you do or not, it may well be that the time will arrive when you may find yourself in sore need. Your father has been a loving husband to me, and will, I am sure, do what he can for you, but he is not provident in his habits, and may not, after he is left alone, be as careful in his expenditure as I have tried to be. I fear, then, that the time will come when you will be in need of money, possibly even in want of the necessities of life. All my other trinkets I have given to him, but the one enclosed, which belonged to my mother. I leave it to you. It is worth a good deal of money, and this is my desire that you shall spend upon yourself. Use it wisely, my son. If, when you open this, you are of the age to enter the service of a foreign prince, as is, I know, the intention of your father, it will provide you with a suitable outfit. If, as is possible, you may lose your father by death or otherwise, while you are still young, spend it on your education, which is the best of all heritages. Should your father be alive when you open this, I pray you not to inform him of it. The money in his hands would last but a short time, and might, I fear, be wasted. Think not that I am speaking or thinking hardly of him. All men, even the best, have their faults, and his is a carelessness as to money matters, and a certain recklessness concerning them. Therefore I pray you to keep it secret from him, though I do not say that you should not use the money for your common good, if it be needful. Only, in that case, I beg you will not inform him as to what money you have in your possession, but use it carefully and prudently for the household wants, and make it last as long as may be. My good friend Lady Parton, if still near you, will doubtless aid you in disposing of the jewels to the best advantage. May God bless you, my son. This is the only secret I ever had from your father, but for your good I have hidden this one thing from him, and I pray that this deceit, which is practiced for your advantage, may be forgiven me. Your loving mother." It was some time before Cyril opened the parcel. It contained a jewel box in which was a necklace of pearls. After some consideration he took this to the curé of St. Ursula, and, giving him his mother's letter to read, asked him for his advice as to its disposal. "Your mother was a thoughtful and pious woman," the good priest said, after he had read the letter, "and has acted wisely in your behalf. The need she foresaw might come has arisen, and you are surely justified in using her gift. I will dispose of this trinket for you. It is doubtless of considerable value. If it should be that your father speedily sends for you, you ought to lay aside the money for some future necessity. If he does not come for some time, as may well be, for from the news that comes from England it is like to be many months before affairs are settled, then draw from it only such amounts as are needed for your living and education. Study hard, my son, for so will you best be fulfilling the intentions of your mother. If you like, I will keep the money in my hands, serving it out to you as you need it, and in order that you may keep the matter secret, I will myself go to Boudoir, and tell him that he need not be disquieted as to the cost of your maintenance, for that I have money in hand with which to discharge your expenses so long as you may remain with him." The next day the curé informed Cyril that he had disposed of the necklace for 50 louis. Upon this sum Cyril lived for 2 years. Things had gone very hardly with Sir Aubrey Shenstone. The king had a difficult course to steer. To have evicted all those who had obtained possession of the forfeited estates of the Cavaliers would have been to excite a deep feeling of resentment among the nonconformists. In vain Sir Aubrey pressed his claims in season and out of season. He had no powerful friends to aid him. His conduct had alienated the men who could have assisted him, and, like so many other Cavaliers, who had fought and suffered for Charles I, Sir Aubrey Shenstone found himself left altogether in the cold. For a time he was able to keep up a fair appearance, as he obtained loans from Prince Rupert and other royalists whom he had known in the old days, and who had been more fortunate than himself. But the money so obtained lasted but a short time, and it was not long before he was again in dire straits. Cyril had from the first but little hope that his father would recover his estates. He had, shortly before his father left France, heard a conversation between Sir John Parton and a gentleman who was in the inner circle of Charles's advisers. The latter had said, "One of the king's great difficulties will be to satisfy the exiles. Undoubtedly, could he consult his own inclinations only, he would on his return at once reinstate all those who had suffered in their estates from their loyalty to his father and himself. But this will be impossible. It was absolutely necessary for him, in his proclamation at Breda, to promise an amnesty for all offences, liberty of conscience, and an oblivion as to the past. And he specially says that all questions of grants, sales, and purchases of land and titles shall be referred to Parliament. The nonconformists are at present in a majority, and although it seems that all parties are willing to welcome the king back, you may be sure that no Parliament will consent to anything like a general disturbance of the possessors of estates formerly owned by royalists. In a vast number of cases, the persons to whom such grants were made disposed of them by sale to others, and it would be as hard on them to be ousted as it is upon the original proprietors to be kept out of their possession. Truly, it is a most difficult position, and one that will have to be approached with great judgment, the more so since most of those to whom the lands were granted were generals, officers, and soldiers of the Parliament, and Monk would naturally oppose any steps to the detriment of his old comrades. I fear there will be much bitter disappointment among the exiles, and that the king will be charged with ingratitude by those who think that he has only to sign the order for their reinstatement, whereas Charles will have himself a most difficult course to steer, and will have to govern himself most circumspectly, so as to give offence to none of the governing parties. As to his granting estates, or dispossessing their holders, he will have no more power to do so than you or I. Doubtless some of the exiles will be restored to their estates, but I fear that the great bulk are doomed to disappointment. At any rate, for a time no extensive changes can be made, though it may be that in the distance, when the temper of the nation at large is better understood, the king will be able to do something for those who suffered in the cause. It is all very well for Cromwell, who leant solely on the army, to dispense with a parliament, and to govern far more autocratically than James or Charles even dreamt of doing. But the army that supported Cromwell would certainly not support Charles. It is composed, for the most part, of stern fanatics, and will be the first to oppose any attempt of the king to override the law. No doubt it will ere long be disbanded, but you will see the Parliament will then recover the authority of which Cromwell deprived it, and Charles is a far wiser man than his father, and will never set himself against the feeling of the country. Certainly anything like a general reinstatement of the men who have been for the last 10 years haunting the taverns of the Continent is out of the question. They would speedily create such a revulsion of public opinion as might bring about another rebellion. Hyde, staunch royalist as he is, would never suffer the king to make so grievous an error. Nor do I think for a moment that Charles, who is shrewd and politic, and above all things a lover of ease and quiet, would think of bringing such a nest of hornets about his ears. When after his return to England it became evident that Sir Aubrey had but small chance of reinstatement in his hands, his former friends began to close their purses to refuse to grant further loans, and he was presently reduced to straits as severe as those he had suffered during his exile. The good spirits that had borne him up so long failed now, and he grew morose and petulant. His loyalty to the king was unshaken. Charles had several times granted him audiences, and he had assured him that, did it rest with him, justice would be at once dealt to him, but that he was practically powerless in the matter, and the knight's resentment was concentrated upon Hyde, now Lord Clarendon, and the rest of the king's advisers. He wrote but seldom to Cyril. He had no wish to have the boy with him until he could take him down with him in triumph to Norfolk, and show him to the tenants as his heir. Living from hand to mouth as he did, he worried but little as to how Cyril was getting on. "The lad has fallen on his feet somehow," he said, and he is better where he is than he would be with me. I suppose when he wants money he will write and say so, though where I should get any to send him I know not. Anyhow, I need not worry about him at present." Cyril indeed had written to him soon after the sale of the necklace, telling him that he need not distress himself about his condition, for that he had obtained sufficient money for his present necessities from the sale of a small trinket his mother had given him before her death, and that when this was spent he should doubtless find some means of earning his living until he could rejoin him. His father never inquired into the matter, though he made a casual reference to it in his next letter, saying that he was glad Cyril had obtained some money, as it would at the moment have been inconvenient for him to send any over. Cyril worked assiduously at the school that had been recommended to him by the curé, and at the end of 2 years he had still 20 louis left. He had several conversations with his adviser as the best way of earning his living. "I do not wish to spend any more, father," he said, "and would fain to keep this for some future necessity." The curé agreed with him as to this, and, learning from his master that he was extremely quick at figures and wrote an excellent hand, he obtained a place for him with one of the principal traders of the town. He was to receive no salary for a year, but was to learn bookkeeping and accounts. Although but 14, the boy was so intelligent and zealous that his employer told the curé that he found him of real service, and that he was able to entrust some of his books entirely to his charge. 6 months after entering his service, however, Cyril received a letter from his father saying that he believed his affairs were on the point of settlement, and therefore wished him to come over on the first ship sailing. He enclosed an order on a house at Dunkirk for 50 francs to pay his passage. His employer parted with him with regret, and the kind curé bade him farewell in terms of real affection, for he had come to take a great interest in him. "At any rate, Cyril," he said, "your time here has not been wasted, and your mother's gift has been turned into as much advantage as even she could have hoped it would be. Should your father's hopes be again disappointed and fresh days arise, you may, with the practice you have had, be able to earn your living in London. There must be there, as in France, many persons in trade who have had but little education, and you may be able to obtain employment in keeping the books of such people, who are, I believe, more common in England than here. Here are the 16 louis that still remain. Put them aside, Cyril, and use them only for urgent necessity." Cyril, on arriving in London, was heartily welcomed by his father, who had for the moment high hopes of recovering his estates. These, however, soon faded, and although Sir Aubrey would not allow it even to himself, no chance remained of those royalists who had, like him, parted with their estates for trifling sums to be spent in the king's service, ever regaining possession of them. It was not long before Cyril perceived that unless he himself obtained work of some sort, they would soon be face to face with actual starvation. He said nothing to his father, but started out one morning on a round of visits among the smaller class of shopkeepers, offering to make up their books and write out their bills and accounts for a small remuneration. As he had a frank and pleasant face, and his foreign bringing up had given him an ease and politeness of manner rare among English lads of the day, it was not long before he obtained several clients. To some of the smaller class of traders he went only for an hour or two once a week, while others required their bills and accounts to be made out daily. The pay was very small, but it sufficed to keep absolute want from the door. When he told his father the arrangements he had made, Sir Aubrey at first raged and stormed, but he had come, during the last year or two, to recognize the good sense and strong will of his son, and although he never verbally acquiesced in what he considered a degradation, he offered no actual opposition to a plan that at least enabled them to live, and furnished him occasionally with a few groats with which he could visit a tavern. So things had gone on for more than a year. Cyril was now 16, and his punctuality and the neatness of his work had been so appreciated by the tradesmen who first employed him that his time was now fully occupied, and that at rates more remunerative than those he had at first obtained. He kept the state of his resources to himself, and had no difficulty in doing this, as his father never alluded to the subject of his work. Cyril knew that did he hand over to him all the money he made, it would be wasted in drink or at cards. Consequently, he kept the table furnished as modestly as at first, and regularly placed after dinner on the corner of the mantel a few coins which his father as regularly dropped into his pocket. A few days before the story opens, Sir Aubrey had, late one evening, been carried upstairs, mortally wounded in a brawl. He only recovered consciousness a few minutes before his death. "You have been a good lad, Cyril," he said faintly as he feebly pressed the boy's hand. "Far better than I deserve to have had. Don't cry, lad. You will get on better without me, and things are just as well as they are. I hope you will come to your estates some day. You will make a better master than I should ever have done. I hope that in time you will carry out your plan for entering some foreign service. There is no chance here. I don't want you to settle down as a city scrivener. Still, do as you like, lad, and unless your wishes go with mine, think no further of service."
"I would rather be a soldier, father. I only undertook this work because I could see nothing else."
"That is right, my boy, that is right. I know you won't forget that you come of a race of gentlemen." He spoke but little after that. A few broken words came from his lips that showed that his thoughts had gone back to old times. "Boot and saddle," he murmured. "That is right. Now we are ready for them. Down with the prick-eared knaves! God and King Charles!" These were the last words he spoke. Cyril had done all that was necessary. He had laid by more than half his earnings for the last 8 or 9 months. One of his clients, an undertaker, had made all the necessary preparations for the funeral, and in a few hours his father would be borne to his last resting place. As he stood at the open window, he thought sadly over the past, and of his father's wasted life. Had it not been for the war, he might have lived and died a country gentleman. It was the war, with its wild excitements, that had ruined him. What was there for him to do in a foreign country, without resource or employment, having no love for reading, but to waste his life as he had done? Had his wife lived, it might have been different. Cyril had still a vivid remembrance of his mother, and though his father had but seldom spoken to him of her, he knew that he had loved her, and that, had she lived, he would never have given way to drink as he had done of late years. To his father's faults he could not be blind, but they stood for nothing now. He had been his only friend, and of late they had been drawn closer to each other in their loneliness. And although scarce a word of endearment had passed between them, he knew that his father had cared for him more than was apparent in his manner. A few hours later, Sir Aubrey Shenstone was laid to rest in a little graveyard outside the city walls. Cyril was the only mourner, and when it was over, instead of going back to his lonely room, he turned away and wandered far out through the fields towards Hampstead, and then sat himself down to think what he had best do. Another 3 or 4 years must pass before he could try to get service abroad. When the time came, he should find Sir John Parton, and beg him to procure for him some letter of introduction to the many British gentlemen serving abroad. He had not seen him since he came to England. His father had met him, but had quarrelled with him upon Sir John declining to interest himself actively to push his claims, and had forbidden Cyril to go near those who had been so kind to him. The boy had felt it greatly at first, but he came after a time to see that it was best so. It seemed to him that he had fallen altogether out of their station in life, when the hope of his father's recovering his estates vanished, and although he was sure of a kindly reception from Lady Parton, he shrank from going there in his present position. They had done so much for him already, that the thought that his visit might seem to them a sort of petition for further benefits was intolerable to him. For the present, the question in his mind was whether he should continue his present work, which at any rate sufficed to keep him, or should seek other employment. He would greatly have preferred some life of action, something that would fit him better to bear the fatigues and hardship of war, but he saw no prospect of attaining any such position. "I should be a fool to throw up what I have," he said to himself at last. "I will stick to it anyhow until some opportunity offers, but the sooner I leave it the better. It was bad enough before, it will be worse now. If I had but a friend or two, it would not be so hard. But to have no one to speak to and no one to think about when work is done will be lonely indeed." At any rate, he determined to change his room as soon as possible. It mattered little where he went, so that it was a change. He thought over various tradesmen for whom he worked. Some of them might have an attic, he cared not how small, that they might let him have in lieu of paying him for his work. Even if they never spoke to him, it would be better to be in a house where he knew something of those downstairs than to lodge in one where he was an utter stranger to all. He had gone round to the shops where he worked, on the day after his father's death, to explain that he could not come again until after the funeral, and he resolved that next morning he would ask each in turn whether he could obtain a lodging with them. The sun was already setting when he rose from the bank on which he had seated himself, and returned to the city. The room did not feel so lonely to him as it would have done had he not been accustomed to spending his evenings alone. He took out his little hoard and counted it. After paying the expenses of the funeral, there would still remain sufficient to keep him for 3 or 4 months should he fall ill or, from any cause, lose his work. He had one good suit of clothes that had been bought on his return to England, when his father thought they would assuredly be going down almost immediately to take possession of the old hall, and the rest were all in fair condition. The next day he began his work again. He had 2 visits to pay of half an hour each, and one of 2 hours, and the spare time between these he filled up by calling at 2 or 3 other shops to make up for the arrears of work during the last few days. The last place he had to visit was that at which he had the longest task to perform. It was at a ship chandler's in Town Street, a large and dingy house, the lower portion being filled with canvas, cordage, barrels of pitch and tar, candles, oil, and matters of all sorts needed by shipmasters, including many cannon of different sizes, piles of balls, anchors, and other heavy work, all of which were stowed away in a yard behind it. The owner of this store was a one-armed man. His father had kept it before him, but he himself, after working there long enough to become a citizen and a member of the Ironmongers' Guild, had quarrelled with his father and taken to the sea. For 20 years he had voyaged to many lands, principally in ships trading in the Levant, and had passed through a great many adventures, including several fights with the Moorish corsairs. In the last voyage he took, he had his arm shot off by a ball from a Greek pirate among the islands. He had long before made up his differences with his father, but had resisted the latter's entreaties that he should give up the sea and settle down at the shop. On his return after this unfortunate voyage, he told him that he had come home to stay. "I shall be able to help about the stores after a while," he said, "but I shall never be the man I was on board ship. It'll be hard work to take to measuring out canvas and to weighing iron after a free life on the sea, but I don't so much mind now I have had my share of adventures, although I dare say I should have gone on for a few more years if that rascally ball had not carried away my arm. I don't know but that it was best as it is, for the older I got the harder I should find it to fall into new ways and to settle down here." "Anyhow, I'm glad you are back, David," his father said. "You are 45, and though I don't say it would not have been better if you had remained here from the first, you have learnt many things you would not have learnt here. You know just the sort of things that masters of ships require, and what canvas and cables and cordage will suit their wants. Besides, customers like to talk with men of their own way of thinking, and sailors more, I think, than other men. You know, too, most of the captains who will sail up the Mediterranean, and may be able to bring fresh custom into the shop. Therefore do not think that you will be of no use to me. As to your wife and child, there is plenty of room for them as well as for you, and it will be better for them here, with you always at hand, than it would be for them to remain over at Rotherhithe, and only to see you after the shutters are up." 8 years later, Captain Dave, as he was always called, became sole owner of the house and business. A year after he did so, he was lamenting to a friend the trouble that he had with his accounts. "My father always kept that part of the business in his own hands," he said, "and I find it a mighty heavy burden. Beyond checking a bill of lading or reading the marks on the bales and boxes, I never had occasion to read or write for 20 years, and there has not been much more of it for the last 15. And although I was a smart scholar enough in my young days, my fingers are stiff with hauling at ropes and using the marling spike, and my eyes are not so clear as they used to be, and it is no slight toil and labour to me to make up an account for goods sold. John Wilkes, my head shopman, is a handy fellow.
He was my boatswain on the Kate, and I took him on when we found that the man who had been my father's right hand for 20 years had been cheating him all along. We got on well enough as long as I could give all my time in the shop, but he is no good with a pen. All he can do is to enter receipts and sales. He has a man under him who helps him in measuring out the right length of canvas and cables, or for weighing a chain or an anchor, and knows enough to put down the figures, but that is all. Then there are the 2 smiths and the 2 apprentices. They don't count in the matter. Robert Ashford, the eldest apprentice, could do the work, but I have no fancy for him. He does not look one straight in the face as one who is honest and above board should do. I shall have to keep a clerk, and I know what it will be. He will be setting me right, and I shall not feel my own master. He will be out of place in my crew altogether. I never liked pursers. Most of them are rogues. Still, I suppose it must come to that. I have a boy come in to write my bills and make up my accounts, who would be just the lad for you, Captain Dave. He is the son of a broken-down cavalier, but he is a steady, honest young fellow, and I fancy his pen keeps his father, who is a roistering blade and spends most of his time at the taverns. The boy comes to me for an hour twice a week. He writes as good a hand as any clerk, and can reckon as quickly, and I pay him but a groat a week, which was all he asked. Tell him to come to me, then. I should want him every day if he could manage it, and it would be the very thing for me. I'm sure you would like him, the others said. He is a good-looking young fellow, and his face speaks for him without any recommendation. I was afraid at first that he would not do for me. I thought there was too much of the gentleman about him. He has good manners and a gentle sort of way. He has been living in France all his life, and though he has never said anything about his family, indeed he talks but little, he just comes in and does his work and goes away. I fancy his father was one of King Charles's men, and of good blood. Well, that doesn't sound so well, the sailor said. But anyhow, I should like to have a look at him. He comes to me tomorrow at 11 and goes at 12, the man said, and I will send him round to you when he is done. Cyril had gone round the next morning to the ship's store. So, are you the lad that works for my neighbour Anderson? Captain David said as he surveyed him closely. I like your looks, lad, but I doubt whether we shall get on together. I'm an old sailor, you know, and am quick of speech and don't stop to choose my words. So if you are quick to take offence, it would be of no use your coming to me. I don't think I'm likely to take offence, Cyril said quietly. And if we don't get on well together, sir, you will only have to tell me that you don't want me any longer. But I trust you will not have often the occasion to use hard words, for at any rate I will do my best to please you. You can't say more, lad. Well, let's have a taste of your quality. Come in here. And he led him into the little room partitioned off from the shop. There, you see, and he opened the book, is the account of the sales and orders yesterday. The ready money sales have got to be entered in that ledger with the red cover. The sales where no money passed have to be entered into the various customers or ships in the ledger. I have made out a list, here it is, of 12 accounts that have to be drawn out from the ledger and sent in to customers. You will find some of them are of somewhat long standing, for I have been putting off that job. Sit you down here. When you have done 1 or 2 of them, I will have a look at your work, and if that is satisfactory, we will have a talk as to what hours you have got disengaged, and what days in the week will suit you best. It was 2 hours before Captain Dave came in again. Cyril had just finished the work. Some of the accounts were long ones, and the writing was so crabbed that it took him some time to decipher it. Well, how are you getting on, lad? The captain asked. I have this moment finished the last account. What? Do you mean to say you've done them all? Why, it would have taken me all my evenings for a week. Now, hand me the books. It is best to do things shipshape. He first compared the list of sales with the entries, and then Cyril handed him the 12 accounts he had drawn up. Captain David did not speak until he had finished looking through them. I would not have believed all the work could have been done in 2 hours, he said, getting up from his chair. Orderly and well written and without a blot. The King's secretary could not have done better. Well, now you have seen the list of sales for a day, and I take it that be about the average. So, if you come 3 times a week, you will always have 2 days' sales to enter in the ledger. There are a lot of other books my father used to keep, but I have never had time to bother myself about them. And as I have got on very well so far, I do not see any occasion for you to do so. For my part, it seems to me that all these books are only invented by clerks to give themselves something to do to fill up their time. Of course, there won't be accounts to send out every day. Do you think with 2 hours, 3 times a week, you could keep things straight?
I should certainly think so, sir, but I can hardly say until I try, because it seems to me that there must be a great many items, and I can't say how long it will take entering all the goods received under their proper headings. But if the books are thoroughly made up now, I should think I could keep them going."
"That they are not," Captain David said ruefully. "They are all horribly in arrears. I took charge of them myself 3 years ago, and though I spend 3 hours every evening worrying over them, they get further and further in arrears. Look at those files over there," and he pointed to 3 long wires, on each of which was strung a large bundle of papers. "I'm afraid you'll have to enter them all up before you can get matters into ship-shape order. The daily sale book is the only one that has been kept up regularly."
"But these accounts I have made up, sir? Probably in those files there are many other goods supplied to the same people."
"Of course there are, lad, though I did not think of it before. Well, we must wait, then, until you can make up the arrears a bit, though I really want to get some money in."
"Well, sir, I might write at the bottom of each bill, 'Account made up to,' and then put in the date of the latest entry charged."
"That would do capitally, lad. I did not think of that. I see you will be of great use to me. I can buy and sell, for I know the value of the goods I deal in, but as to accounts, they are altogether out of my way. And now, lad, what do you charge?"
"I charge a groat for 2 hours' work, sir, but if I came to you 3 times a week, I would do it for a little less."
"No, lad, I don't want to beat you down. Indeed, I don't think you charge enough. However, let us say, to begin with, 3 groats a week."
This had been 6 weeks before Sir Aubrey Shenstone's death, and in the interval Cyril had gradually wiped off all the arrears, and had all the books in order up to date, to the astonishment of his employer. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. A Change for the Better.
"I'm glad to see you again, lad," Captain David said when Cyril entered his shop. "I've been thinking of the news you gave me last week, and the mistress and I have been talking it over. Where are you lodging?"
"I've been lodging until now in Holborn," Cyril replied, "but I'm going to move."
"Yes, that is what we thought you'd be doing. It is always better to make a change after a loss. I don't want to interfere in your business, lad, but have you any friends you're thinking of going to?"
"No, sir, I do not know a soul in London save those I work for."
"That is bad, lad, very bad. I was talking it over with my wife, and I said that maybe you were lonely. I'm sure, lad, you are one of the right sort. I don't mean only in your work, for as for that, I would back you against any scrivener in London. But I mean about yourself. You don't need half an eye to see that you have not been brought up to this sort of thing, though you have taken to it so kindly. But there is not 1 in 1,000 boys of your age who would have settled down to work and made their way without a friend to help them as you have done. It shows that there is a right stuff in you. There, I'm so long in getting under way that I shall never get into port if I don't steer a straight course. Now my ideas and my wife's come to this. If you've got no friends, you will have to take a lodging somewhere among strangers, and then it would be one of 2 things. You would either stop at home and mope by yourself, or you would go out and maybe get into bad company. If I had not come across you, I should have had to employ a clerk, and he would either have lived here with us, or I should have had to pay him enough to keep house for himself. Now, in fact, you are a clerk, for though you are only here 6 hours a week, you do all the work there is to do, and no clerk could do more. Well, we've got an attic upstairs which is not used, and if you like to come here and live with us, my wife and I will make you heartily welcome."
"Thank you indeed," Cyril said warmly. "It is of all things what I should like." But, of course, I should wish to pay you for my board. I can afford to do so if you will employ me for the same hours as at present."
"No, I would not have that, lad. But if you like, we can reckon your board against what I now pay you. We feed John Wilkes and the 2 apprentices, and 1 mouth extra will make but little difference. I don't want it to be a matter of obligation, so we will put your board against the work you do for me. I shall consider that we are making a good bargain."
"It is your pleasure to say so, sir, but I cannot tell you what a load your kind offer takes off my mind. The future has seemed very dark to me."
"Very well, the matter is settled then. Come upstairs with me, and I'll present you to my wife and daughter. They have heard me speak of you so often that they will be glad to see you. In the first place, though, I must ask you your name. Since you first signed articles and entered the crew, I've never thought of asking you."
"My name is Cyril, sir, Cyril Shenstone."
His employer nodded, and at once led the way upstairs.
A motherly-looking woman rose from the seat where she was sitting at work as they entered the living room.
"This is my Prince of Scriveners, Mary, the lad I have often spoken to you about. His name is Cyril. He has accepted the proposal we talked over last night, and is going to become one of the crew on board our ship."
"I'm glad to see you," she said to Cyril, holding out her hand to him. "I have not met you before, but I feel very grateful to you. Till you came, my husband was bothered nearly out of his wits. He used to sit here worrying over his books and writing from the time the shop closed till the hour for bed, and Nellie and I dared not say as much as a word. Now we see no more of his books, and he is able to go out for a walk in the fields with us, as he used to do before." "It's very kind of you to say so, mistress," Cyril said earnestly, "but it is I, on the contrary, who am deeply grateful to you for the offer Captain Dave has been good enough to make me. You cannot tell the pleasure it has given me, for you cannot understand how lonely and friendless I have been feeling. Believe me, I will strive to give you as little trouble as possible and to conform myself in all ways to your wishes." At this moment Nellie Dowsett came into the room. She was a pretty girl, some 18 years of age. "This is Cyril, your father's assistant, Nellie," her mother said. "You are welcome, Master Cyril. I have been wanting to see you. Father has been praising you up to the sky so often that I had quite a curiosity to see what you could look like. Your father is altogether too good, Mistress Nellie. It makes far more of my poor ability than it deserves." "And is he going to live with us, Mother?" Nellie asked. "Yes, child, he has accepted your father's offer." Nellie clapped her hands. "That is good," she said. "I shall expect you to escort me out sometime, Cyril. Father always wants me to go down to the wharf to look at the ships or to go into the fields. But I want to go sometimes to see the fashions, and there is no one to take me, for John Wilkes always goes off to smoke a pipe with some sailor or other, and the apprentices are stupid and have nothing to say for themselves. And besides, one can't walk alongside a boy in an apprentice cap." "I shall be very happy to, mistress, when my work is done, though I fear that I shall make but a poor escort, for indeed I have had no practice whatever in the esquiring of dames." "I'm sure you do very well," Nellie said, nodding approvingly. "Is it true that you have been in France? Father said he was told so." "Yes, I lived almost all my life in France." "And do you speak French?"
"Yes, I speak it as well as English."
"It must have been very hard to learn."
"Not at all. It came to me naturally, just as English did."
"You must not keep him any longer now, Nellie. He has other appointments to keep, and when he has done that, to go and pack up his things and see that they are brought here by a porter. He can answer some more of your questions when he comes here this evening."
Cyril returned to Holborn with a lighter heart than he had felt for a long time. His preparations for the move took him but a short time, and 2 hours later he was installed in a little attic in the ship chandler's house. He spent half an hour in unpacking his things, and then heard a stentorian shout from below. "Masthead ahoy! Supper's waiting!" Supposing that this hail was intended for himself, he at once went downstairs. The table was laid. Mistress Dowsett took her seat at the head. Her husband sat on one side of her, and Nellie on the other. John Wilkes sat next to his master, and beyond him the elder of the 2 apprentices. A seat was left between Nellie and the other apprentice for Cyril. "Now our crew is complete, John," Captain Dave said. "We have been wanting a supercargo badly." "Aye, aye, Captain Dave. There is no doubt we have been short-handed in that respect, but things have been more shipshape lately." "That is so, John. I can make a shift to keep the vessel on her course, but when it comes to writing up the log and keeping the reckoning, I make a poor hand at it. It was getting to be so bad as that voyage of the Jane in the Levant, when the supercargo got himself stabbed at Lemnos. Mind it, Captain, mind it well. And what a trouble there was with the owners when we got back again." Yes, the captain said. "It was worse than having a brush with a Barbary corsair. I shall never forget that day. When I went to the office to report, the 3 owners were all in. "Well, Captain Dave, back from your voyage?" said the littlest of the 3. "Made a good voyage, I hope?" "First rate," says I, "except that the supercargo got killed at Lemnos by one of them rascally Greeks." "Dear, dear," said another of them. "He was a prim sanctimonious sort. Has our brother Jenkins left us?" "I don't know about his leaving us," says I, "but we left him sure enough in a burying place there." "And how did you manage without him?" "I made as good a shift as I could," I said. "I have sold all the cargo, and have brought back a freight of 6 tons of turkey figs, and 400 boxes of currants, and these 2 bags hold the difference." "Have you brought the books with you, Captain?" "Never a book," said I. "I have had to navigate the ship and to look after the crew, and do the best I could at each port. The books are on board, made out up to the day before the supercargo was killed 3 months ago, but I have never had time to make an entry since." They looked at each other like owls for a minute or 2, and then they all began to talk at once. How had I sold the goods? Had I charged the prices mentioned in the invoice? What percentage had I put on for profit? And a lot of other things. I waited till they were all out of breath, and then I said I had not bothered about invoices. I knew pretty well the prices such things cost in England. I clapped on so much more for the expenses of the voyage and a fair profit. I could tell them what I had paid for the figs and the currants and for some bags of Smyrna sponges I had bought. But as to the prices I had charged, it was too much to expect that I could carry them in my head. All I knew is I had paid for the things I bought. I had paid for the port duties and other charges. I had advanced the men 1/4 of their wages each month, and I had brought them back the balance. Such a hubbub you never heard. One would have thought they would have gone raving mad. The sanctimonious partner was the worst of the lot. He threatened me with the Lord Mayor and the aldermen, and went on till I thought he would have a fit. "Look here," says I at last, "I'll tell you what I'll do. You tell me what the cargo cost you altogether, and put on so much for the hire of the ship. I will pay you for them and settle up with the crew and take the cargo and sell it. That's a fair offer. And I advise you to keep civil tongues in your heads, or I will knock 'em off and take my chance before the Lord Mayor for assault and battery." With that I took off my coat and laid it on the bench. I reckon they saw that I was in earnest, and they just sat as mum as mice. Then the little man said, in a quieter sort of voice, "You are too hasty, Captain Dowsett. We know you to be an honest man and a good sailor, and had no suspicion that you would wrong us. But no merchant in the city of London could hear that his business had been conducted in such a way as you have carried it through, without for a time losing countenance. Let us talk the matter over reasonably and quietly." "That's just what I'm wanting," I said. "And if there hasn't been reason and quiet, it is from no fault of mine." "Well, please to put your coat on again, Captain, and let us see how matters stand." Then they took their inkhorns and pens, and on finding out what I had paid for the figs and other matters, they reckoned them up. Then they put down what I said was due to the sailors and the mate and myself. Then they got out some books, and for an hour they were busy reckoning up figures. Then they opened the bags and counted up the gold we had brought home. Well, when they had done, you would hardly have known them for the same men. First of all, they went through all their calculations again to be sure they had made no mistake about them. Then they laid down their pens, and the sanctimonious man mopped the perspiration from his face, and the others smiled at each other. And the biggest of the 3, who had scarcely spoken before, said, "Well, Captain Dowsett, I must own that my partners were a little hasty. The result of our calculations is that the voyage has been a satisfactory one. I may almost say very satisfactory, and that you must have disposed of the goods to much advantage. It has been a new and somewhat extraordinary way of doing business, but I am bound to say that the result has exceeded our expectations, and we must trust that you will command the Jane for many more voyages." "Not for me," says I. "You can hand me over the wages due to me, and you will find the Jane moored in the stream just above the tower. You will find her in order and shipshape, but never again do I set my foot on board her or any other vessel belonging to men who have doubted my honesty." Nor did I. I had a pretty good name among traders, and 10 days later I started for the Levant again, in command of a far smarter vessel than the Jane had ever been. "And we all went with you, Captain," John Wilkes said, "every man jack of us. And on her very next voyage the Jane was captured by the Algerians, and I reckon there are some of the poor fellows working as slaves there now, for though Blake did blow the place pretty nigh out of the water a few years afterwards, it is certain that the Christian slaves handed over to him were not half those the Moors had in their hands." "It would seem, Captain Dowsett, from your story, that you can manage very well without supercargo," Cyril said quietly. "Aye, lad. But you see, that was a ready money business. I handed over the goods and took the cash. There was no accounts to be kept. It was all clear and above board. But it is a different thing in this ship altogether when, instead of paying down on a nail for what they get, you've got to keep an account of everything and send in all their items jotted down in order. Why, Nelly, your tongue seems quieter than usual." "You have not given me a chance, Father. You have been talking ever since we sat down to table." Supper was now over. The 2 apprentices at once retired. Cyril would have done the same, but Mistress Dowsett said, "Sit you still, Cyril. The captain says that you are to be considered as one of the officers of the ship, and we shall always be glad to have you here, though, of course, you can always go up to your room or go out when you feel inclined." "I have to go out 3 times a week to work," Cyril said, "but all the other evenings I shall be glad indeed to sit here, Mistress Dowsett. You cannot tell what a pleasure it is to me to be in an English home like this." It was not long before John Wilkes went out. "He's off to smoke his pipe," the captain said. "I never light mine till he goes. I can't persuade him to take his with me. He insists it would not be manners to smoke in the cabin." "He's quite right, Father," Nelly said. "It is bad enough having you smoke here. When mother's friends or mine come in, they are all well nigh choked. They are not accustomed to it as we are, for a respectable London citizen does not think of taking tobacco." "I am a London citizen, Nelly, but I don't set up any special claim to respectability. I am a sea captain, though that rascally Greek cannonball and other circumstances have made a traitor of me, sorely against my will. And if I could not have my pipe and my glass of grog here, I would go and sit with John Wilkes in the tavern at the corner of the street. And I suppose that would not even be as respectable as smoking here." "Nelly doesn't mean, David, that she wants you to give up smoking. She only thinks that John is quite right to go out and take his pipe. And I must say I think so, too. You know that when you have sea captains in your acquaintance here, you always send the maid off to bed and smoke in the kitchen." "Aye, aye, my dear, I don't want to turn your room into a forecastle. There is reason in all things. I suppose you don't smoke, Master Cyril?" "No, Captain Dave, I have never so much as thought of such a thing. In France it is the fashion to take snuff, but the habit seemed to me a useless one, and I don't think that I should ever have taken to it." "I wonder," Captain Dave said after they had talked for some time, "that after living in sight of the sea for so long, your thoughts never turn that way." "I cannot say I never thought of it," Cyril said. "I have thought that I should greatly like to take foreign voyages, but I should not have cared to go as a ship's boy and to live with men so ignorant that they could not even write their own names. My thoughts have turned rather to the army, and when I get older I think of entering some foreign service, either that of Sweden or of the Protestant German princes. I could obtain introductions through which I might enter as a cadet or gentleman volunteer. I have learnt German, and though I cannot speak it as I can French or English, I know enough to make my way in it." "Can you use your sword, Cyril?" Nelly Dowsett asked. "I've had very good teaching," Cyril replied, "and hope to be able to hold my own." "Then you're not satisfied with this mode of life?" Mistress Dowsett said. "I am satisfied with it, mistress, inasmuch as I can earn money sufficient to keep me, but rather than settle down for life as a city scrivener,
I would go down to the river and ship on board the first vessel that would take me, no matter where she sailed for." "I think you're wrong," Mistress Dowsett said gravely. "My husband tells me how clever you are at figures, and you might some day get a good post in the house of one of our great merchants." "Maybe it would be so," Cyril said, "but such a life would ill suit me. I have truly a great desire to earn money, but it must be in some way to suit my taste." "And why do you want to earn a great deal of money, Cyril?" Nellie laughed, while her mother shook her head disapprovingly. "I wish to have enough to buy my father's estate back again," he said, "and though I know well enough that it is not likely I should ever do it, I shall fight none the worse that I have such a hope in my mind."
"Bravo, lad!" Captain Dave said. "I knew not that there was an estate in the case, though I did hear that you were the son of a royalist. It is a worthy ambition, boy, though if it is a large one, 'tis scarce like that you will get enough to buy it back again."
"It is not a very large one," Cyril said. "'Tis down in Norfolk, but it was a grand old house, at least so I have heard my father say, though I have but little remembrance of it, as I was but 3 years old when I left it. My father, who was Sir Aubrey Shenstone, had hoped to recover it, but he was one of the many who sold their estates for far less than their value in order to raise money in the king's service, and as you are aware, none of those who did so have been reinstated, but only those who, having had their land taken from them by Parliament, recovered them because their owners had no title deeds to show, save the grant of Parliament that was of no effect in the courts. Thus the most loyal men, those who sold their estates to aid the king, have lost all, while those that did not so dispossess themselves in his service are now replaced on their land." "It seems very unfair," Nellie said indignantly. "It is unfair to them, assuredly, Mistress Nellie, and yet it would be unfair to the men who bought, though often they gave but 1/10 of their value, to be turned out again unless they received their money back. It is not easy to see where the money could come from, for assuredly the king's privy purse could not suffice to pay all the money, and equally certain is that Parliament would not vote a great sum for that purpose."
"It is a hard case, lad, a hard case," Captain Dave said, as he puffed the smoke from his pipe. "Now I know how you stand, I blame. You in no way that you long more for a life of adventure than to settle down as a city scrivener. I don't think even my wife, much as she thinks of the city, could say otherwise."
"It alters the case much," Mistress Dowsett said. "I did not know that Cyril was the son of a knight, though it was easy enough to see that his manners accord not with his present position. Still there are fortunes made in the city, and no honest work is dishonouring even to a gentleman's son." "Not at all, mistress," Cyril said warmly. "'Tis assuredly not on that account that I would fain seek more stirring employment, but it was always my father's wish and intention that, should there be no chance of his ever regaining the estate, I should enter foreign service, and I have always looked forward to that career."
"Well, I'll wager that you will do it credit, lad," Captain Dave said. "You have proved that you are ready to turn your hand to any work that may come to you. You have shown a manly spirit, my boy, and I honour you for it. And by St. Anthony, I believe that some day, unless a musket ball or a pike thrust brings you up with a round turn, you will live to get your own back again."
Cyril remained talking for another 2 hours, and then betook himself to bed. After he had gone, Mistress Dowsett said after a pause, "Do you think, David, that, seeing that Cyril is the son of a knight, it would be more becoming to give him the room downstairs instead of the attic where he is now lodged?" The old sailor laughed.
"And as womankind all over," he said. "It was good enough for him before, and now, forsooth, because the lad mentioned, and assuredly in no boasting way, that his father had been a knight, he is to be treated differently. He would not thank you himself for making the change, dame. In the first place, it would make him uncomfortable, and he might make an excuse to leave us altogether. And in the second, you may be sure that he has been used to no better quarters than those he has got. The royalists in France were put to sore shifts to live, and I fancy that he has fared no better since he came home. His father would never have consented to his going out to earn money by keeping the accounts of little city traders like myself, had it not been that he was driven to it by want. No, no, wife, let the boy go on as he is, and make no difference in any way." I liked him before, and I like him all the better now for putting his gentlemanship in his pocket and setting manfully to work instead of hanging on the skirts of some royalist who has fared better than his father did. He is grateful as it is, that is easy to see, for our taking him in here. We did that partly because he proved a good worker and has taken a lot of care off my shoulders, partly because he was fatherless and alone. I would not have him think that we were ready to do more because he's a knight's son. Let the boy be, and suffer him to steer his ship his own course. If, when the time comes, we can further his objects in any way, we will do it with right good will. What do you think of him, Nelly?" he asked, changing the subject.
"He is a proper young fellow, father, and I shall be well content to go abroad escorted by him instead of having your apprentice, Robert Ashford, in attendance on me. He has not a word to say for himself, and truly I like him not in any way." "He's not a bad apprentice, Nelly, and John Wilkes has but seldom cause to find fault with him, though I own that I have no great liking myself for him. He never seems to look one well in the face, which I take it is always a bad sign. You know no harm of him, but when his apprenticeship is out, which it will be in another year, it shall let him go his own way, for I should not care to have him on the premises."
"Methinks you are very unjust, David. The lad is quiet and regular in his ways. He goes twice every Sunday to the church of St. Alphege, and always tells me the text of the sermons."
The captain grunted.
"Maybe so, wife, but it is easy to get a hold of the text of a sermon without having heard it. I have my doubts whether he goes in as regularly to St. Alphage's as he says he does. Why could he not go with us to St. Benet's?"
"He says he likes the administrations of Mr. Catlin better, David, and in truth our parson is not one of the stirring kind."
"So much the better," Captain Dave said bluntly. "I like not these men that thump the pulpit and make it as if they were about to jump out head foremost. Moreover, I don't suppose there is much harm in the lad, and it may be that his failure to look one in the face is not so much his fault as that of nature, which endowed him with a villainous squint. Well, let's turn in. It's past 9 o'clock, and high time to be abed."
Cyril seemed himself to have entered upon a new life when he stepped across the threshold of David Dowsett's store. All his cares and anxieties had dropped from him. For the past 2 years he had lived the life of an automaton, starting early to his work, returning in the middle of the day to his dinner, to which as often as not he sat down alone, and spending his evenings in utter loneliness in the bare garret, where he was generally in bed long before his father returned. He blamed himself sometimes during the first fortnight of his stay here for the feeling of light-heartedness that at times came over him. He had loved his father in spite of his faults, and should, he told himself, have felt deeply depressed at his loss, but nature was too strong for him. The pleasant evenings with Captain Dave and his family were to him delightful. He was like a traveler who, after a cold and cheerless journey, comes into the warmth of a fire, and feels a glow of comfort as the blood circulates briskly through his veins. Sometimes, when he had no other engagements, he went out with Nelly Dowsett, whose lively chatter was new and very amusing to him. Sometimes it went up to Cheapside, and into St. Paul's, but more often sailed out into the city of Aldgate, and walked into the fields. On these occasions he carried a stout cane that had been his father's, for Nelly tried in vain to persuade him to gird on a sword. "You are a gentleman, Cyril," she would argue, "and have a right to carry one." "I am for the present a sober citizen, Mistress Nelly, and do not wish to assume to be of any other condition. Those one-eyes with swords are either gentlemen of the court or common bullies, or maybe highwaymen. After nightfall it is different, for then many citizens carry their swords, which indeed are necessary to protect them from the ruffians who, in spite of the city watch, oftentimes attack quiet passers-by. And if at any time I escort you to the house of one of your friends, I shall be ready to take my sword with me. But in the daytime there is no occasion for a weapon, and moreover I am full young to carry one, and this stout cane would, were it necessary, do me good service, for I learned in France the exercise they call the baton, which differs little from our English single-stick. While Cyril was received almost as a member of the family by Captain Dave and his wife, and found himself on excellent terms with John Wilkes, he saw that he was viewed with dislike by the 2 apprentices. He was scarcely surprised at this. Before his coming, Robert Ashford had been in the habit of escorting his young mistress when she went out, and had no doubt liked these expeditions, as a change from the measuring out of ropes and weighing of iron in the store. Then again, the apprentices did not join in the conversation at table unless a remark was especially addressed to them, and as Captain Dave was by no means fond of his elder apprentice, it was but seldom that he spoke to him. Robert Ashford was between 18 and 19. He was no taller than Cyril, but it would have been difficult to judge his age by his face, which had a wizened look, and, as Nellie said one day in his absence, he might pass very well for 60. It was easy enough for Cyril to see that Robert Ashford heartily disliked him. The covert scowls that he threw across the table at mealtime, and the way in which he turned his head and feigned to be too busy to notice him as he passed through the shop, were sufficient indications of ill will. The younger apprentice, Tom Frost, was but a boy of 15. He gave Cyril the idea of being a timid lad. He did not appear to share his comrade's hostility to him, but once or twice, when Cyril came out from the office after making up the accounts for the day, he fancied that the boy glanced at him with an expression of anxiety, if not of terror. If it were not, Cyril said to himself, that Tom was clearly too nervous and timid to venture upon an act of dishonesty, I should say that he had been pilfering something, but I feel sure that he would not attempt such a thing as that, though I am by no means certain that Robert Ashford, with his foxy face and cross eyes, would not steal his master's goods or anyone else's, did he get the chance. Unless he were caught in the act, he could do it with impunity, for everything here is carried on such a free and easy fashion that any amount of goods might be carried off without their being missed. After thinking the matter over, he said one afternoon when his employer came in while he was occupied at the accounts, "I have not seen anything of a stock book, Captain Dave. Everything else is now straight and balanced up to today. Here is the book of goods sold, the book of goods received, and the ledger with the accounts, but there is no stock book such as I find in almost all the other places where I work." "What do I want with a stock book?" Captain Dave asked. "You cannot know how you stand without it," Cyril replied. "You know how much you have paid, and how much you have received during the year, but unless you have a stock book, you do not know whether the difference between the receipts and expenditure represents a profit, or the stock may so fallen in value during the year that you may really have made a loss while seeming to make a profit." "How can that be?" Captain Dave asked. "I get a fair profit on every article." "There ought to be a profit, of course," Cyril said, "but sometimes it is found not to be so. Moreover, if there is a stock book, you can tell at any time, without the trouble of opening bins and weighing metal, how much stock you have of each article you sell, and can order your goods accordingly." "How would you do that?" "It's very simple, Captain Dave," Cyril said. "After taking stock of the whole of the goods, I should have a ledger in which each article would have a page or more to itself, and every day I should enter from John Wilkes' sales book a list of the goods that have gone out, each under its own heading. Thus, at any moment, if you were to ask how much chain you had got in stock, I could tell you within a fathom. When did you take stock last?" "I should say it was about 15 months since. It was only yesterday John Wilkes was saying we had better have a thorough overhauling." "Quite time, too, I should think, Captain Dave. I suppose you have got the account of your last stock-taking with the date of it?" "Oh, yes, I've got that." And the captain unlocked his desk and took out an account book. "It has been lying here ever since. It took a wonderful lot of trouble to do, and I had a clerk and 2 men in for a fortnight. Of course, John and the boys were attending to their usual duties. I have often wondered since why I should have had all that trouble over a matter that has never been of the slightest use to me." "Well, I hope you'll take it again, sir. It is a trouble, no doubt, but you will find it a great advantage." "Are you sure you think it needful, Cyril?" "Most needful, Captain Dave. You will see the advantage of it afterwards." "Well, if you think so, I suppose it must be done," the captain said with a sigh. "But it'll be giving you a lot of trouble to keep this new book of yours." "That is nothing, sir. Now that I have got all the back-up work, it will be a simple matter to keep the daily work straight. I shall find ample time to do it without any need of lengthening my hours." Cyril now set to work in earnest, and telling Mrs. Dowsett he had some books that he wanted to make up in his room before going to bed, He asked her to allow him to keep his light burning. Mrs. Dowsett consented, but shook her head and said he would assuredly injure his health if he worked by candlelight. Fortunately, John Wilkes had just opened a fresh sales book, and Cyril told him that he wished to refer to some particulars in the back books. He first opened the ledger by inscribing under their different heads the amount of each description of goods kept in stock at the last stock-taking, and then entered under their respective heads all the sales that had been made, while on an opposite page he entered the amount purchased. It took him a month's hard work, and he finished it on the very day that the new stock-taking concluded. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Thief Somewhere. 2 days after the conclusion of the stock-taking, Cyril said after breakfast was over, "Would it trouble you, Captain Dave, to give me an hour up here before you go downstairs to the counting-house? I am free for 2 hours now, and there is a matter upon which I should like to speak to you privately."
"Certainly, lad," the old sailor said, somewhat surprised. "We shall be quiet enough here as soon as the table is cleared. My dame and Nellie will be helping the maid to do up the cabins, and we'll then be sallying out marketing."
When the maid had cleared the table, Cyril went up to his room and returned with a large ledger and several smaller books. "I have, for the last month, Captain Dave, been making up this stock-book for my own satisfaction."
"Bless me, lad! Why have you taken all that trouble? This accounts, then, for your writing so long at night, for which my dame has been quarrelling with you."
"It was interesting work," Cyril said quietly. "Now, you see, sir," he went on, opening the big ledger, "here are the separate accounts under each head. These pages, you see, are for heavy cables for hawsers. Of these, at the date of the last stock-taking, there were, according to the book you handed to me, 500 fathoms in stock. These are the amounts you have purchased since. Now, upon the other side are all the sales of this cable entered in the sales book. Adding them together and deducting them from the other side, you will see there should remain in stock 450 fathoms. According to the new stock-taking, there are 438. That is, I take it, as near as you could expect to get, for in the measuring out of so many thousand fathoms of cable during the 15 months between the two stock-takings, there may well have been a loss of the 12 fathoms in giving good measurement."
"That is so," Captain Dave said. "I always say to John Wilkes, give good measurement, John. Better a little over than a little under. Nothing can be clearer or more satisfactory."
Cyril closed the book. "I'm sorry to say, Captain Dave, all the items are not so satisfactory, and that I greatly fear that you have been robbed to a considerable amount."
"Robbed, lad?" the captain said, starting up from his chair. "Who should rob me? Not John Wilkes, I can be sworn. Not the 2 apprentices, for a surety, for they never go out during the day, and John keeps a sharp lookout upon them. And the entrance to the shop is always locked and barred after work is over, so that none can enter without getting the key, which, as you know, John always brings up and hands to me as soon as he has fastened the door. You are mistaken, lad, and although I know that your intentions are good, you should be careful how you make a charge that might bring ruin to innocent men. Carelessness there may be, but robbery? No, assuredly not."
"I have not brought the charge without warrant, Captain Dave," Cyril said gravely. "And if you will bear with me a few minutes, I think you will see there is at least something that wants looking into."
"Well, it is only fair after the trouble you have taken, lad, that I should hear what you have to say. But it will need strong evidence, indeed, to make me believe that there has been foul play."
"Well, sir," Cyril said, opening the ledger again, "in the first place I would point out that all the heavy articles, such as could not conveniently be carried away, the tally of the stock-takers corresponds closely with the figures in this book. In the best bower anchors the figures are absolutely the same, and, as you have seen, in heavy cables, they closely correspond. In the large ship's compasses, the ship's boilers, the ship's galleys, the numbers tally exactly. So it is with the heavy articles. The main blocks are correct, and all other heavy gear. This shows that John Wilkes' book is carefully kept, and it would be strange indeed if heavy goods had all been properly entered, and light ones omitted. But yet, when we turn to small articles, we find there is a great discrepancy between the figures. Here is the account, for instance, of the half-inch rope. According to my ledger, there should be 1,800 fathoms in stock, whereas the stocktakers found but 380. In 2-inch rope, there is a deficiency of 250 fathoms. In 1-inch rope of 620. These sizes, as you know, are always in requisition, and a thief would find ready purchasers for a coil of any of them. But, as might be expected, it is in copper that the deficiency is most serious. Of 14-inch bolts, 82 are short. Of 12-inch bolts, 130. Of 8-inch, 319, and so on throughout almost all the copper stores. According to your expenditure and receipt book, Captain Dave, you have made, in the last 15 months, £1,230. But according to this book, your stock is less in value by £2,034 than it should have been. You are, therefore, a poorer man than you were at the beginning of this 15 months' trading, by £804. Captain Dave sat down in his chair, breathing hard. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the drops of perspiration from his forehead. "Are you sure of this, boy?" he said hoarsely. "Are you sure that you have made no mistake in your figures?" "Quite sure," Cyril said firmly. "In all cases in which I have found deficiencies, I have gone through the books 3 times and compared the figures, and I am sure that if you put the books into the hands of any city accountant, he will bear out my figures." For a time Captain Dave sat silent. "Hast any idea," he said at last, "how this has come about?" "I have none," Cyril replied. "The John Wilkes is not concerned in it, I am as sure as you are. And thinking the matter over, I see not how the apprentices could have carried off so many articles, some heavy and some bulky, when they left the shop in the evening, without John Wilkes noticing them. So sure I am that my advice would be that you should take John Wilkes into your confidence and tell him how matters stand. My only objection to that is that he is a hasty man, and that I fear he would not be able to keep his countenance, so that the apprentices should remark that something was wrong. I am far from saying that they have any hand in it. It would be a grievous wrong to them to have suspicions when there is no shadow of evidence against them. But at any rate, if this matter is to be stopped and the thieves detected, it is most important that they should have, if they are guilty, no suspicion that they are in any way being watched, or that these deficiencies have been discovered. If they have had a hand in the matter, they most assuredly had accomplices, for such goods could not be disposed of by an apprentice to any dealer without his being sure that they must have been stolen." "You're right there, lad. Quite right. Did John Wilkes know that I had been robbed in this way, he would have get into a fury, and no words could constrain him from falling upon the apprentices and beating them till he got some of the truth out of them." "They may be quite innocent," Cyril said. "It may be that the thieves have discovered some mode of entry into the store, either by opening the shutters at the back, or by loosening a board, or even by delving up under the ground. It is surely easier to believe this than that the boys have been contrived to carry off so large quantity of goods under John Wilkes' eye." "That is so, lad. I have never liked Robert Ashford, but God forbid that I should suspect him of such a crime only because his forehead is as wrinkled as an ape's, and Providence has set his eyes crossways in his head. You cannot always judge a ship by her upper works. She may be ugly to the eye, and yet have a clear run under water. Still, you can't help going by what you see. I agree with you that if we tell John Wilkes about this, those boys will know 5 minutes afterwards that the ship is on fire. But if we don't tell them, how are we going to get to the bottom of what's going on?" "That is a difficult question, but a few days will not make much difference when we know that it has been going on for over a year, and may, for aught we know, have been going on much longer. The first thing, Captain Dave, is to send these books to an accountant, for him to go through them and check my figures." "There's no need for that, lad. I know how careful you are, and you cannot have gone so far wrong as all this." "No, sir, I am sure that there is no mistake, but, for your own sake as well as mine, it were well that you should have the signature of an accountant to the correctness of the books. If you have to lay the matter before the magistrates, they would not take my testimony as to your losses, and might even say that you are rash in acting upon the word of a boy like myself, and you might then be obliged to have the accounts made up anew, which would cost you more and cause much delay in the process." Whereas if you put in your books and say that their correctness is vouched for by an accountant, no question would arise on it. Nor would there be any delay now, for while the books are being gone into, we can be trying to get to the bottom of the matter here."
Aye, it shall be done, Master Cyril, as you say. But for the life of me, I don't see how we're going to get to the bottom of the ship to find out where she's leaking."
"It seems to me that the first thing, Captain Dave, is to see the warehouse. As we agreed that the apprentices cannot have carried all these goods under John Wilkes's eye, and cannot have come down night after night through the house, the warehouse must have been entered from without. As I never go in there, it would be best that you should see to this matter yourself. There are the fastenings of the shutters in the first place, then the boardings all around. As for me, I will look round outside. The window of my room looks into the street, but if you will take me to one of the rooms at the back, we can look at the surroundings of the yard, and may gather some idea whether the goods can have passed over into any of the houses abutting on it, or, as more likely, into the lane that runs up by its side." The captain led the way into one of the rooms at the back of the house, and opening the casement, he and Cyril leaned out. The store occupied fully half the yard, the rest being occupied by anchors, piles of iron, ballast, etc. There were 2 or 3 score of guns of various sizes piled on each other. A large store of cannon ball was ranged in great pyramids close by. A wall some 10 feet high separated the yard from the lane Cyril had spoken of. On the left, adjoining the warehouse, was the yard of the next shop, which belonged to a wool stapler. Behind were the backs of a number of small houses crowded in between Tower Street and Leadenhall Street. "I suppose you do not know who lives in those houses, Captain Dave?"
"No, indeed. The land is not like the sea. Afloat, when one sees a sail, one wonders what is her nationality and whither she is bound, and still more whether she is an honest trader or a rascally pirate. But here on land one scarcely gives a thought as to who may dwell in the houses round."
"I will walk round presently," Cyril said, "and gather as far as I can who they are that live there. But, as I have said, I fancy it is over that wall and into the alley that your goods have departed. The apprentice's room is on this side of the house, is it not?"
"Yes. John Wilkes sleeps in the room next to yours, and the door opposite to his is that of the lad's room."
"Do the windows of any of the rooms look into that lane?"
"No, there's a blank wall on that side."
"There is a clock striking 9, Cyril said, starting. "It is time for me to be off. Then you will take the books today, Captain Dave?"
"I will carry them off at once, and when I return I will look narrowly into the fastenings of the 2 windows and the door from the warehouse into the yard, and will take care to do so when the boys are engaged in the front shop."
When his work was done, Cyril went round to the houses behind the yard, and he found that they stood in a small court, with 3 or 4 trees growing in the center, and were evidently inhabited by respectable citizens. Over the door of one was painted "Joshua Headings, Attorney." Next to him was Gilbert Gushing, who dealt in jewels, silks, and other precious commodities from the East. Next to him was a doctor, and beyond a dealer in spices. This was enough to assure him that it was not through such houses as these that the goods had been carried. Cyril had not been back at the midday meal, for his work that day lay up in Holborn Bar, where he had 2 customers whom he attended with but half an hour's interval between the visits. And on the days on which he went there he was accustomed to get something to eat at a tavern hard by. Supper was an unusually quiet meal. Captain Dave now and then asked John Wilkes a question as to the business matters of the day, but evidently spoke with an effort. Nellie rattled on as usual, but the burden of keeping up the conversation lay entirely on her shoulders and those of Cyril. After the apprentices had left, and John Wilkes had started for his usual resort, the captain lit his pipe. Nellie signed to Cyril to come and seat himself by her in the window that projected out over the street, and enabled the occupants of the seats at either side to have a view up and down it. "What have you been doing to father, Cyril?" she asked in low tones. "He has been quite unlike himself all day. Generally, when he is out of temper, he rates everyone heartily, as if we were a mutinous crew. But today he has gone about scarcely speaking. He hasn't said a cross word to any of us, but several times when I spoke to him I got no answer, and it is easy to see that he is terribly put out about something. He was in his usual spirits at breakfast. Then, you know, he was talking with you for an hour, and it does not take much guessing to see that it must have been something that passed between you that has put him out. Now, what was it?" "I don't see why you should say that, Mistress Nellie. It is true that we did have a talk together, and he examined some fresh books I had been making out, and said that he was mightily pleased with my work. I went away at 9 o'clock, and something may have occurred to upset him between that and dinner." "All of which means you don't mean to tell me anything about it, Master Cyril. Well, then, you may consider yourself in my black books altogether," she said petulantly. "I'm sorry that you should say so," he said. "If it were true that anything I had said to him had ruffled him, it would be for him to tell you, and not for me. Methinks I have treated Robert Ashford scurvily, and I shall take him for my escort to see His Majesty attend service at St. Paul's tomorrow." Cyril smiled. "I think it would be fair to give him a turn, mistress, and I am glad to see that you have such a kind thought." Nellie rose indignantly, and taking her work, sat down by the side of her mother. "It is a fine evening," Cyril said to Captain Dave, "and I think I shall take a walk round. I shall return in an hour." The captain understood, by a glance Cyril gave him, that he was going out for some purpose connected with the matter they had in hand. "Aye, aye, lad," he said. "It is not good for you to be sitting moping at home every evening. I have often wondered before that you did not take a walk on deck before you turned in. I always used to do so myself." "I don't think there's any moping in it, Captain Dave," Cyril said with a laugh. "If you knew how pleasant the evenings have been for me after the life I've lived before, you would not say so." Cyril's only object in going out, however, was to avoid the necessity of having to talk with Dame Dowsett and Nellie. His thoughts were running on nothing but the robbery, and he had found it very difficult to talk in his usual manner, and to answer Nellie's sprightly sallies. It was dark already. A few oil lamps gave a feeble light here and there. At present he had formed no plan whatever of detecting the thieves. He was as much puzzled as the captain himself as to how the goods could have been removed. It would be necessary, of course, to watch the apprentices, but he did not think that anything was likely to come out of this. It was the warehouse itself that must be watched, in order to discover how the thieves made an entry. His own idea was that they got over the wall by means of a rope, and in some way managed to effect an entry into the warehouse. The apprentices could hardly aid them unless they came down through the house. If they had managed to get a duplicate key of the door leading from the bottom of the stairs to the shop, they could, of course, unbar the windows and pass things out. That part of the business would be easy, but he could not believe that they would venture frequently to pass down through the house. It was an old one, and the stairs creaked. He himself was a light sleeper. He had got into the way of waking at the slightest sound from the long watches he had had for his father's return, and he felt sure that he should have heard them open their door and steal along the passage past his room, however quietly they might do it. He walked up to the Exchange, then along Cheapside as far as St. Paul's and back. Quiet as it was in Thames Street, there was no lack of animation elsewhere. Apprentices were generally allowed to go out for an hour after supper, the regulation being that they returned to their homes by 8 o'clock. Numbers of these were about. A good many citizens were on their way home after supping with friends. The city watch, with lanterns, patrolled the streets, and not infrequently interfered in quarrels which broke out among the apprentices. Cyril felt more solitary among the knots of laughing, noisy lads than in the quiet streets, and was glad to be home again. Captain Dave himself came down to open the door. "I have just sent the women to bed," he said. "The 2 boys came in 5 minutes ago. I thought you would not be long." "I did not go out for anything in particular," Cyril said, "but Mistress Nellie insisted that there was something wrong with you, that I must know what it was about, so, feeling indeed indisposed to talk, I thought it best to go out for a short time." Yes. Women always want to know, lad. I have been long enough at sea, you may be sure, to know that when anything is wrong, it is the best thing to keep it from the passengers as long as you can." "You took the books away this morning, Captain Dave?" Cyril asked as they sat down. "Aye, lad. I took them to Master Skinner, who bears as good a reputation as any accountant in the city, and he promised to take them in hand without loss of time. But I have been able to do nothing here. John or one of the other boys was always in the warehouse, and I have had no opportunity of examining the door and shutters closely. When the house is sound asleep, we will take a lantern and go down to look at them. I have been thinking that we must let John Wilkes into this matter,
It is too much to bear on my mind by myself. He is my first mate, you see, and in time of danger the first mate, if he is worth anything, is the man the captain relies on for help." "By all means tell him, then," Cyril said. "I can keep books, but I have no experience in matters like this, and shall be very glad to have his opinion and advice." "There he is, 8:30. He's as punctual as clockwork." Cyril ran down and let John in. "The captain wants to speak to you," he said, "before you go up to bed." John, after carefully bolting the door, followed him upstairs. "I've got some bad news for you, John. There, light your pipe again and sit down. My good dame has gone off to bed, and we have got the cabin to ourselves." John touched an imaginary hat and obeyed orders. "The ship has sprung a bad leak, John. This lad here has found it out, and it is well he did, for unless he had done so we should have had her foundering under our feet without so much as suspecting anything was going wrong." The sailor took his newly lighted pipe from between his lips and stared at the captain in astonishment. "Yes, it's hard to believe, mate, but by the Lord Henry it is as I say. There's a pirate about somewhere, and the books show that, since the stock-taking 15 months ago, he has eased the craft of her goods to the tune of £2,000 and odd." John Wilkes flung his pipe on the table with such force that it shivered into fragments. "Dash my timbers!" he exclaimed. "Who is the man?" "You only give me the orders, sir, and I am ready to range alongside and board him." "That is what we have got to find out, John. That the goods have gone is certain, but how they could have gone beats us altogether." "Do you mean to say, Captain, that they have stolen them out of the place under my eyes, and me knowing nothing about it? It can't be, sir. There must be some mistake. I know naught about figures, save enough to put down the things I sell, but I don't believe as a thing has gone out of the shop unbeknown to me. That yarn won't do for me, sir." And he looked angrily at Cyril. "It is true enough, John, for all that. The books have been balanced up. We know what was in stock 15 months ago, and we know from your sale book what has passed out of the shop, and from your entry book what has come in. We know now what there is remaining. We find that in bulky goods, such as cables and anchors and ship's boilers and such like, the accounts tally exactly. But in the small rope, and above all in the copper, there is a big shrinkage. I will read you the figures of some of them." John's face grew longer and longer as he heard the totals read. "Well, I'm jiggered," he said when the list was concluded. "I could have sworn that cargo was right according to the manifest. Well, Captain, all I can say is, if that air list be correct, the best thing you can do is to send me adrift as a blind fool. I have kept my tallies as correct as I could, and I thought I had marked down every package that has left the ship, and here they must have been passing out pretty nigh cartloads under my very eyes, and I knew nothing about it. I don't blame you, John, more than I blame myself. I am generally about on deck, and had no more idea that the cargo was being meddled with than you had. I have been wrong in letting matters go on so long without taking stock of them and seeing that it was all right, but I never saw the need for it. This is what comes of taking to a trade you know nothing about. We have been just like two children, thinking that it was all plain and above board, and that we had nothing to do but to sell our goods and to fill up again when the hold got empty. Well, it is of no use talking over that part of the business. What we have got to do is find out this leak and stop it. We are pretty well agreed, Cyril and me, that the things don't go out of the shop by daylight. The question is, how do they go out at night?" "I always lock up the hatches according to orders, Captain." "Yes, I have no doubt that you do, John, but maybe the fastenings have been tampered with. The only way in which we can see it can have been managed is that someone has been in the habit of getting over the wall between the yard and the lane, and then getting into the warehouse somehow. It must have been done very often, for if the things had been taken in considerable quantities, you would have noticed that stock was short directly the next order came in. Now I propose we light these 2 lanterns I've got here, and that we go down and have a look round the hold." Lighting the candles, they went downstairs. The captain took out the key and turned the lock. It grated loudly as he did so. "That is a noisy lock," Cyril said. "It wants oiling," John replied. "I've been thinking of doing it for the last month, but it has always slipped out of my mind.
At any rate, Cyril said, it is certain the thieves could not have got into the shop this way, for the noise would have been heard all over the house. The door between the shop and the warehouse was next unlocked. The fastenings of the shutters and doors were first examined. There was no sign of their having been tampered with. Each bolt and hasp was tried and the screws examined. Then they went round trying every one of the stout planks that formed the side. All were firm and in good condition.
"It beats me altogether,"
the captain said when they had finished their examination.
"The things cannot walk out of themselves. They have got to be carried. But how the fellows who carry them get in is more than I can say. There is nowhere else to look, is there, John?"
"Not that I can see, Captain." They went to the door into the shop, and were about to close it, when Cyril said, "Some of the things that are gone are generally kept in here, Captain. The rope up to 2-inch, for example, and a good deal of canvas, and most of the smaller copper fittings, so that, whoever the thief is, he must have been in the habit of coming in here as well as into the warehouse."
"That is so, lad. Perhaps they entered from this side."
"Will you hold the lantern here, John?" Cyril said. The sailor held the lantern to the lock. "There are no scratches or signs of tools having been used here," Cyril said, examining both the lock and the doorpost. "Whether the thief came into the warehouse first or not, he must have had a key." The captain nodded.
"Thieves generally carry a lot of keys with them, Cyril, and if one does not quite fit, then they file it till it does."
The shutters of the shop window and its fastenings and those of the door were as secure as those of the warehouse, and, completely puzzled, the party went upstairs again.
"There must be some way of getting in and out, although we can't find it," Captain Dave said. "Things can't have gone off by themselves."
"It may be, Captain," John Wilkes said, "that some of the planks may be loose."
"But we tried them all, John."
"Aye, they seem firm enough. But it may be that one of them is wedged in, and that when the wedges are taken out it could be pulled off."
"I think you would have noticed it, John. If there was anything of that sort, it must be outside. However, we'll take a good look round the yard tomorrow. The warehouse is strongly built, and I don't believe any plank can be taken off and put back again time after time without making a noise that would be heard in the house. What do you think, Cyril?"
"I agree with you, Captain Dave. How the thieves make an entry I can't imagine, but I don't believe that it is through the wall of the warehouse. I am convinced that the robberies must have been very frequent. Had a large amount been taken at a time, John Wilkes would have been sure to notice it. Then again, the thieves would not come so often, and each time for a comparatively small amount of booty, unless it could be managed without any serious risk or trouble. However, now that we do know that they come, we shall have, I should think, very little difficulty in finding out how it is done."
"You may warrant we will take a sharp look out," John Wilkes said savagely. "If the captain will give me use of a room at the back of the house, you may be sure I shan't close an eye until I have got to the bottom of the matter. I am responsible for the cargo below, and if I had kept as sharp an eye on the stores as I ought to have done, this would not have happened. Only let me catch them trying to board, and I will give them such a reception that I warrant me they will sheer off with a bullet or two in them. I have got that pair of boarding pistols and a cutlass hung up over my bed." "You must not do that, John," the captain said. "It isn't a matter of beating off the pirates by pouring a broadside into them. Maybe you might cripple them, more likely they would make off, and we want to capture them. Therefore, I say, let us watch and find out how they do it. When once we know that, we can lay our plans for capturing them the next time they come. I will take watch and watch with you."
"Well, if it goes on long, Captain, I won't say no to that. But for tonight, anyhow, I will sit up alone."
"Very well, let it be so, John. But mind, whatever you see, you keep as still as a mouse. Just steal into my room in your stocking feet directly you see anything moving. Open the door and say, 'Strange sail in sight,' and I'll be over at your window in no time. And now, Cyril, you and I may as well turn in."
The night passed quietly.
"You saw nothing, I suppose, John?" the captain said next morning after the apprentices had gone down from breakfast.
"Not a thing, Captain."
"Now we will go and have a look in the yard. Will you come, Cyril?"
"I should like to come," Cyril replied. "But as I have never been out there before, had you not better make some pretext for me to do so? You might say, in the hearing of the apprentices,
'We may as well take the measurements for that new shed we are talking about. and see how much boarding it will require. Then you can call me out from the office to come and help you measure." "Then you still think the apprentices are in it?" John Wilkes asked sharply. "I don't say I think so, John. I have nothing against them. I don't believe they could come down at night without being heard. I feel sure they could not get into the shop without that stiff bolt making a noise. Still, it is possible that they may be concerned in the matter. I think that, now we have a good train of getting to the bottom of it, it would be well to keep the matter altogether to ourselves." "Quite right," Captain Dave said approvingly. "When you suspect treachery, don't let a soul think you have got such a matter in your mind until you are in a position to take the traitor by the collar and put a pistol to his ear. That idea of yours is a very good one. I will say something about the shed to John this morning, and then when you go down to the counting-house after dinner, I will call you to come out to the yard with us." After dinner, Captain Dave went with Cyril into the counting-house. "We had an order this morning for a set of ship's anchors, and John and I have been in the yard looking them out. We looked over the place pretty sharply, as you may be sure, but as far as we could see, the place is as solid as when it was built 50 years ago by my father." The captain went out into the store, and 10 minutes afterwards re-entered the shop and shouted, "Come out here, Cyril, and lend a hand. We are going to take those measurements. Bring out your inkhorn and a bit of paper to put them down as we take them." The yard was some 60 feet long by 25 broad, exclusive of the space occupied by the warehouse. This, as Cyril observed from the window above, did not extend as far as the back wall, but on walking round there with the 2 men, he found that the distance was greater than he had expected, and that there was a space of some 20 feet clear. "This is where we're thinking of putting the shed," the captain said in a loud voice. "But I see that you have a crane and door into the loft over the warehouse there," Cyril said, looking up. "We never use that now. When my father first began business, he used to buy up old junk in such like stores and store them up there. But it didn't pay for the trouble. And besides, as you see, he wanted every foot of the yard room, and of course at that time they had to leave the space clear for the carts to come up from the gate round here. So it was given up, and the loft is empty now." Cyril looked up at the crane. It was swung round so as to lie flat against the wooden shutters. The rope was still through the block, and passed into the loft through a hole cut in the junction of the shutters. They now measured the space between the warehouse and the wall, the captain repeating the figures still in a loud voice. Then they discussed the height of the walls, and after some argument between the captain and John Wilkes, agreed that this should be the same as the rest of the building. Still talking on the subject, they returned through the warehouse, Cyril on the way taking a look at the massive grate that opened into the lane. In addition to a heavy bar, it had a strong hasp, fastened by a great padlock. The apprentices were busy at work coiling up some rope when they passed by. "When we have knocked a door through the end there, John," Captain Dave said, "it will give you a deal more room, and you'll be able to get rid of all these cables and heavy dunnage, and to have matters more shipshape here." While they had been taking the measurements, all 3 had carefully examined the wall of the warehouse. "There's nothing wrong here, Cyril," his employer said, leaving John Wilkes in the warehouse. They went through the shop into the little office. "Certainly nothing I could see, Captain Dave. I did not before know the loft had any opening to the outside. Of course, I have seen the ladder going up from the warehouse to the trap door, but it was closed, and I thought no more of it." "I don't suppose anyone's been up there for years, lad. What are you thinking, that someone might get in through those shutters? Why, they're 20 feet from the ground, so you'd want a long ladder. And when you got there, you would find that you could not open the shutters. I said nobody had been up there, but I did go up myself to have a look around when I first settled down here, and there is a big bar with a padlock." Cyril thought no more about it, and after supper it was arranged that he and Captain Dave should keep watch by turns at the window of the room that had been now given to John Wilkes, and that the latter should have a night in his berth, as the captain expressed it. John Wilkes made some opposition, saying that he would be quite willing to take his watch. "You will just obey orders, John," the captain said. "You have had 36 hours off the reel on duty, and you have got to be at work all day tomorrow again. You shall take the middle watch tomorrow night, if you like, but one can see with half an eye that you're not fit to be on the lookout tonight. I doubt if any of us could see as far as the length of a bowsprit. It is pretty nearly pitch dark. There's not a star to be seen, and it looked to me when I turned out before supper as if we were going to have a storm."
End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Captured. It was settled that Cyril was to take the first watch, and that the captain should relieve him at 1 o'clock. At 9 o'clock the family went to bed. A quarter of an hour later, Cyril stole noiselessly from his attic down to John Wilkes' room. The door had been left ajar, and the candle was still burning. "I put a chair by the window," the sailor said from his bed, "and left the light, for you might run foul of something or other in the dark, though I have left a pretty clear gangway for you." Cyril blew out the candle and seated himself at the window. For a time he could see nothing, and told himself that the whole contents of the warehouse might be carried off without his being any the wiser. "I shall certainly see nothing," he said to himself, "but at least I may hear something." So saying, he turned the fastening of the casement and opened it about half an inch. As his eyes became accustomed to the darkness, he was able to make out the line of the roof of the warehouse, which was some 3 or 4 feet below the level of his eyes, and some 20 feet away on his left. The time passed slowly. He kept himself awake by thinking over the old days in France, the lessons he had learnt with his friend Harry Parton, and the teaching of the old clergyman. He heard the bell of St. Paul's strike 10 and 11. The last stroke had scarcely ceased to vibrate when he rose to his feet suddenly. He heard on his left a scraping noise. A moment later it ceased, and then was renewed again. It lasted but a few seconds. Then he heard an irregular shuffling noise that seemed to him upon the roof of the warehouse. Pressing his face to the casement, he suddenly became aware that the straight line of the ridge was broken by something moving along it, and a moment later he made out a second object just behind the first. Moving with the greatest care, he made his way out of the room, half closed the door behind him, crossed the passage, and pushed to the door opposite. "Captain Dave," he said in a low voice, "get up at once, and please don't make a noise." "Aye, aye, lad." There was a movement from the bed, and a moment later the captain stood beside him. "What is it, lad?" he whispered. "There are 2 figures moving along the ridge of the roof of the warehouse. I think it is the apprentices. I heard a slight noise as if they were letting themselves down from their window by a rope. It is just over that roof, you know." There was a rustling sound as the captain slipped his doublet on. "That is so, the young scoundrels. What can they be doing on the roof?" They went to the window behind. Just as they reached it, there was a vivid flash of lightning. It sufficed to show them a figure lying at full length at the farther end of the roof. Then all was dark again, and a second or two later came a sharp, crashing roar of thunder. "We had better stand well back from the window," Cyril whispered. "Another flash might show us to anyone looking this way." "What does it mean, lad? What on earth is that boy doing there?" I could not see which it was. "I think it is Ashford," Cyril said. "The figure in front seemed the smaller of the 2. But where on earth can Tom have got to?" "I should fancy, sir, that Robert has lowered him so that he can get his feet on the crane and swing it outwards. Then he might sit down on it and swing himself by the rope into the loft if the doors are not fastened inside. Robert, being taller, would have no difficulty in lowering himself. There!" He broke off as another flash of lightning lit up the sky. "He is gone now. There is no one on the roof." John Wilkes was by this time standing beside them, having started up at the first flash of lightning. "Do you go up, John, into their room," the captain said. "I think there can be no doubt that these fellows on the roof are Ashford and Frost, but it is as well to be able to swear to it." The foreman returned in a minute or two. "The room is empty, Captain. The window is open, and there is a rope hanging down from it. Shall I cast it adrift?" "Certainly not, John. We do not mean to take them tonight, and they must be allowed to go back to their beds without a suspicion that they have been watched. I hope and trust that it is not so bad as it looks, and that the boys have only broken out from devilry. You know, boys will do things of that sort just because it is forbidden." "There must be more than that," John Wilkes said. "If it had been just after they went to their rooms, it might be that they went to some tavern or other low resort, but the town is all asleep now." They again went close to the window, pushed the casement a little more open, and stood listening there. In 2 or 3 minutes there was a very slight sound heard. "They are unbolting the door into the yard," John Wilkes whispered. "I would give a month's pay to be behind them with a rope's end." Half a minute later there was a sudden gleam of light below, and they could see the door open. The light disappeared again, but they heard footsteps. Then they saw the light thrown on the fastening to the outer gate, and could make out that 2 figures below were applying a key to the padlock. This was taken off and laid down. Then the heavy wooden bar was lifted, and also laid on the ground. The gate opened as if pushed from the other side. The 2 figures went out. The sound of a low murmur of conversation could be heard. Then they returned. The gate was closed and fastened again. They entered the warehouse, the light disappeared, and the door was closed. "That's how the things went, John." "Aye, aye, sir," the foreman growled. "As they were undoing the gate, the light fell on the coil of rope they had set down there, and a bag which I guess had a copper of some kind in it. They have done us cleverly, the young villains. There was not noise enough to wake a cat. They must have had every bolt and hinge well oiled." "We had better close the casement now, sir, for as they come back along the ridge they will be facing it, and if a flash of lightning came they would see that it was half open, and even if they did not catch sight of our faces they would think it suspicious that the windows should be open, and it might put them on their guard." "Yes, and we may as well turn in at once, John. Like enough when they get back they will listen for a bit at their door, so as to make sure that everything is quiet before they turn in. There is nothing more to see now. Of course they will get in as they got out. You had better turn in as you are, Cyril. They may listen at your door." Cyril at once went up to his room, closed the door, placed a chair against it, and then lay down on his bed. He listened intently, and 4 or 5 minutes later thought that he heard a door open, but he could not be sure, for just at that moment heavy drops began to patter down upon the tiles. The noise rose louder and louder until he could scarce have heard himself speak. Then there was a bright flash, and the deep rumble of the thunder mingled with the sharp rattle of the raindrops overhead. He listened for a time to the storm, and then dropped off to sleep. Things went on as usual at breakfast the next morning. During the meal, Captain Dave gave the foreman several instructions as to the morning's work. "I'm going on board the Royalist," he said. "John Browning wants me to overhaul all the gear, and see what will do for another voyage or 2 and what must be new. His skipper asked for new running rigging all over, but he thinks that there can't be any occasion for its all being renewed. I don't expect I shall be in till dinner time, so anyone that wants to see me must come again in the afternoon." 10 minutes later Cyril went out on his way to his work. Captain Dave was standing a few doors away. "Before I go on board the brig, lad, I'm going up to the chief constable's to arrange about this business. I want to get 4 men of the watch. Of course, it may be some nights before it is tried again, so I will have the men stowed away in the kitchen. Then we must keep watch, and as soon as we see those young villains on the roof, we will let the men out at the front door. 2 will post themselves at this end of the lane, and 2 will go round to Leadenhall Street and station themselves at the other end. When the boys go out after supper, we will unlock the door at the bottom of the stairs into the shop, and the door into the warehouse. Then we will steal down into the shop and listen there until we hear them open the door into the yard, and then go into the warehouse and be ready to make a rush out as soon as they get the gate open. John will have his boatswain's whistle ready, and will give the signal. That will bring the watch up, so they will be caught in a trap." "I should think that would be a very good plan, Captain Dave, though I wish that it could have been done without Tom Frost being taken. He is a timid sort of boy, and I have no doubt that he has been entirely under the thumb of Robert." "Well, if he has, he will get off lightly," the captain said. "Even if a boy is a timid boy, he knows what will be the consequences if he is caught robbing his master. Cowardice is no excuse for crime, lad. The boys have always been well treated, and though I dare say Ashford is the worst of the 2, if the other had been honest, he would not have seen him robbing me without letting me know." For 6 nights, watch was kept without success. Every evening when the family and apprentices had retired to rest, John Wilkes went quietly downstairs and admitted the 4 constables, letting them out in the morning before anyone was astir. Mrs. Dowsett had been taken into her husband's confidence so far as to know that he had discovered he had been robbed, and was keeping a watch for the thieves. She was not told that the apprentices were concerned in the matter, for Captain Dave felt sure that, however much she might try to conceal it, Robert Ashford would perceive by her looks that something was wrong. Nellie was told a day or two later, for although ignorant of her father's nightly watchings, she was conscious from his manner and that of her mother that something was amiss, and was so persistent in her inquiries that the captain consented to her mother, telling her that he had a suspicion that he was being robbed, and warning her that it was essential that the subject must not be in any way alluded to. "Your father is worrying over it a good deal, Nellie, and it is better that he should not perceive that you are aware of it. Just let things go on as they were." "Is the loss serious, Mother?" "Yes. He thinks that a good deal of money has gone. I don't think he minds that so much as the fact that, so far, he doesn't know who the people most concerned in it may be. He has some sort of suspicion on one quarter, but has no clue whatever to the men most to blame." "Does Cyril know anything about it?" Nellie asked suddenly. "Yes, he knows, my dear. Indeed, it was owing to his cleverness that your father first came to have suspicions." "Oh, that explains it," Nellie said. "He had been talking to Father, and I asked what it was about, and he would not tell me, and I've been very angry with him ever since." "I have noticed that you've been behaving very foolishly," Mrs. Dowsett said quietly, "and that for the last week you have been taking Robert with you as an escort when you went out in an evening. I suppose you did that to annoy Cyril, but I don't think that he minded much." "I don't think he did, Mother," Nellie agreed with a laugh which betrayed a certain amount of irritation. "I saw that he smiled 2 or 3 evenings back when I told Robert at supper that I wanted him to go out with me, and I was rarely angry, I can tell you." Cyril had indeed troubled himself in no way about Nellie's coolness, but when she had so pointedly asked Robert to go with her, he had been amused at the thought of how greatly she would be mortified when Robert was hauled up to the Guildhall for robbing her father, at the thought that he had been accompanying her as an escort. "I rather hope this will be our last watch, Captain Dave," he said on the 7th evening. "Why do you hope so specially tonight, lad?" "Of course I've been hoping so every night, but I think it is likely that the men who take goods come regularly once a week, for in that case there would be no occasion for them to meet at other times to arrange on what night they should be in the lane." "Yes, that is like enough, Cyril, and the hour will probably be the same, too. John and I will share your watch tonight, so as to be ready to get the men off without loss of time." Cyril had always taken first watch, which was from 9:30 till 12. The captain and Wilkes had taken the other watches by turns. As before, just as the bell finished striking 11, the 3 watchers again heard through the slightly open casement the scraping noise on the left. It had been agreed that they should not move, lest the sound should be heard outside. Each grasped the stout cudgel he held in his hand and gazed at the roof of the warehouse, which could now be plainly seen, for the moon was half full and the sky was clear. As before, the 2 figures went along, and this time they could clearly recognize them. They were both sitting astride the ridge tiles and moved themselves along by means of their hands. They waited until they saw one after the other disappear at the end of the roof, and then John Wilkes quietly stole downstairs. The 4 constables had been warned to be specially wakeful. "They are at it again tonight," John said to them as he entered. "Now do you 2 go round into Leadenhall Street, start at once. But don't take your post at the end of the lane for another 5 or 6 minutes. The thieves outside may not have come up at present. As you go out, leave the door ajar. In 5 minutes, you others should stand ready. Don't go into the corner, but wait in the doorway below until you hear the whistle. They will only be 15 or 20 yards up the lane, and would see you if you took up your station at the corner. But the moment you hear the whistle, rush out and have at them. We shall be there before you will." John went down with the last 2 men, entered the shop, and stood there waiting until he should be joined by his master. The latter and Cyril remained at the window until they saw the door of the warehouse open, and then hurried downstairs. Both were in their stocking feet, so that their movements should be noiseless. "Come on, John. They are in the yard," the captain whispered, and they entered the warehouse and went noiselessly on until they stood at the door. The process of unbarring the gate was nearly accomplished. As it swung open, John Wilkes put his whistle to his lips and blew a loud, shrill call, and the 3 rushed forward. There was a shout of alarm, a fierce imprecation, and 3 of the 4 figures at the gate sprang at them. Scarce a blow had been struck when the 2 constables ran up and joined in the fray. The 2 men fought stoutly, but were soon overpowered. John Ashford, knife in hand, had attacked John Wilkes with fury, and would have stabbed him, as his attention was engaged upon one of the men outside, had not Cyril brought his cudgel down sharply on his knuckles, when, with a yell of pain, he dropped the knife and fled up the lane. He had gone but a short distance, however, when he fell into the hands of the 2 constables who were running towards him. One of them promptly knocked him down with his cudgel, and then proceeded to bind his hands behind him, while the other ran on to join in the fray. It was over before he got there, and his comrades were engaged in binding the 2 robbers. Tom Frost had taken no part in the fight. He stood looking on, paralyzed with terror, and when the 2 men were overpowered, he fell on his knees, beseeching his master have mercy on him. "It's too late, Tom," the captain said. "You have been robbing me for months, and now you have been caught in the act and will have to take your share in the punishment. You are a prisoner of the constables here, and not of mine, and even if I were willing to let you go, they would have their say in the matter. Still, if you make a clean breast of what you know about it, I will do all I can to get you off lightly, and seeing that you are but a boy and have been perhaps led into this, they will not be disposed to be hard on you. Pick up that lantern and bring it here, John. Let us see what plunder they were making off with." There was no rope this time, but a bag containing some 50 pounds weight of brass and copper fittings. One of the constables took possession of this. "You had better come along with us to Bridewell, Master Dowsett, to sign the charge sheet, though I don't know whether it is altogether needful, seeing that we have caught them in the act, and you will all 3 have to be at the court tomorrow at 10 o'clock. "I will go with you," the captain said, "but I will first slip in and put my shoes on. I brought them down in my hand and shall be ready in a minute. You may as well lock up this gate again, John. I will go out through the front door and join them in the lane." As he went into the house, John Wilkes closed the gate and put up the bar, and then took up the lantern and said to Cyril, "Well, Master Cyril, this has been a good night's work, and mighty thankful I am that we have caught the pirates. It was a good day for us all when you came to the captain, or they might have gone on robbing him until the time came that there was nothing more to rob, and I should never have held up my head again. For though the captain would have never believed that I had had a hand in bringing him to ruin, other people would not have thought so, and might never have got a chance of proving my innocence. Now, we will just go to the end of the yard and see if they did manage to get into the warehouse by means of that crane, as you thought they did." They found that the crane had been swung out just far enough to afford a foothold to those lowering themselves onto it from the roof. The door of the loft stood open. "Just as you said. You could not have been righter, not if you had seen them at it. And now I reckon we may as well lock up the place again and turn in. The captain has got the key of the front door, and we will leave the lantern burning at the bottom of the stairs." Cyril got up as soon as he heard movement in the house, and went down to the shop, which had been already opened by John Wilkes. "It seems quiet here, without the apprentices, John. Is there any way in which I can help?" "No, thank you, sir. We shan't be moving the goods about till after breakfast, and then, no doubt, the captain will get an extra man in to help me. I reckon he'll have to get a neighbor to go in to give an eye to the place while we are all away at the court." "I see there is the rope still hanging from their window," Cyril said as he went out into the yard. "I thought it best to leave it there," John Wilkes replied. "And I ain't been up into the loft either. It is best to leave matters just as they were. Like enough they will send an officer down from the court to look at them." When the family assembled at breakfast, Mrs. Dowsett was looking very grave. The captain, on the other hand, was in capital spirits. Nellie, as usual, was somewhat late. "Where is everybody?" she asked in surprise, seeing that Cyril alone was in his place with her father and mother. "John Wilkes is downstairs looking after the shop, and will come up and have his breakfast when we have done," her father replied. "Are both apprentices out, then?" she asked. "The apprentices are in limbo," the captain said grimly. "In limbo, father? What does that mean?" "It means that they are in gaol, my dear." Nellie put down the knife and fork she had just taken up. "Are you joking, father?" "Very far from it, my dear. It is no joke to any of us. Certainly not to me, and not to Robert Ashford or Tom Frost. They have been robbing me for the last year, and, for aught I know, before that. If it had not been for Master Cyril,
It would not have been very long before I should have to have put my shutters up."
"But how could they rob you, father?"
"By stealing my goods and selling them, Nellie. The way they did it was to lower themselves by a rope from their window onto the roof of the warehouse, and to get down at the other end onto the crane, and then into the loft. Then they went down and took what they had a fancy to, undid the door, and went into the yard, and then handed over their booty to the fellows waiting at the gate for it. Last night we caught them at it, after having been on the watch for 10 days.
"That is what I heard last night, then," she said. "I was woke by a loud whistle, and then I heard a sound of quarrelling and fighting in the lane. I thought it was some roisterers going home late. Oh, father, it is dreadful to think of. And what will they do to them?"
"It is a hanging matter," the captain said. "It is not only theft, but mutiny. No doubt the judges will take a lenient view of Tom Frost's case, both on the ground of his youth and because no doubt he was influenced by Ashford. But I would not give much for Robert's chances. No doubt it will be a blow to you, Nellie, for you seem to have taken to him mightily of late."
Nellie was about to give an emphatic contradiction, but as she remembered how pointedly she had asked for his escort during the last few days, she flushed up and was silent. "It is terrible to think of," she said after a pause. "I suppose this is what you and Cyril were consulting about, father. I have to ask your pardon, Master Cyril, for my rudeness to you. But of course I did not think it was anything of consequence, or that you could not have told me if you wished to do so. You need not beg my pardon, Mrs. Nellie. No doubt you thought it churlish on my part to refuse to gratify your curiosity, and I am not surprised that you took offence. I knew that when you learned how important it was to keep silence over the matter, that you would acquit me of the intention of making a mystery about nothing." "I suppose you knew, mother?" Nellie asked. "I knew that your father believed that he was being robbed, Nellie, and that he was keeping watch for some hours every night, but I did not know that he suspected the apprentices. I'm glad that we did not, for assuredly we would have found it very hard to school our faces so that they should not guess that aught was wrong."
"That was why we said nothing about it, Nellie. It has been as much as I have been able to do to sit at the table and talk in the shop as usual, with boys I know were robbing me. And I know honest John Wilkes must have felt it still more, but till a week ago we would not believe that they had a hand in the matter. It is 7 nights since Cyril caught them creeping along the roof, and called me to the window in John Wilkes's room, whence he was watching the yard, not thinking the enemy was in the house."
"And how did you come to suspect that robbery was going on, Cyril? Simply because, on making up the books, I found that there was a great deficiency in the stores."
"That is what he was doing when he was sitting up at night after you were in bed, Miss Nellie," her father said. "You may thank your stars that he took a berth in this ship, for the scoundrels would have founded her to a certainty if he had not done so. I tell you, child, he has saved this craft from going to the bottom. I have not said much to him about it, but he knows that I don't feel it any the less."
"And who were the other men who were taken, father?"
"That I can't tell you, Nellie. I went to the Bridewell with them, and as soon as I saw them safely lodged there, I came home. They will be had up before the Lord Mayor this morning, and then I dare say I shall know all about them. Now I must go and take my watch below and let John Wilkes come off duty."
"Why, John, what is the matter?" Mrs. Dowsett said when the foreman entered. "Nothing worth speaking of, mistress. I got a clip over the eye from one of the pirates we were capturing. The thing mattered nothing one way or the other, but it might have cost me my life, because, for a moment, it pretty well dazed me. That young villain, Bob, was just coming at me with his knife, and I reckon it would have gone hard with me if Master Cyril here hadn't, just in the nick of time, brought his stick down on Robert's knuckles, and that so sharply that the fellow dropped his knife with a yell and took to his heels, only to fall into the hands of 2 of the watch coming from the other end of the lane. You did me a good turn, lad, and if ever I get the chance of ranging up alongside you in a fray, you must trust me to return it." He held out his hand to Cyril and gave a warm grip to the hand the latter laid in it. "There's a rum start, mistress," John went on as he sat down to his meal, "that 2 old hands like the captain and I were sailing on, not dreaming of hidden rocks or sandbanks, when this lad, who used to look upon us as a young cockerel who was rather above his position, should come forward and have saved us all from shipwreck." "It is indeed, John," his mistress said earnestly, "and I thank God indeed that he put the thought into the minds of Captain Dave and myself to ask him to take up his abode with us. It seemed to us then that we were doing a little kindness that would cost us nothing, whereas it turned out the saving of us." "Dear, dear," Nellie, who had been sitting with a frown on her pretty face, said pettishly, "what a talk there will be about it all, and how Jane Greenwood and Martha Stebbings and the rest of them will laugh at me. They used to say they wondered how I could go about with such an ugly wretch behind me, and of course I spoke up for him and said that he was an honest knave and faithful, and now it turns out he is a villain and a robber. I shall never hear the last of him." "You will get over that, Nellie," her mother said severely. "It would be much better if, instead of thinking of such trifles, you would consider how sad a thing it is that two lads should lose their character, and perhaps their lives, simply for their greed of other people's goods. I could cry when I think of it. I know that Robert Ashford has neither father nor mother to grieve about him, for my husband's father took him out of sheer charity. But Tom's parents are living, and will be heartbreaking indeed to them when they hear of their son's misdoings." "I trust that Captain Dave will get him off," Cyril said. "As he is so young, he may turn king's evidence, and I feel sure that he did not go willingly into the affair. I have noticed many times that he had a frightened look, as if he had something on his mind. I believe that he acted under fear of the other." As soon as John Wilkes had finished his breakfast, he went with Captain Dave and Cyril to the magistrate's court at the Guildhall. Some other cases were first heard, and then the apprentices, with the two men who had been captured in the lane, were brought in and placed in the dock. The men bore marks that showed they had been engaged in a severe struggle, and that the watch had used their staves with effect. One was an elderly man with shaggy gray eyebrows. The other was a very powerfully built fellow, who seemed from his attire to follow the profession of a sailor. Tom Frost was sobbing bitterly. One of Robert Ashford's hands was bandaged up. As he was placed in the dock, he gave furtive glances round with his shifty eyes, and as they fell upon Cyril, an expression of deadly hate came over his face. The men of the watch who had captured them first gave their evidence as to finding them in the act of robbery, and testified to the desperate resistance they had offered to capture. Captain Dave then entered the witness box, and swore first to the goods that were found on them being his property, and then related how, it having come to his knowledge that he was being robbed, he had set a watch, and had 8 days previously seen his two apprentices getting along the roof, and how they had come out from the warehouse door, had opened the outer gate, and had handed over some goods they had brought out to persons unknown waiting to receive them.
"Why did you not stop them in their commission of the theft?" the alderman in the chair asked.
"Because, sir, had I done so, the men I considered to be the chief criminals, and who had doubtless tempted my apprentices to rob me, would then have made off. Therefore, I thought it better to wait until I could lay hands on them also, and so got 4 men of the watch to remain in the house at night."
Then he went on to relate how, after watching 7 nights, he had again seen the apprentices make their way along the roof, and how they and the receivers of their booty were taken by the watch, aided by himself, his foreman, and Master Cyril Shenstone, who was dwelling in his house. After John Wilkes had given his evidence, Cyril went into the box and related how, being engaged by Captain David Dowsett to make up his books, he found upon stock being taken that there was a deficiency to the amount of many hundreds of pounds in certain stores, notably such as were valuable without being bulky.
"Is there anything known as to the prisoners?"
the magistrate asked the officer of the city watch in charge of the case.
"Nothing is known of the 2 boys, your honor, but the men are all well known. The elder, who gave the name of Peter Johnson, is one Joseph Marner. He keeps a marine shop close to the tower. For a long time he has been suspected of being a receiver of stolen goods, but we have never been able to lay a finger on him before. The other man has, for the last year, acted as his assistant in the shop. He answers closely to the description of a man, Ephraim Fowler, who has long been wanted. This man was a seaman in a brig trading to Yarmouth. After an altercation with the captain, he stabbed him, and then slew the mate who was coming to his assistance. Then, with threats, he compelled the other 2 men on board to let him take the boat. When they were off Brightlingsea, he rowed away, and has not been heard of since.
If you will remand them before he comes up again, I hope to find the men who are on board, and see if they identify him. We are in possession of Joseph Marner's shop, and have found large quantities of goods that we have reason to believe are the proceeds of these and other robberies."
After the prisoners had left the dock, Captain Dave went up to the officer.
"I believe," he said, "that the boy has not voluntarily taken part in these robberies, but has been led away, or perhaps obliged by threats to take part in them. He may be able to give you some assistance, for maybe these men are not the only persons to whom the stolen goods have been sold, and he may be able to put you on the track of other receivers."
"The matter is out of my hands now," the officer said, "but I'll represent what you say in the proper quarter. And now you had better come round with me. You may be able to pick out some of your property. We only made a seizure of the place an hour ago. I had all the men who came on duty this morning to take a look at the prisoners. Fortunately, 2 or 3 of them recognized Marner, and you may guess that we lost no time in getting a search warrant and going down to his place. It is the most important capture we have made for some time, and may lead to the discovery of other robberies that have been puzzling us for months past. There's a gang known as the Black Gang, but we have never been able to lay hands on any of their leaders, and such fellows as have been captured have refused to say a word, and have denied all knowledge of it. There have been a number of robberies of a mysterious kind, none of which have we been able to trace, and they have been put down to the same gang. The chief constable is waiting for me there, and we shall make a thorough search of the premises, and it is like enough we shall come across some clue of importance. At any rate, if we can find some of the articles stolen in the robberies I'm speaking of, it will be a strong proof that Marner is one of the chiefs of the gang, and that may lead to further discoveries." "You had better come with us, John," Captain Dave said. "You know our goods better than I do myself. Will you come, Cyril?" "I should be of no use in identifying the goods, sir, and I am due in half an hour at one of my shops." The search was an exhaustive one. There was no appearance of an underground cellar, but on some of the boards of the shop being taken up, it was found that there was a large one extending over the whole house. This contained an immense variety of goods. In one corner was a pile of copper bolts that Captain Dave and John were able to claim at once, as they bore the brand of the maker from whom they obtained their stock. There were boxes of copper and brass ship and house fittings, and a very large quantity of rope, principally of the sizes in which the stock had been found deficient, but to these Captain Dave was unable to swear. In addition to these articles, the cellar contained a number of chests, all of which were found to be filled with miscellaneous articles of wearing apparel, rolls of silk, velvet, cloth, and other materials, curtains, watches, clocks, ornaments of all kinds, and a considerable amount of plate. As among these were many articles which answered to the descriptions given of goods that had been stolen from country houses, the whole were impounded by the chief constable and carried away in carts. The upper part of the house was carefully searched, the walls tapped, wainscoting pulled down, and the floors carefully examined. Several hiding places were found, but nothing of any importance discovered in them. "I should advise you," the chief constable said to Captain Dave, "to put in a claim for every article corresponding with those you have lost. Of course, if anyone else comes forward and also puts in a claim, the matter will have to be gone into, and if neither of you can absolutely swear to the things, I suppose you will have to settle it somehow between you. If no one else claims them, you will get them all without question, for you can swear that, to the best of your knowledge and belief, that they are yours, and bring samples of your own goods to show that they exactly correspond with them. I have no doubt that a good deal of the readily saleable stuff, such as ropes, brass sheaves for blocks, and things of that sort, will have been sold, but it is clear that there is a good deal of your stuff in the stock found below. I hope your loss will not be very great. There is no doubt it has been a splendid find for us, and it is likely enough that we shall discover among those boxes goods that have been obtained from a score of robberies in London, and likely enough in the country. We have arrested 3 men we found in the place, and 2 women, and may get from some of them information that will enable us to lay hands on some of the others concerned in these robberies." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Kidnapped. That afternoon, Captain Dave went down to Bridewell and had an interview with Tom Frost in the presence of the master of the prison.
"Well, Tom, I never expected to have to come to see you in a place like this."
"I'm glad I am here, master," the boy said earnestly, with tears in his eyes. "I don't mind if they hang me. I would rather anything than to go on as I have been doing. I knew it must come, and whenever I heard anyone walk into the shop I made sure it was a constable. I'm ready to tell everything, master. I know I deserve whatever I shall get, but that won't hurt me half as much as it has done. Having to go on living in the house with you, and knowing I was helping to rob you all along."
"Anything you say must be taken down," the officer said, "and I can't promise it will make any difference in your sentence."
"I do not care anything about that. I'm going to tell the truth."
"Very well, then. I will take down anything you say, but wait a minute."
He went to the door of the room and called.
"Is the chief constable in?" he asked a man who came up. "If he is, ask him to stop in here."
A minute later the chief constable came in.
"This prisoner wishes to make a confession, Master Holmes. I thought it best that you should be here. You can hear what he says then, and it may help you in your inquiry. Besides, you may think of questions on points he may not mention. He understands that he is speaking entirely of his own free will, and I have given him no promise whatever that his so doing will alter his sentence, although no doubt it will be taken into consideration." "Quite so," the constable said. "This is not a case where the prisoner would be ordinarily permitted to turn King's evidence against the others, because, as they were caught in the act, no such evidence is necessary. We know all about the thing that was done and who did it."
"I want to tell how I first came to rob my master," the boy said. "I never thought of robbing him. When I came up to London, my father said to me, 'Whatever you do, Tom, be honest. They say there are rogues up in London. Don't you have anything to do with them?' One evening, about a year ago, I went out with Robert and went to a shop near the wall at Aldgate. I had never been there before, but Robert knew the master, who was the old man who was taken in the lane. Robert said the man was a relation of his father's and had been kind to him. We sat down and talked for a time, and then Robert, who was sitting close to me, moved for something and put his hand against my pocket. 'Hello,' he said, 'what have you got there?' 'Nothing,' I said. 'Oh, haven't you?' He put his hand in my pocket and brought out 10 guineas. 'Hello,' he said, 'where did you get these? You told me yesterday you had not got a groat. Why, you young villain, you must have been robbing the till.' I was so frightened that I could not say anything, except I did not know how they came there, and I could swear that I had not touched the till. I was too frightened to think then, but I have since thought that the guineas were never in my pocket at all, but were in Robert's hand." "That won't do, boy," the man said. "It is clear that you are a thief. I saw Robert take them from your pocket, and as an honest man it is my duty to take you to your master and tell him what sort of an apprentice he has. You are young, and you will get off with a whipping at the pillory, and that will teach you that honesty is the best policy." So he got his hat and put it on, and took me by the collar as if to haul me out into the street. I went down on my knees to beg for mercy, and at last he said that he would keep the matter quiet if I would swear to do everything that Robert told me. And I was so frightened that I swore to do so. For a bit there wasn't any stealing, but Robert used to take me out over the roof, and we used to go out together and go places where there were 2 or 3 men, and they gave us wine. Then Robert proposed that we should have a look through the warehouse. I did not know what he meant, but as we went through, he filled his pockets with things and told me to take some too. I said I would not. Then he threatened to raise the alarm and said that when Captain Dave came down he would say that he heard me get up and come down by the rope onto the warehouse, and that he had followed me to see what I was doing, and had found me in the act of taking goods, and that, as he had before caught me with money stolen from the till, as a friend of his could testify, he felt that it was his duty to summon you at once. I know I ought to have refused, and to have him call you down, but I was too frightened. At last I agreed to do what he told me, and ever since then we have been robbing you." "What have you done with the money you got for the things?" the constable asked. "I had a groat sometimes," the boy said, "but that is all. Robert said at first I should have a share, but I said that I would have nothing to do with it. I did as he ordered me because I could not help it. Though I have taken a groat or 2 sometimes, that is all I have had." "Do you know anything about how much Robert had?" "No, sir. I never saw him paid any money. I suppose that he had some,
because he has said sometimes he would set up a shop for himself down at some seaport town when he was out of his apprenticeship, but I have never seen him with any money beyond a little silver. I don't know what he used to do when he had given the things to the men that met us in the lane. I used always to come straight back to bed, but generally he went out with them. I used to fasten the gate after him, and he got back over the wall by a rope. Most times he didn't come back until a little before daybreak. Were they always the same men you met in the lane? No, sir. The master of the shop was very seldom there. The big man has come for at least 3 or 4 months. And there were 2 other men. They used to be waiting for us together until the big man came. But since then, one or the other of them came with him, except when the master of the shop was there himself. Describe them to me. The boy described them as well as he could. Could you swear to them if you saw them? I think so. Of course, sometimes it was moonlight, and I could see their faces well, and besides, the light of the lantern often fell upon their faces. The constable nodded. The descriptions answer exactly, he said to Captain Dave, to the 2 men we found in the shop. The place was evidently the headquarters of a gang of thieves. Please, sir, the boy said, would you have me shut up in another place? I'm afraid of being with the others. They have sworn they will kill me if I say a word, and when I get back they will ask me who I have seen and what I have said. Captain Dave took the other 2 men aside. Could you not let the boy come home with me? He said. I believe his story is a true one. He's been terrified into helping that rascal Robert Ashford. Of course, he himself was of no good to them, but they were obliged to force him into it, as otherwise he would have found out Robert's absences and might have reported them to me. I will give you what bail you like, and will undertake to produce him whenever he is required. I could not do that myself, the constable said, but I will go round to the court now with the boy's confession, and I have no doubt the alderman will let him go. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't let him stir out of the house after dark. We have no doubt that there is a big gang concerned in this robbery, and the others of which we found booty at the receivers. They would not know how much this boy could tell about them, but if he went back to you, they would guess he had peached. If he went out after dark, the chances would be against his ever coming back again. No, I think of it, I'm sure you'd better let him stay where he is. The master will put him apart from the others and make him comfortable. You see, at present we have no clue as to the men concerned in the robberies. You may be sure that they are watching every move on our part, and if they knew that this boy was out, they might take the alarm and make off. Well, if you think so, I'll leave him here. I'm sure that would be the best plan. Will you make him comfortable, Master Halroyd? Yes, you need not worry about him, Captain Dowsett. Then he turned to the boy. You'll be moved away from the others, Tom, Captain Dave said, and Mr. Halroyd has promised to make you comfortable. Oh, Captain Dave, the boy burst out, will you forgive me? I don't mind being punished, but if you knew how awfully miserable I have been all this time, knowing that I was robbing you while you were so kind to me, I think you would forgive me. I forgive you, Tom, Captain Dave said, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. I hope that this will be a lesson to you all your life. You see, all this has come upon you because you are a coward. If you'd been a brave lad, you would have said, Take me to my master. You might have been sure that I would have heard your story as well as yours, and I don't think I should have decided against you under the circumstances. It was only your word against Robert's, and his taking you to this man's and finding the money in your pocket in so unlikely a way would certainly have caused me to have suspicions. There's nothing so bad as cowardice. It is the father of all faults. A coward is certain to be a liar, for he will not hesitate to tell any falsehood to shelter him from the consequences of a fault. In your case, you see, cowardice has made you a thief, and in some cases it might drive a man to commit a murder. However, lad, I forgive you freely. You have been weak, and your weakness has made you a criminal, but it has been against your own will. When all this is over, I will see what can be done for you. You may live to be an honest man and a good citizen yet. 2 days later, Cyril was returning home late in the evening after being engaged longer than usual in making up a number of accounts for one of his customers. He had come through Leadenhall Street and had entered the lane where the capture of the thieves had been made, when he heard a footstep behind him. He turned half round to see who was following him, when he received a tremendous blow on the head which struck him senseless to the ground. After a time he was dimly conscious that he was being carried along, He was unable to move. There was something in his mouth that prevented him from calling out, and his head was muffled in a cloak. He felt too weak and confused to struggle. A minute later he heard a voice that sounded below him say, "Have you got him?" "I've got him, all right," was the answer of the man who was carrying him. Then he felt that he was being carried down some stairs. Someone took him, and he was thrown roughly down, and there was a slight rattling noise, followed by a regular sound. He wondered vaguely what it was, but as his senses came back it flashed upon him. It was the sound of oars. He was in a boat. It was some time before he could think why he should be in a boat. He had doubtless been carried off by some of the friends of the prisoners, partly perhaps to prevent his giving evidence against them, partly from revenge for the part he played in the discovery of the crime. In a few minutes the sound of the oars ceased, and there was a bump as the boat struck against something hard. Then he was lifted up, and someone took hold of him from above. He was carried a few steps and roughly thrust in somewhere. There was the sound of something heavy being thrown down above him, and then, for a long time, he knew nothing more. When he became conscious again, he was able, as he lay there, to come to a distinct conclusion as to where he was. He had been kidnapped, carried off, taken out in a boat to some craft anchored in the river, and was now in the hold. He felt almost suffocated. The wrap around his head prevented his breathing freely. The gag in his mouth pressed on his tongue and gave him severe pain, while his head ached acutely from the effects of the blow. The first thing to do was, if possible, to free his hands, as to relieve himself from the gag and muffling. An effort or two soon showed him that he was but loosely bound. Doubtless the man who had attacked him had not wasted much time in securing his arms, believing that the blow would be sufficient to keep him quiet until he was safe on board ship. It was, therefore, without much difficulty that he managed to free one of his hands, and it was then an easy task to get rid of the rope altogether. The cloak was pulled from his face, and feeling for his knife he cut the lashings of the gag and removed it from his mouth. He lay quiet for a few minutes, panting from his exhaustion, putting up his hand as he felt a beam about a foot above his body. He was then in a hold already stored with cargo. The next thing was to shift his position among the barrels and bales upon which he was lying until he found a comparatively level spot. He was in too great pain to think of sleep. His head throbbed fiercely, and he suffered from intense thirst. From time to time heavy footsteps passed overhead. Presently he heard a sudden rattling of blocks and the flapping of a sail. Then he noticed that there was a slight change in the level of his position, and knew that the craft was under way on her voyage down the river. It seemed an immense time to him before he saw a faint gleam of light, and edging himself along found himself again under the hatchway, through a crack in which the light was shining. It was some hours before the hatch was lifted off, and he saw two men looking down. "Water," he said. "I'm dying of thirst." "Bring a pannikin of water," one of the men said. "But first give us a hand, and we'll have him on deck." Stooping down, they took Cyril by the shoulders and hoisted him out. "He's a decent-looking young chap," the speaker went on. "I would have seen to him before if I had known him to be so bad. These fellows didn't tell us they had hurt him. Here's the water, young fellow. Can you sit up to drink it?" Cyril sat up and drank off the contents of the pannikin. "Why, the back of your head is covered with blood," the man who had before spoken said. "You must have had an ugly knock." "I don't care so much for that," Cyril replied. "It's the gag that hurt me. My tongue is so much swollen I can hardly speak." "Well, you can stay here on deck if you'll give me your promise not to hail any craft we may pass. If you won't do that, I must put you down under hatches again." "I will promise that willingly," Cyril said, "the more so that I can scarce speak above a whisper. Mind, if you do as much as wave a hand or do anything to bring an eye on us, down you go into the hold again, and when you come up the next time it will be to go overboard. Now, just put your head over the rail, and I'll pour a few buckets of water over it. I agreed to get you out of the way, but I have no grudge against you and don't want to do you harm." Getting a bucket with a rope tied to the handle, he dipped it into the river and poured half a dozen pailfuls over Cyril's head. The lad felt greatly refreshed, and, sitting down on the deck, was able to look round. The craft was a coaster of about 20 tons burden. There were 3 men on deck besides the man who had spoken to him, and who was evidently the skipper. Besides these, a boy occasionally put up his head from a hatchway forward. There was a pile of barrels and empty baskets amidship, and the men presently began to wash down the decks and to tidy up the ropes and gear lying about. The shore on both sides was flat, and Cyril was surprised at the width of the river. Behind them was a small town standing on higher ground. "What place is that?" he asked a sailor who passed near him. "That's Gravesend." A few minutes afterwards the boy again put up his head out of the hatchway and shouted, "Breakfast!" "Can you eat anything, youngster?" the skipper asked Cyril. "No, thank you. My head aches too much, and my mouth is so sore I'm sure I could not get anything down." "Well, then you had best lie down, then, with your head on that coil of rope. I allow you did not sleep much last night." In a few minutes Cyril was sound asleep, and when he awoke the sun was setting. "You've had a good bout of it, lad," the skipper said as he raised himself on his elbow and looked round. "How are you feeling now?" "A great deal better," Cyril said as he rose to his feet. "Supper will be ready in a few minutes. If you can manage to get down a bit, it will do you good." "I will try, anyhow," Cyril said. "I think that I feel hungry." The land was now but a faint line on either hand. A gentle breeze was blowing from the southwest, and the craft was running along over the smooth water at the rate of 3 or 4 miles an hour. Cyril wondered where he was being taken to, and what was going to be done with him, but determined to ask no questions. The skipper was evidently a kind-hearted man, although he might be engaged in lawless business, but it was as well to wait until he chose to open the subject. As soon as the boy hailed, the captain led the way to the hatchway. They descended a short ladder into the forecastle, which was low but roomy. Supper consisted of boiled skate, a fish Cyril had never tasted before, oaten bread, and beer. His mouth was still sore, but he managed to make a hearty meal of fish, though he could not manage the hard bread. One of the men was engaged at the helm, but the other two shared the meal, all being seated on lockers that ran round the cabin. The fish were placed on an earthenware dish, each man cutting off slices with his jackknife and using his bread as a platter. Little was said while the meal went on, but when they went on deck again, the skipper, having put another man at the tiller, while the man released went forward to get his supper, said, "Well, I think you're in luck, lad." Cyril opened his eyes in surprise. "You don't think so?" the man went on. "I don't mean that you're in luck in being knocked out and carried off, but that you're not floating down the river at present instead of walking the deck here. I can only suppose that they thought your body might be picked up, and that it would go all the harder with the prisoners if it were proved that you had been put out of the way. You don't look like an informer either." "I'm not an informer," Cyril said indignantly. "I found that my employer was being robbed, and I aided him to catch the thieves. I don't call that informing. That is when a man betrays others engaged in the same work as himself." Well, it makes no difference to me," the skipper said. "I was engaged by a man with whom I do business sometimes to take a fellow who had been troublesome out of the way, and to see that he did not come back again for some time. I bargained that there was to be no foul play. I don't hold with things of that sort. As to carrying down a bale of goods sometimes, or taking a few kegs of spirits from a French lugger, I see no harm in it. But when it comes to cutting throats, I wash my hands of it. I'm sorry now that I brought you off, though maybe if I had refused they would have put a knife to you and chucked you into the river. However, now that I have got you, I must go through with it. I ain't a man to go back on my word, and what I says I always sticks to. Still, I'm sorry I had anything to do with the business. You look to me a decent young gentleman, though your looks and your clothes have not been improved by what you have gone through. Well, at any rate, I promise you that no harm shall come to you as long as you are in my hands." "And how long is that likely to be, Captain?" That is more than I can tell you. I don't want to do you harm, lad, and more than that, I will prevent other people from doing you harm as long as you are on board this craft. But more than that I can't say. It is likely enough I shall have trouble in keeping that promise, and I can't go a step farther. There is many a man who would have chucked you overboard, and so have got rid of the trouble altogether, and of the risk of its being afterwards proved that he had a hand in getting you out of the way." "I feel that, Captain," Cyril said, "and I thank you heartily for your kind treatment of me. I promise you that if at any time I am set ashore and find my way back to London, I shall say no word which can get you into trouble." There is Tom coming up on deck. You'd better turn in. You've had a good sleep, but I have no doubt that you can do with some more, and a night's rest will set you up. You take the left-hand locker. The boy sleeps in the right hand, and we have bunks overhead." Cyril was soon soundly asleep, and did not wake when the others turned in. He was alone in the cabin when he opened his eyes, but the sun was shining brightly through the open hatchway. He sprang up and went on deck. The craft was at anchor. No land could be seen to the south, but to the north a low shore stretched away 3 or 4 miles distant. There was scarcely a breath of wind. "Well, you've had a good sleep, lad," the captain said. "You had best dip that bucket overboard and have a wash. You'll feel better after it. Now, boys, slip down and get your fire going. We shall be ready for breakfast as soon as it is ready for us." Cyril soused his head with the cold water and felt, as the captain had said, all the better for it, for the air in the little cabin was close and stuffy, and he had felt hot and feverish before his wash. "The wind died out, you see," the captain said, "and we had to anchor when tide turned at 2 o'clock. There was a dark line behind us, and as soon as the wind reaches us, we will up anchor. The force of the tide is spent." The wind, however, continued very light, and the vessel did little more than drift with the tide, and when it turned at 2 o'clock, they had to drop anchor again close under some high land, on the top of which stood a lofty tower. "That is a landmark," the captain said. "There are some bad sands outside us, and that stands as a mark for vessels coming through." Cyril had enjoyed the quiet passage much. The wound at the back of his head still smarted, and he had felt disinclined for any exertion. More than once, in spite of the good allowance of sleep he had had, he dozed off as he sat on the deck with his back against the bulwark, watching the shore as they drifted slowly past it, and wondering vaguely how it would all end. They had been anchored but half an hour when the captain ordered the men to the windlass. "There's a breeze coming, lads," he said, "and even if it only lasts for an hour, it will take us round the head and far enough into the bay to get into the tide running up the rivers." The breeze, however, when it came, held steadily, and in 2 hours they were off Harwich. But on coming opposite the town, they turned off up the Orwell, and anchored, after dark, at the small village some 6 miles up the river. "If you'll give me your word, lad, that you will not try to escape, and will not communicate with anyone who may come off from the shore, I will continue to treat you as a passenger. If not, I must fasten you up in the cabin and keep a watch over you." "I will promise, Captain. I should not know where to go if I landed. I heard you say there's Harwich steeple when we first came in sight of it, but where that is I have no idea, nor how far we are from London. As I have not a penny in my pocket, I should find it well nigh impossible to make my way to town, which may, for aught I know, be 100 miles away. For, in truth, I know but little of the geography of England, having been brought up in France, and not having been out of sight of London since I came over." Just as he was speaking, the splash of an oar was heard close by. "Up, men," the captain said in a low tone to those on the forecastle. "Bring up the cutlasses." "Who is that?" he called, hailing the boat. "Merry men all," was the reply. "All right. Come alongside. You saw our signal, then?" Aye, we saw it. But there is an officer with a boatload of sailors ashore from the king's ship at Harwich. He is spending the evening with the revenue captain here, and we had to wait until the 2 men left in charge of the boat went up to join their comrades at the tavern. What have you got for us?" 6 boxes and a lot of dunnage, such as cables, chains, and some small anchors." "Well, you'd better wait for an hour before you take the hatches off. You will hear the gig with the sailors row past soon. The tide has begun to run down strong, and I expect the officer won't be long before he moves. As soon as he is gone, he will come out again. We will take the goods up half a mile farther. The revenue man on that beat has been paid to keep his eyes shut, and we shall get them all stored in a hut a mile away in the woods before daybreak. You know the landing place. There will be water enough for us to row in there for another 2 hours." The boat rowed away to shore, which was not more than 100 yards distant. A little later they heard a stir on the strand. Then came the sound of oars, and 2 minutes later a boat shot past close to them, and then, bearing away, rowed down the river. "Now, lads," the captain said, Get the hatches off. The wind is coming more offshore, which is all the better for us. But do not make more noise than you can help." The hatches were taken off, and the men proceeded to get up a number of barrels and bales, some sailcloth being thrown on the deck to deaden the sound. Lanterns, passed down into the hold, gave them light for their operations. "This is a lot," one of the sailors said presently. 6 large boxes were then passed up and put apart from the others. Then followed 8 or 10 coils of rope, a quantity of chains, some kedge anchors, a number of blocks, 5 rolls of canvas, and some heavy bags that, by the sound they made when they were laid down, Cyril judged to contain metal articles of some sort. Then the other goods were lowered into the hold and the hatches replaced. The work had scarcely concluded when the boat again came alongside, this time with 4 men on board. Scarcely a word was spoken as the goods were transferred to the boat. "Will you be going tomorrow?" one of the men in the boat asked. "Yes, I shall get up to Ipswich on the top of the tide. That is, if I don't stick fast in this crooked channel. My cargo is all either for Ipswich or Aldborough. But now let us turn in," as the boatmen made their way up the river. "We must be under way before daylight, or else we shall not save the tide down tomorrow evening. I am glad we have got that lot safely off. I always feel uncomfortable until we get rid of that part of the cargo. If it wasn't that it paid better than the rest together, I would not have anything to do with it." Cyril was very glad to lie down on the locker when the men turned into their berths overhead. He had not yet fully recovered from the effects of the blow he had received, but in spite of the aching of his head he was soon sound asleep. It seemed to him that he had scarcely closed his eyes when he was roused by the captain's voice. "Tumble up, lads! The light is beginning to show." 10 minutes later they were under way. The breeze had almost died out, and after sailing for some 2 miles in nearly a straight course, the boat was thrown over. 2 men got into it, and fastening a rope to the ketch's bow, proceeded to tow her along, the captain taking the helm. To Cyril's surprise, they turned off almost at right angles to the course they had before been following, and made straight for the opposite shore. They approached it so closely that Cyril expected that in another moment the craft would take ground, when, at a shout from the captain, the men in the boat started off parallel with the shore, taking the craft's head round. For the next 3/4 of an hour they pursued a serpentine course, the boy standing in the chains and heaving the lead continually. At last the captain shouted, "You can come on board now, lads. We are in the straight channel at last." 20 minutes later they again dropped their anchor opposite a town of considerable size. "That is Ipswich, lad," the captain said. "It is as nasty a place to get into as there is in England, unless you have got the wind due aft." The work of unloading began at once, and was carried on until after dark. "That's the last of them," the captain said to Cyril's satisfaction. "We can be off now when the tide turns, and if we hadn't got clear tonight we might have lost hours, for there is no getting these people on shore to understand that the loss of tide means the loss of a day, and that it is no harder to get up and do your work at 1 hour than it is at another. I shall have a clean-up now and go ashore. I have got your promise, lad, that you won't try to escape?" Cyril assented, standing on the deck there with the river bank but 20 yards away. It seemed hard that he should not be able to escape, but, as he told himself, he would not have been standing there if it had not been for that promise, and would have been lying tightly bound down in the hold. Cyril and the men were asleep when the captain came aboard, the boy alone remaining up to fetch him off the boat when he hailed. "There's no wind, Captain," Cyril said as the anchor was got up. "No, lad, I'm glad there is not. We can drop down with the tide and the boat towing us. But if there was a headwind, we might have to stop here until it either dropped or shifted. I've been here 3 weeks at a spell. I got some news ashore," he went on as he took his place at the helm, where the 3 men rowed the boat ahead. "A man I sometimes bring things to told me that he heard that there had been an attempt to rescue the men concerned in that robbery. I heard, before I left London, it was likely that it would be attempted. There are a lot of people concerned in that affair, one way and another, and I knew they would move heaven and earth to get them out, for if any of them peached, there would be such a haul as the constables never made in the city before. Word was passed to the prisoners to be ready, and as they were taken from the Guildhall to Newgate, there was a sudden rush made. The constables were not caught napping, and there was a tough fight, till the citizens ran out of their shops and took part with them, and the men, who were sailors, watermen, longshoremen, and rascals of all sorts, bolted. But 2 of the prisoners were missing. One was, I heard, an apprentice who was mixed up in the affair, and no one saw him go. They say he must have stooped down and wriggled away into the crowd. The other was a man they called Black Dick. He struck down 2 constables, broke through the crowd, and got clean away. There was a great hue and cry, but so far nothing has been heard of them. They'll be kept in hiding somewhere till there is a chance of getting them through the gates or on board a craft lying in the river. Our men made a mess of it, or they would have got them all off. I hear they were all in a fine taking that Marner was safely lodged in Newgate with the others taken in his house. He knows so much that if he chose to peach, he could hang a score of men. Black Dick could tell a good deal, but he wasn't in all the secrets, and they say Marner was really the head of the band and had a finger in pretty nigh every robbery through the country. All those taken in his place are also in Newgate, and they say the constables are searching the city like ferrets in a rabbit warren, and that several other arrests have been made.
I'm not sorry the apprentice got away, Cyril said. He's a bad fellow, there's no doubt, and by the look he gave me he would do me harm if he got a chance, but I suppose that is only natural. As to the other man, he looked to me to be a desperate villain, and he also gave me so evil a look that, though he was in the dock with a constable on either side of him, I felt horribly uncomfortable, especially when I heard what sort of man he was.
What did they say of him?
They said they believed he was a man named Ephraim Fowler, who had murdered the skipper and mate of a coaster, and then went off in the boat.
Is that the man? Then truly I do regret that he has escaped. I knew both John Moore, the master, and George Monson, the mate, and many a flagon of beer we have emptied together. If I had known the fellow's whereabouts, I would have put the constables on to his track. I'm heartily sorry now, boy, that I had a hand in carrying you off, though maybe it is best for you that it has been so. If I hadn't taken you, someone else would, and more than likely you would have not fared so well as you have done, for some of them would have saved themselves all further trouble and risk by chucking you overboard as soon as they were well out of the pool.
Can't you put me ashore now, Captain?
No, boy. I have given my word and taken many money, and I am not one to fail to carry out a bargain because I find I have made a bad one. They have trusted me with thousands of pounds worth of goods, and I have no reason to complain of their pay, and I am not going to turn my back on them now that they have got into trouble. Besides, though I would trust you not to round upon me, I would not trust them. If you were to turn up in London, they would know that I had sold them, and Marner would soon hear of it. There's a way of getting messages to a man even in prison. Then you may be sure that if he said nothing else, he would take good care to let out that I was the man who used to carry their booty away, sometimes to quiet places on the coast, and sometimes across to Holland. And the first time I dropped anchor in the pool, I should find myself seized and thrown into limbo. Oh, lad, I must carry out my agreement, which is that I am not to land you in England, and that I am to take you across to Holland or elsewhere. The elsewhere meaning that if you fall overboard by the way, there will be no complaints as to the breach of the agreement. That is, in fact, what they really meant, though they did not actually put it into words. They said, we have a boy who is an informer, and has been the means of Marner being seized and his place broken up, and there is no saying that a score of us may not get a rope around our necks. In consequences, we want him carried away. What you do with him is nothing to us so long as he don't set foot in England again. Will Holland suit you? I'm going across there, I said, after touching at Ipswich and Aldborough. It would be much safer for you and everyone else if it happened that he falls over before he gets there. However, we will call it Holland.
Then if I were to fall overboard, Cyril said with a smile, you would not be breaking your agreement, Captain. I might fall overboard tonight, you know.
I would not advise it, lad. You had much better stay where you are. I don't say I mightn't anchor off Harwich, and that if you fell overboard you couldn't manage to swim ashore, but I tell you I would not give 2 pence for your life when you got back to London, It is to the interest of a score of men to keep Marner's mouth shut. They have shown their willingness to help him as far as they could by getting you out of the way. And if you go back, they would have your life the first time you ventured out of doors after dark. They would be afraid Marner would suppose they had sold him if you were to turn up at his trial. And as like as not, he would round on the whole lot. Besides, I don't think it would be over safe for me the first time I showed myself in London afterwards. For though I never said that I would do it, I have no doubt they reckoned that I should chuck you overboard, and if you were to make your appearance in London, they would certainly put it down that I had sold them. You keep yourself quiet, and I will land you in Holland, but not as they would expect, without a penny or a friend. I will put you into good hands, and arrange that you should be sent back again as soon as the trial is over."
"Thank you very much, Captain. I have no relations in London, and no friends except my employer, Captain David Dowsett, and by this time he will have made up his mind that I am dead, and it won't make much difference whether I return in 4 or 5 days or as many weeks."
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Narrow Escape. The Eliza, for this Cyril, after leaving Ipswich, learnt was her name, unloaded the rest of her cargo at Aldborough, and then sailed across to Rotterdam. The skipper fulfilled his promise by taking Cyril to the house of one of the men with whom he did business, and arranging with him to board the boy until word came that he could safely return to England. The man was a diamond cutter, and to him packets of jewelry and gems that could not be disposed of in England had often been brought over by the captain. The latter had nothing to do with the pecuniary arrangements, which were made direct by Marner, and he had only to hand over the packets and take back sums of money to England. "You understand," the captain said to Cyril, "that I have not said a word touching the matter for which you are here. I had only told him that it had been thought it was well you should be out of England for a time. Of course he understood that you were wanted for an affair in which you had taken part, but it matters not what he thinks. I have paid him for a month's board for you, and here are £3, which will be enough to pay for your passage back if I myself should not return. If you do not hear from me or see the Eliza within 4 weeks, there is no reason why you should not take passage back. The trial will be over by that time, and as the members of the gang have done their part in preventing you from appearing, I see not why they should have further grudge against you." "I cannot thank you too much for your kindness, Captain. I trust that when I get back you will call at Captain Dowsett's store in Tower Street, so that I may see you again and thank you. I know the captain himself will welcome you heartily when I tell him how kindly you have treated me. He will be almost as glad as myself to see you. I suppose you could not take him a message or letter from me now?" "I think not, lad. It would never do for him to be able to say at the trial he had learnt you had been kidnapped. They might write over here to the Dutch authorities about you. There is one thing further. From what I heard when I landed yesterday, it seems that there is likely to be war between Holland and England." "I heard talk of it in London," Cyril said, "but I do not rightly understand the cause, nor did I inquire much about the matter. It is something about the colonies and our taxing of their goods, but I don't rightly understand the quarrel, except that the Dutch think, now that Blake is gone and our ships for the most part laid up, they may be able to take their revenge for the lickings we have given them. Should there be war, as you say you speak French as well as English, I should think you had best make your way to Dunkirk as a young Frenchman, and from there you could find no difficulty in crossing to England." "I know Dunkirk well, Captain, having indeed lived there all my life. I should have no difficulty in travelling through Holland as a French boy." "If there is a war," the captain said, "I shall of course come here no more, but it may be that you will see me at Dunkirk. French brandy sells as well as Dutch Schiedam, and if I cannot get one, I may perhaps get the other. And there is less danger in coming to Dunkirk and making across to Harwich than there is in landing from Calais or Nantes on the south coast, where the revenue men are much more alert than they are at Harwich." "Are you not afraid of getting your boat captured? You said it was your own."
"Not much, lad. I bring over a regular cargo, and the kegs are stowed away under the floor of the cabin, and I run them at Pinmill. That is the place where we anchored the night before we got to Ipswich. I have been overhauled a good many times, but the cargo always looks right, and after searching it for a bit, they conclude that it is all regular. You see, I don't bring over a great quantity. 15 or 20 kegs is as much as I can stow away, and it is a long way safer being content with a small profit than trying to make a big one." Cyril parted with regret from the captain, whose departure had been hastened by a report that war might be declared at any moment, in which case the Eliza might have been detained for a considerable time. He had, therefore, been working almost night and day to get in his cargo, and Cyril had remained on board until the last moment. He had seen the diamond dealer but once, and hoped that he should not meet him often, for he felt certain that awkward questions would be asked him. This man was in the habit of having dealings with Marner, and had doubtless understood from the captain that he was in some way connected with his gang, and were he to find out the truth, he would view him with the reverse of a friendly eye. He had told him that he was to take his meals with his clerk, and Cyril hoped, therefore, that he should seldom see him. He wandered about the wharf until it became dark. Then he went in and took supper with the clerk. As the latter spoke Dutch only, there was no possibility of conversation. Cyril was thinking of going up to his bed when there was a ring at the bell. The clerk went to answer it, leaving the door open as he went out, and Cyril heard a voice ask, in English, if Herr Schweindorf was in. The clerk said something in Dutch. "The fool does not understand English, Robert," the man said. "Tell him," he said in a louder voice to the clerk, "that 2 persons from England, you understand, who have only just arrived, want to see him on particular business. There, don't be blocking up the door. Just go and tell your master what I told you." He pushed his way into the passage, and the clerk, seeing there was nothing else to do, went upstairs. A minute later he came down again and made a sign for them to follow him. As they went up, Cyril stole out and looked after them. The fact that they had come from England, and that one of them was named Robert, and that they had business with this man who was in connection with Marner, had excited his suspicions, but he felt a shiver of fear run through him as he recognized the figures of Robert Ashford and the man who was called Black Dick. He remembered the expression of hatred with which they had regarded him in the court, and felt that his danger would be great indeed did they hear that he was in Rotterdam. A moment's thought convinced him that they would most certainly learn this at once from his host. The letter would naturally mention that the captain had left a lad in his charge who was, as he believed, connected with them. They would denounce him as an enemy instead of a friend. The diamond merchant would expel him from his house, terrified at the thought that he possessed information as to his dealings with the band in England, and once beyond the door he would, in this strange town, be at the mercy of his enemies. Cyril's first impulse was to run back into the room, seize his cap, and fly. He waited, however, until the clerk came down again, and he put his cap carelessly on his head. "I'm going for a walk," he said, waving his hand vaguely. The man nodded, went with him to the door, and Cyril heard him put up the bar after he had gone out. He walked quietly away, for there was no fear of immediate pursuit. Black Dick had probably brought over some more jewels to dispose of, and that business would be transacted before there would be any talk of other matters. It might be a quarter of an hour before they heard that he was an inmate of the house. Then, when they went downstairs with the dealer, they would hear that he had gone out for a walk and would await his return, so that he had 2 or 3 hours at least before there would be any search. It was early yet. Some of the boats might be discharging by torchlight. At any rate, he might hear of a ship starting in the morning. He went down to the wharf. Boats were landing fish, and larger craft were discharging or taking in cargo, but his inability to speak Dutch prevented his asking questions. He crossed over to the other side of the road. The houses were principally stores or drinking taverns. In the window of one was stuck up, "English and French spoken here." He went inside, walked up to the bar, and called for a glass of beer in English. "You speak English, landlord?" he asked as the mug was placed before him. The latter nodded. "I want to take passage either to England or to France," he said. "I came out here but a few days ago, and I hear there is going to be trouble between the 2 countries. It will, therefore, be of no use my going on to Amsterdam. I wish to get back again, for I am told that if I delay I may be too late. I cannot speak Dutch, and therefore cannot inquire if any boat will be sailing in the morning for England or Dunkirk. I have acquaintances in Dunkirk and speak French, so it makes no difference to me whether I go there or to England." "My boy speaks French," the landlord said, "and if you like he can go along the port with you. Of course, you will give him something for his trouble." "Willingly," Cyril said, "and be much obliged to you in the bargain." The landlord left the bar and returned in a minute with a boy 12 years old. "He does not speak French very well," he said, "but I dare say it would be enough for your purpose. I have told him that you want to take ship to England, or that, if you cannot find one, to Dunkirk. If that will not do, Ostend might suit you. They speak French there, and there are boats always going between there and England." "That would do, though I should prefer the other." "There would be no difficulty at any other time of getting a boat for England, but I don't know whether you will do so now. They have been clearing off for some days, and I doubt if you will find an English ship in port now, though of course there may be those who have been delayed for their cargo." Cyril went out with the boy, and after making many inquiries learnt that there was but one English vessel still in port. However, Cyril told his guide that he would prefer one for Dunkirk if they could find one, for if war were declared before the boat sailed, she might be detained. After some search they found a coasting scow that would sail in the morning. "They will touch at 2 or 3 places," the boy said to Cyril after a talk with the captain. "But if you are not in a hurry, he will take you and land you at Dunkirk for £1. That is, if he finds food. If you find food, he will take you for 8 shillings. He will start at daybreak. Tell him I agree to his price. I don't want the trouble of getting food. As he will be going so early, I will come on board at once. I will get my bundle and will be back in half an hour." He went with the boy to one of the sailors' shops near, bought a rough coat and a thick blanket, and had them wrapped up into a parcel, and then, after paying the boy, went on board. As he expected, he found there were no beds or accommodation for passengers, so he stretched himself on a locker in the cabin, covered himself with his blanket, and put the coat under his head for a pillow. His real reason for choosing this craft in preference to the English ship was that he thought it probable that, when he did not return to the house, it would at once be suspected that he had recognized the visitors and was not going to return at all. In that case they might suspect that he would try to take passage to England, and would, the first thing in the morning, make a search for him on board any English vessels that might be in the port. It would be easy then for them to get him ashore, for the diamond merchant might accuse him of theft, and so get him handed over to him. Rather than run that risk, he would have started on foot had he not been able to find a native craft sailing early in the morning. Failing Dunkirk and Ostend, he would have taken a passage to any other Dutch port, and run his chance of getting a ship from there. The great point was to get away from Rotterdam. The 4 men forming the crew of the scow returned late, and by their loud talk, Cyril, who kept his eyes closed, judged that they were in liquor. In a short time they climbed up to their berths, and all was quiet. At daybreak they were called up by the captain. Cyril lay quiet until, by the rippling of the water against the side, he knew that the craft was under way. He waited a few minutes, and then went up on deck. The scow, clumsy as she looked, was running along fast before a brisk wind, and in an hour Rotterdam lay far behind them. The voyage was a pleasant one. They touched at Dordrecht, at Stierbergen on the mainland, and Flushing, staying a few hours in each place to take in or discharge cargo. After this they made out from the islands and ran along the coast, putting into Ostend and Nieuwpoort, and 4 days after starting entered the port of Dunkirk. Cyril did not go ashore at any of the places at which they stopped. It was possible that war may have been declared with England, and as it might be noticed that he was a foreigner, he would in that case be questioned and arrested. As soon, therefore, as they neared a quay, he went down to the cabin and slept until they got under way again. The food was rough but wholesome. It consisted entirely of fish and black bread, but the sea air gave him a good appetite, and he was in high spirits at the thought that he had escaped from danger and was on his way back again. At Dunkirk he was under the French flag,
and half an hour after landing had engaged a passage to London on a brig that was to sail on the following day. The voyage was a stormy one, and he rejoiced in the possession of his greatcoat, which he had only bought in order that he might have a packet to bring on board the scow, and so avoid exciting any suspicion or question as to his being entirely unprovided with luggage. It was 3 days before the brig dropped anchor in the Pool. As soon as she did so, Cyril hailed a waterman, and spent almost his last remaining coin on being taken to shore. He was glad that it was late in the afternoon, and so dark that his attire would not be noticed. His clothes had suffered considerably from his capture and confinement on board the Eliza, and his greatcoat was of a rough appearance that was very much out of character in the streets of London. He had, however, but a short distance to traverse before he reached the door of the house. He rang the bell, and the door was opened by John Wilkes.
"What is it?"
the latter asked.
"The shop is shut for the night, and I ain't going to open for anyone. At 7:30 in the morning you can get what you want, but not before."
"Don't you know me, John?" Cyril laughed. The old sailor stepped back as if struck with a blow.
"Eh? What?"
he exclaimed.
"Is it you, Cyril? Why, we had all thought you dead. I did not know you in this dim light, and in that big coat you have got on. Come upstairs, master. Captain Dave and the ladies will be glad indeed to see you. They have been mourning for you sadly, I can tell you."
Cyril took off his wrap and hung it on a peg, and then followed John upstairs.
"There, Captain Dave," the sailor said as he opened the door of the sitting-room. "There is a sight for sore eyes, a sight you never thought you would look on again."
For a moment Captain Dave, his wife, and daughter stared at Cyril as if scarce believing their eyes. Then the captain sprang to his feet.
"It's the lad, sure enough. Why, Cyril,"
he went on, seizing him by the hand and shaking it violently,
"we had never thought to see you alive again. We made sure that those pirates had knocked you on the head, and that you were food for fishes by this time. There has been no comforting my good wife, and as to Nellie, if it had been a brother she had lost, she could not have taken it more hardly."
"They did knock me on the head, and very hard, too, Captain Dave. If my skull hadn't been quite so thick, I should, as you say, have been food for fishes before now. That was what they meant me for, and there is no thanks to them that I am here at present. I am sorry that you have all been made so uncomfortable about me."
"We should have been an ungrateful lot indeed if we had not, considering that in the first place you saved us from being ruined by those pirates, and that it was, as we thought, owing to the services you had done us that you had come to your end."
"But where have you been, Master Cyril?" Nellie broke in. "What has happened to you? We have been picturing all sorts of horrors, Mother and I. That evil had befallen you, we were sure, for we knew that you would not go away of a sudden in this fashion without so much as saying good-bye. We feared all the more when 2 days afterwards the wretches were so bold as to attack the constable and to rescue Robert Ashford and another from their hands. Men who would do this in broad daylight would surely hesitate at nothing."
"Let him eat his supper without asking further questions, Nellie," her father said. "It is ill asking one with victuals before him to begin a tale that may, for aught I know, last an hour. Let him have his food, lass, and then I will light my pipe, and John Wilkes shall light his instead of going out for it, and we will all have a yarn in peace and comfort. It spoils a good story to hurry it through. Cyril is here alive and well. Let that content you for a few minutes."
"If I must, I must," Nellie said with a little pout. "But you should remember, Father, that while you have been all your life having adventures of some sort, this is the very first that I have had. For though Cyril is the one to whom it befell, it is all a parcel with the robbery of the house and the capture of the thieves. When does the trial come off, Captain Dave?"
"It came off yesterday. Marner is to be hung at the end of the week. He declared that he was but in the lane by accident when the 2 lads opened the gate. He and the man with him, seeing that they were laden with goods, would have seized them when they themselves were attacked and beaten down. But this ingenuity did not save him. Tom Frost had been admitted as king's evidence and testified that Marner had been several times at the gate with the fellow that escaped to receive the stolen goods. Moreover, there were many articles among those found at his place that I was able to swear to,
besides the proceeds of over a score of burglaries. The 2 men taken in his house will have 15 years in gaol. The women got off scot-free. There was no proof that they had taken part in the robberies, though there is little doubt they knew all about them.
But how did they prove the men were concerned?
They got all the people whose property had been found there, and 4 of these, on seeing the men in the yard at Newgate, were able to swear to them as having been among those who came into their rooms and frightened them well nigh to death. It was just a question whether they would be hung or not, and there was some wonder that the judge let them escape the gallows.
And what has become of Tom?
They kept Tom in the prison till last night. I saw him yesterday, and I am sure the boy is mighty sorry for having been concerned in the matter, being, as I truly believe, terrified into it. I had written down to an old friend of mine who is set up in the same way as myself in Plymouth. Of course I told him all the circumstances, but assured him that according to my belief the boy was not so much to blame, and I was sure the lesson he had had would last him for a life. So I asked him to give Tom another chance, and if he did so, to keep the knowledge of this affair from everyone. I got his answer yesterday morning, telling me to send him down to him. He would give him a fair trial, and if he wasn't altogether satisfied with him, would then get him a berth as a ship's boy. So, last night after dark, he was taken down by John Wilkes and put on board a coaster bound for Plymouth. I would have taken him back here, but after your disappearance I feared that his life would not be safe, for although they had plenty of other cases they could have proved against Marner, Tom's evidence brought this business home to him.
Captain Dave would not allow Cyril to begin his story until the table had been cleared and he and John Wilkes had lighted their pipes. Then Cyril told his adventure, the earlier part of which elicited many exclamations of pity from Dame Dowsett and Mistress Nelly, and some angry ejaculations from the captain when he heard that Black Dick and Robert Ashford had got safely off to Holland.
"By St. Anthony, lad," he broke out when the story had finished, "you had a narrow escape from those villains at Rotterdam. Had it chanced that you were out at the time they came, I would not have given a groat for your life. By all accounts, that fellow Black Dick is a desperate villain. They say they have got hold of evidence enough against him to hang 12 men, and it seems that there is little doubt that he was concerned in several cases where, not content with robbing, the villain had murdered the inmates of lonely houses round London. He had good cause for hating you. It was through you that he had been captured, and had lost his share in all that plunder of the mariners. Well, I trust the villain will never venture to show his face in London again, but there is never any saying. I should like to meet that captain who behaved so well to you, and I will meet him too, and shake him by the hand and tell him that any gear he may want for that catch of his, he is free to come in here to help himself. There is another thing to be thought of. I must go round in the morning to Guildhall and notify the authorities that you have come back. There has been a great hue and cry for you. They have searched the thieves' dens of London from attic to cellar. There have been boats out looking for your body, and on the day after you were missing they overhauled all the ships in the port. Of course the search has died out now, but I must go and tell them, and you will have to give them the story of the affair.
I shan't say a word that will give them a clue that will help them lay hands on the captain. He saved my life, and no one could have been kinder than he was. I would rather go away for a time altogether, for I don't see how I am to tell the story without injuring him."
"Oh, it is awkward, lad. I see that, even if you would not give them the name of the craft, they might find out what vessels went into Ipswich on that morning, and also the names of those that sailed from Rotterdam on the day she left."
"It seems to me, Captain, that the only way will be for me to say the exact truth, namely that I gave my word to the captain that I would say naught of the matter. I could tell how I was struck down, and how I did not recover consciousness until I found myself in a boat, and was lifted aboard a vessel and put down into the hold, and was there kept until morning. I could say when I was let out I found we were far down the river, and the captain expressed great regret when he found out that I had been hurt so badly that he did everything in his power for me, and then after I had been some days on board the ship he offered to land me in Holland and to give me money to pay my fare back here, if I would give my word of honor not to divulge his name or the name of the ship, or that of the port at which he landed me. Of course, they can imprison me for a time if I refuse to tell, but I would rather stay in gaol for a year than say aught that might set them upon the track of Captain Madden. It was not until the day he left me in Holland that I knew his name, for of course the men always called him Captain, and so did I."
"That's the only way I can see out of it, lad. I don't think they will imprison you, after the service you have done in enabling them to break up this gang, bring the head of it to justice, and recover a large amount of property."
So, indeed, on their going to the Guildhall next morning, it turned out. The sitting alderman threatened Cyril with committal to prison unless he gave a full account of all that happened to him, but Captain Dowsett spoke up for him and said boldly that instead of punishment he deserved honour for the great service he had done to justice, and that, moreover, if he were punished for refusing to keep the promise of secrecy he had made, there was little chance in the future of desperate men sparing the lives of those who fell into their hands. They would assuredly murder them in self-defence, if they knew that the law would force them to break any promise of silence they might have made. The magistrate, after consultation with the chief constable, finally came round to this view, and permitted Cyril to leave the court, after praising him warmly for the vigilance he had shown in the protection of his employer's interests. He regretted that he had not been able to furnish them with the name of a man who had certainly been, to some extent, an accomplice of those who had assaulted him, but this was not, however, so much to be regretted, since the man had done all in his power to atone for his actions. "There is no further information you can give us, Master Cyril?" "Only this, your worship, that on the day before I left Holland, I caught sight of the two persons who escaped from the constables. They had just landed." "I am sorry to hear it," the alderman said. "I had hoped that they were still in hiding somewhere in the city, and that the constables might yet be able to lay hands on them. However, I expect that they will be back again ere long. Your ill-doer is sure to return here sooner or later, either with the hope of further gain or because he cannot keep away from his old haunts and companions. If they fall into the hands of the city constables, I will warrant they won't escape again." He nodded to Cyril, who understood that his business was over, and left the court with Captain Dave. "I'm not so anxious as the aldermen seem to be that Black Dick and Robert Ashford should return to London, Captain Dave."
"Oh, I can understand that, Cyril. And even now that you know they are abroad, it would be well to take every precaution, for the others whose business has been sorely interrupted by the capture of that villain Marner may again try to do you harm. No doubt other receivers will fill his place in time, but the loss of a ready market must incommode them much. Plate they can melt down themselves, and I reckon they would have but little difficulty in finding knaves ready to purchase the products of a melting pot, but it is only a man with premises specially prepared for it who will buy goods of all kinds, however bulky, without asking questions about them."
Cyril was now in high favour with Mistress Nelly, and whenever he was not engaged when she went out, he was invited to escort her. One day he went with her to hear a famous preacher hold forth at St. Paul's. Only a portion of the cathedral was used for religious services. The rest was utilized as a sort of public promenade, and here people of all classes met. Gallants of the court, citizens, their wives and daughters, idlers and loungers, thieves and mendicants. As Nelly walked forward to join the throng gathered near the pulpit, Cyril noticed a young man in a court suit standing among a group who were talking and laughing much louder than was seemly, take off his plumed hat and make a deep bow, to which she replied by a slight inclination of the head, and passed on with somewhat heightened colour. Cyril waited until the service was over, when, as he left the cathedral with her, he asked, "Who was that ruffler in gay clothes who bowed so deeply to you, Mistress Nelly? That is, if there's no indiscretion in my asking." "I met him in a throng while you were away," she said with an attempt at carelessness which he at once detected. "There was a great press, and I well nigh fainted, but he very courteously came to my assistance and brought me safely out of the crowd." "And doubtless you have seen him since, mistress?" Nelly tossed her head. "I don't see what right you have to question me, Master Cyril." "No right at all," Cyril replied good-temperedly, "save that I am an inmate of your father's house, and have received great kindness from him, and doubt he would be pleased if he knew that you bowed to a person unknown to him and unknown, I presume, to yourself, save that he has rendered you a passing service."
"He is a gentleman of the court, I would have you know," she said angrily. "I do not know that it is any great recommendation if the tales one hears about the court are true," Cyril replied calmly. "I cannot say I admire either his companions or his manners, and if he is a gentleman, he should know that if he wishes to speak to an honest citizen's daughter, it were only right that he should first address himself to her father." "Hi-ho!" Nelly exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. "Who made you my censor, I should like to know? I will thank you to attend to your own affairs and to leave mine alone." "The affairs of Captain Dave's daughter are mine so long as I am abroad with her," Cyril said firmly. "I'm sorry to displease you, but I'm only doing what I feel to be my duty. Methinks that, were John Wilkes here in charge of you, he would say the same, only he would probably express his opinion as to yonder gallant more strongly than I do." He nodded in the direction of the man who had followed them out of the cathedral, and was now walking on the other side of the street and evidently trying to attract Nelly's attention. Nelly bit her lips. She was about to answer him passionately, but restrained herself with a great effort. "You are mistaken in the gentleman, Cyril," she said after a pause. "He is of a good family, and heir to a fine estate." "Oh, he has told you as much as that, has he? Well, Mistress Nelly, it may be as he says, but surely it is for your father to inquire into that, when the gentleman comes forward in due course and presents himself as a suitor. Fine feathers do not always make fine birds, and a man may ruffle at King Charles's court without 10 guineas to shake in his purse." At this moment the young man crossed the street, and, bowing deeply to Nelly, was about to address her when Cyril said gravely, "Sir, I am not acquainted with your name, nor do I know more about you, save that you are a stranger to this lady's family. That being so, and as she is at present under my escort, I must ask that you abstain from addressing her." "You insolent young varlet," the man said furiously. "Had I a cane instead of a sword, I would chastise you for your insolence." "That is as it may be," said Cyril quietly. "That sort of thing may do down at Whitehall, but if you attempt to make trouble here in Cheapside, you will very speedily find yourself in the hands of the watch." "For heaven's sake, sir," Nelly said anxiously as several passers-by paused to see what was the matter, "do not cause trouble. For my sake, if not for your own, pray leave me." "I obey you, mistress," the man said again, lifting his hat and bowing deeply. "I regret that the officiousness of this blundering varlet should have mistaken my intentions, which were but to salute you courteously." So saying, he replaced his hat, and with a threatening scowl at Cyril, pushed his way roughly through those standing round, and walked rapidly away. Nelly was very pale and trembled from head to foot. "Take me home, Cyril," she murmured. He offered her his arm, and he made his way along the street, while his face flushed with anger at some jeering remarks he heard from one or two of those who looked on at the scene. It was not long before Nelly's anger gained the upper hand of her fears. "A pretty position you have placed me in with your interference." "You mean, I suppose, Mistress Nelly, a pretty position that man placed you in by his insolence. What would Captain Dave say if he heard that his daughter had been accosted by a court gallant in the streets?" "Are you going to tell him?" she asked, removing her hand sharply from his own. "I have no doubt I ought to do so, and if you will take my advice, you will tell him yourself as soon as you reach home. For it may be that among those standing round was someone who is acquainted with both you and your father, and you know as well as I do what Captain Dave would say if it came to his ears in such fashion." Nelly walked for some time in silence. Her anger rose still higher against Cyril at the position in which his interference had placed her, but she could not help seeing that his advice was sound. She had indeed met this man several times, and had listened without chiding to his protestations of admiration and love. Nelly was ambitious. She had been allowed to have her own way by her mother, whose sole companion she had been during her father's absence at sea. She knew that she was remarkably pretty, and saw no reason why she, like many other citizens' daughter, should not make a good match. She had readily given the man her promise to say nothing at home until he gave her leave to do so, and she had been weak enough to take all that he said for gospel.
Now she felt that at any rate she must smooth matters over and put it so that as few questions as possible should be asked. After a long pause, then, she said, "Perhaps you are right, Cyril. I will myself tell my father and mother. I can assure you that I had no idea I should meet him today." This Cyril could readily believe, for certainly she would not have asked him to accompany her if she had known. However, he only replied gravely, "I am glad to hear that you will tell them, Mistress Nelly, and trust that you will take them entirely into your confidence." This Nelly had no idea of doing, but she had no further word until they reached home. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Saved from a Villain.
"I find that I have to give you thanks for yet another service, Cyril," Captain Dave said heartily when they met the next morning. "Nelly tells me a young court gallant had the insolence to try and address her yesterday in Cheapside on her way back from St. Paul's. That you prevented his doing so, and that there was quite a scene in the street. If I knew who he was, I would break his sconce for him were he Rochester himself. A pretty pass things have come to, when a citizen's daughter cannot walk home from St. Paul's without one of these impudent vagabonds of the court venturing to address her. You know who he was?"
"No, I've never seen the fellow before, Captain Dave. I do know many of the courtiers by sight, having, when we first came over, often gone down to Whitehall with my father when he was seeking to obtain an audience with the king. But this man's face is altogether strange to me."
Well, well, I will take care that Nelly shall not go abroad again except under her mother's escort or mine. I know, Cyril, that she would be as safe under your charge as in ours, but it is better that she should have the presence of an older person. It is not that I doubt your courage or your address, lad, but a ruffling gallant of this sort would know naught of you, save that you are young, and besides, did you interfere, there might be a scene that would do serious harm to Nelly's reputation."
"I agree with you thoroughly, Captain Dave," Cyril said warmly. "It'll be far better that you or Mrs. Dowsett should be by her side as long as there any fear of further annoyance from this fellow. I should ask nothing better than to try a bout with him myself, for I have been right well taught how to use my sword, but as you say, a brawl in the street is of all things to be avoided." 3 or 4 weeks passed quietly. Nelly seldom went abroad. When she did so, her mother always accompanied her if it were in the daytime, and her father whenever he went to the house of any friend after dusk. Cyril one day caught sight of the gallant in Tower Street, and although he was on his way to one of his customers, he at once determined to break his appointment and to find out who the fellow was. The man sauntered about looking into the shops for full half an hour, but it was apparent to Cyril that he paid little attention to their contents, and was really waiting for someone. When the clock struck 3, he started, stamped his foot angrily on the ground, and, walking away rapidly to the stairs of London Bridge, took a seat in a boat, and was rowed up the river. Cyril waited till he had gone a short distance, and then hailed a wherry rowing 2 oars. "You see that boat over there?" he said. "I don't wish to overtake it at present. Keep 100 yards or so behind it, but row inshore so that it shall not seem that you are following them." The men obeyed his instructions until they passed the Temple. Then, as the other boat still kept in the middle of the stream, Cyril had no doubt that it would continue its course to Westminster. "Now stretch to your oars," he said to the waterman. "I want to get to Westminster before the other boat, and to be well away from the stairs before it comes up." The rest of the journey was performed at much greater speed, and Cyril alighted at Westminster while the other boat was some 300 or 400 yards behind. Paying the waterman, he went up the stairs, walked away 50 or 60 yards, and waited till he saw the man he was following appear. The latter walked quietly up towards Whitehall, and entered a tavern frequented by young bloods of the court. Cyril pressed his hat down over his eyes. His dress was not the same as that in which he had escorted Nelly to the cathedral, and he had but small fear of being recognized. When he entered, he sat down at a vacant table, and, having ordered a stoup of wine, looked round. The man had joined a knot of young fellows like himself, seated at a table. They were dissipated-looking blades, and were talking loudly and boisterously. "Well, Harvey, how goes it?"
Is the lovely maiden we saw when we were with you at St. Paul's ready to drop into your arms?" "Things are going on all right," Harvey said, with an air of consciousness. "But she is watched by 2 griffins, her father and mother. 'Tis fortunate they do not know me by sight, and I have thus chances of slipping a note in her hand when I pass her. I think it will not be long before you have to congratulate me." "She is an heiress and only daughter, is she not, Honest John?" another asked. "She is an only child, and her father bears the reputation of doing a good business. But as to what I shall finally do, I shall not yet determine. As to that, I shall be guided by circumstances." Of course," the one who had first spoken said. Cyril had gained the information he required. The man's name was John Harvey, and Nellie was keeping up a clandestine correspondence with him. Cyril felt that were he to listen longer, he could not restrain his indignation, and without touching the wine he paid for, he hastily left the tavern. As he walked towards the city, he was unable to decide what he had better do. Were he to inform Captain Dave of what he had heard, there would be a terrible scene, and there was no saying what might happen. Still, Nellie must be saved from falling into the hands of this fellow, and if he abstained from telling her father, he must himself take steps to prevent the possibility of such a thing taking place. The more he thought of it, the more he felt the heavy responsibility it would be. Anxious as he was to save Nellie from the anger of her father, it was of far greater consequence to save her from the consequences of her own folly. At last he resolved to take John Wilkes into his counsels. John was devoted to his master, and even if his advice were not of much value, his aid in keeping watch would be of immense service. Accordingly, that evening, when John went out for his usual pipe after supper, Cyril, who had to go to a trader in Holborn, followed him out quickly and overtook him a few yards from the door. "I want to have a talk with you, John." Aye, sir. Where shall it be? Nothing wrong, I hope." "That new apprentice looks to me an honest sort of chap, and the man we have in the yard now is an old mate of mine. He was a ship's boy on board the Dolphin 25 years back, and he sailed under the captain till he left the sea. I should trust that chap just as I would myself." "It is nothing of that sort, John. It is another sort of business altogether, and yet it is quite as serious as the last. I've got half an hour before I have to start to do those books at Master Hopkins'. Where can we have a talk in a quiet place where there's no chance of our being overheard? There is a little room behind the bar at the place I go to, and I have no doubt the landlord would let us have it, seeing as I am a regular customer. At any rate, we can see, John. It is too cold for walking and talking out here, and besides, I think one can look at a matter in all lights much better sitting down than one can walking about." "That is according to what you are accustomed to," John said, shaking his head. "It seems to me that I can look further into the innards of a question when I am walking up and down the deck on night watch, with just enough wind aloft to take her along cheerful, and not too much of it, than I can at any other time. You see, that is just what one is accustomed to. This is the place." He entered a quiet tavern, and nodding to 5 or 6 weather-beaten-looking men, who were sitting smoking long pipes, each with a glass of grog before him, went up to the landlord, who formed one of the party. He had been formerly the master of a trader, and had come into the possession of the tavern by marriage with his mistress, who was still the acting head of the establishment. "We have got a piece of business we want to overhaul, Peter. I suppose we can have that cabin in yonder for a bit?" Aye. There's a good fire burning. You will find pipes on the table. You'll want a couple of glasses of grog, of course?" John nodded, and then led the way into the little snuggery at the end of the room. It had a glass door, so that if desired a view could be obtained of the general room, but there was a curtain to draw across this. There was a large oak settle on either side of the fire, and there was a table, with pipes and a jar of tobacco standing between them. "This is a tidy little crib," John said as he seated himself and began to fill a pipe. "There is no fear of being disturbed here. There has been many a voyage talked over and arranged in this here room. They say that Blake himself, when the fleet was in the river, would drop in here sometimes with one of his captains for a quiet talk." A minute later a boy entered and placed 2 steaming glasses of grog on the table. The door closed after him, and John said, "Now you can get under way, Master Cyril. You have got a fair course now, and nothing to bring you up." "It is a serious matter, John,
And before I begin, I must tell you that I rely on your keeping absolute silence as to what I'm going to tell you. In that course," John said as he lifted his glass to his lips, "you showed yourself a first-rate pilot in that last job, and I am content to sail under you this time without asking any questions as to the ship's course, and to steer according to orders." Cyril told the story, interrupted frequently by angry ejaculations on the part of the old boatswain. "Dash my wig!" he exclaimed when Cyril came to an end. "But this is a bad business altogether, Master Cyril. One can engage a pirate and beat him off if the crew is staunch, but when there is treason on board ship, it makes an awkward job for those in command. The question is this, John. Ought we to tell the captain, or should we try to take the affair into our own hands, and so to manage it that he shall never know anything about it?" The sailor was silent for a minute or two, puffing his pipe meditatively. "I see it is an awkward business to decide," he said. "On one side it would pretty nigh kill Captain Dave to know his mistress Nellie has been steering wild and has got out of hand. She is just the apple of his eye. Then, on the other hand, if we overtook the job without telling him, and one fine morning we was to find out she was gone, we should be in a mighty bad fix, for the captain would turn round and say, 'Why didn't you tell me? If you had done so, I would have locked her up under hatches, and there she would be safe now.'" "That is just what I see, and it is for that reason I come to you. I could not always be on the watch, but I think that you and I together would keep so sharp a lookout that we might feel pretty sure that she was not to get away without our knowledge." "We could watch sharply enough at night, Master Cyril. There would be no fear of her getting away then without our knowing it. But how would it be during the day? There am I in the shop or store from 7 in the morning till we lock up before supper time. You are out most of your time, and when you are not away you are in the office at the books, and she is free to go in and out of the front door without either of us being the wiser." "I don't think he would venture to carry her off by daylight," Cyril said. "She never goes out alone now, and could scarcely steal away unnoticed. Besides, she would know that she would be missed directly, and a huge cry set up. I would think she would certainly choose the evening, when we are all supposed to be in bed. He would have a chair waiting somewhere near, and there are so often chairs going about late after city entertainments that they would get off unnoticed. I should say that the most dangerous time is between 9 o'clock and midnight. She generally goes off to bed at 9 or soon after, and she might very well put on her hood and cloak and steal downstairs at once, knowing that she would not be missed till morning. Another dangerous time would be when she goes out to a neighbor's. The captain always takes her and goes to fetch her at 9 o'clock, but she might make some excuse to leave quite early and go off in that way. That would be awkward, Master Cyril, for neither you nor I would be away at supper time without questions being asked. It seems to me that I had better take Matthew into the secret, as he don't live in the house, and he could very well watch wherever she is till I slip around after supper to relieve him, and he could watch outside here in the evening until either you or I could steal downstairs and take his place. You can count on him keeping his mouth shut just as you can on me. The only thing is, how is he to stop her if he finds her coming out from a neighbor's before the captain has come for her? If he saw her coming straight home, he could follow her to the door without being noticed, John. But if he found her going some other way, he must follow her until he sees someone speak to her, and must then go straight up and say, 'Mistress Dowsett, I am ready to escort you home.' If she orders him off, or the man she meets threatens him, as is like enough, he must say, 'Unless you come home, I shall shout for aid, and call upon passers-by to assist me,' and rather than risk the exposure, she would most likely return with him. Of course, he would carry with him a good heavy cudgel, and choose a thoroughfare where there are people about to speak to her, and not an unfrequented passage, for you may be sure that the fellow would have no hesitation in running him through if he could do so without being observed. Matthew is a stout fellow," John Wilkes said, "and was as smart a sailor as any on board until he had his foot smashed by being jammed by a spare spar that got adrift in a gale, so that the doctors had to cut off the leg under the knee and leave him to stump about on a timber toe for the rest of his life. I tell you what, Master Cyril, we might make the thing safer still if I spin the captain a yarn as to how Matthew has strained his back and ain't fit to work for a bit. Then I can take on another hand to work in the yard,
and we can put him on watch all day. He might come on duty at 9 o'clock in the morning and stop till I relieve him as soon as supper is over. Of course, he would not keep opposite the house, but might post himself up a bit or down the street so that he could manage to keep an eye on the door." "That would be excellent," Cyril said. "Of course, at the supper hour he could go off duty, as she could not possibly leave the house between that time and 9 o'clock. You always come in about that hour, and I hear you go up to bed. When you get there, you should at once take off your boots, slip downstairs again with them, and go quietly out. I often sit talking with Captain Dave till 9:30 or 10, but directly I can get away I will come down to join you. I think in that way we need feel no uneasiness as to harm coming from our not telling Captain Dave, for it would be impossible for her to get off unnoticed. Now that is all arranged, I must be going, for I shall be late at my appointment unless I hurry. Shall I go round and begin my watch at once, Master Cyril?" "No, there's no occasion for that. We know that he missed her today, and therefore can have made no appointment. I am convinced by what he said to the fellows he met that matters are not settled yet. However, we will begin tomorrow. You can take an opportunity during the day to tell Matthew about it, and he can pretend to strain his back in the afternoon, and you can send him away. He can come around again next morning early, and when the captain comes down you can tell him that you find that Matthew will not be able to work for the present, and ask him to let you take another man on until he can come back again." Cyril watched Nellie closely at mealtimes and any evening for the next few days. He thought he should be certain to detect some slight change in her manner, however well she might play her part. Directly she decided on going off with this man, she would not dream that she was suspected in any way, and would therefore be the less cautious. Matthew kept watch during the day, and followed if she went out with her father to a neighbor's, remaining on guard outside the house until John Wilkes relieved him as soon as he finished his supper. If she remained at home in the evening, John went out silently, after his return at his usual hour, and was joined by Cyril as soon as Captain Dave said good night, and went into his bedroom. At midnight they re-entered the house and stole up to their rooms, leaving their doors open and listening attentively for another hour before they tried to get to sleep. On the 6th morning Cyril noticed that Nellie was silent and abstracted at breakfast. She went out marketing with her mother afterwards, and at dinner her mood had changed. She talked and laughed more than usual. There was a flush of excitement in her cheeks, and he drew the conclusion that in the morning she had not come to an absolute decision, but had probably given an answer to the man during the time she was out with her mother, and that she felt the die was now cast. "Pass the word to Matthew to keep an extra sharp watch this afternoon and tomorrow, John. I think the time is close at hand," he said as they went downstairs together after dinner. "Do you think so? Well, the sooner the better. It is trying work, this here spying, and I don't care how soon it is over. I only hope it will end by our running down this pirate and engaging him." "I hope so too, John. I feel it very hard to be sitting at a table with her and Captain Dave and her mother, and to know that she is deceiving them." "I can't say a word for her," the old sailor said, shaking his head. "She has as good parents as a girl could want to have. They would give their lives for her, either of them cheerful, and there she is thinking of running away from them with a scamp she knows nothing of and has probably never spoken with for an hour. I knew her head was a bit turned with young fellows dangling after her, and being noticed by some of the court gallants at the last city ball, and by being made the toast of many a young fellow in city taverns. Pretty Miss Nellie Dowsett, but I did not think her head was so turned that she would act as she is doing. Well, well, we must hope that this will be a lesson, Master Cyril, that she will remember all her life." "I hope so, John, and I trust that we shall be able to manage it all so that the matter will never come to her parents' ears." "I hope so, and I don't see why it should. The fellow may bluster, but he will say nothing about it, because he would get into trouble for trying to carry off a citizen's daughter. And besides that, John, which would be quite as serious in the eyes of a fellow of this sort, he would have the laugh against him among all his companions for having been outwitted in the city. So I think when he finds the game is up, he'll be glad enough to make off without causing trouble." "Don't you think we might give him a sound thrashing? It would do him a world of good." I don't think it would do a man of that sort much good, John, and he would be sure to shout, and then there would be trouble, and the watch might come up, and we should all get hauled off together. In the morning the whole story would be known, and Mistress Nellie's name in the mouth of every apprentice in the city. No, if he is disposed to go off quietly, by all means let him go. I have no doubt that you are right, Master Cyril, but it goes mightily against the grain to think that a fellow like that is to get off with a whole skin. However, if one should fall foul of him some other time, one might take it out of him. Captain Dave found Cyril but a bad listener to his stories that evening, and soon after 9 he said he should turn in. "I don't know what ails you tonight, Cyril," he said. "Your wits are wool-gathering somewhere. I don't believe that you heard half the last story I was telling you." "I heard it all, sir, but I do feel a little out of sorts this evening."
"You do too much writing, lad. My head would be like to go to pieces if I were to sit half the hours that you do at a desk."
When Captain Dave went into his room, Cyril walked upstairs and closed his bedroom door with a bang, himself remaining outside. Then he took off his boots, and holding them in his hand, went noiselessly downstairs to the front door. The lock had been carefully oiled, and after putting on his boots again, he went out. "You are right, Master Cyril, sure enough," John Wilkes said when he joined him 50 yards away from the house. "It is tonight she is going to try to make off. I thought I had best keep Matthew at hand, so I bid him stop till I came out, then sent him round to have a pint of ale at the tavern, and when he came back told him he had best cruise about and look for signs of pirates. He came back 10 minutes ago and told me that a sedan chair had just been brought to the other end of the lane. It was set down some 30 yards from Fenchurch Street. There were 2 chairmen and 3 fellows wrapped up in cloaks." "That certainly looks like action, John. Well, I should say that Matthew had better take up his station at the other end of the lane, there to remain quiet till he hears an uproar at the chair. Then he can run up to our help if we need it. We will post ourselves near the door. No doubt Harvey, and perhaps one of his friends, will come and wait for her. We can't interfere with them here, but must follow and come up with her just before they reach the chair. The further they are away from the house, the better. Then, if there is any trouble, Captain Dave will not hear anything of it." "That will be a good plan of operations," John agreed. "Matthew is just round the next corner. I will send him to Fenchurch Street at once." He went away and rejoined Cyril in 2 or 3 minutes. They then went along towards the house, and took post in a doorway on the other side of the street, some 30 yards from the shop. They had scarcely done so when they heard footsteps, and presently saw 2 men come along in the middle of the street. They stopped and looked round. "There's not a soul stirring," one said. "We can give the signal." So saying, he sang a bar or 2 of a song popular at the time, and they then drew back from the road into a doorway and waited. 5 minutes later, Cyril and his fellow watcher heard a very slight sound, and a figure stepped out from Captain Dowsett's door. The 2 men crossed at once and joined her. A few low words were spoken, and they moved away together and turned up the lane. As soon as they disappeared from sight, Cyril and John Wilkes issued out. The latter had produced some long strips of cloth, which he wound round both their boots, so as, he said, to muffle the oars. Their steps, therefore, as they followed, were almost noiseless. Walking fast, they came up to the 3 persons ahead of them just as they reached the sedan chair. The 2 chairmen were standing at the poles, and the 3rd man was holding the door open with his hat in his hand. "Avast heaving, mates," John Wilkes said. "It seems to me as you are running this cargo without proper permits." Nellie gave a slight scream on hearing the voice, while the man beside her stepped forward, exclaiming furiously, "'Sdeath, sir! Who are you, and what are you interfering about?" "I am an honest man, I hope, master. My name is John Wilkes, and as that young lady will tell you, I am in the employ of her father." "Then I tell you, John Wilkes, or John the Devil, or whatever your name may be, that if you don't at once take yourself off, I will let daylight into you." And he drew his sword, as did his 2 companions. John gave a whistle, and the wooden-legged man was heard hurrying up from Fenchurch Street. "Cut the scoundrel down, Penrose," Harvey exclaimed, "while I put the lady into the chair." The man addressed sprang at Wilkes, but in a moment his court sword was shivered by a blow from the latter's cudgel, which a moment later fell again on his head, sending him reeling back several paces. "Stay, sir, I shall run you through," Cyril said, pricking Harvey sharply in the arm as he was urging Nellie to enter the chair. "Oh, it's you, is it?" the other exclaimed in a tone of fury. "My boy of Cheapside! Well, I can spare a moment to punish you." "Oh, do not fight with him, my lord," Nellie exclaimed. "My lord?" Cyril laughed. "So he has become a lord, eh?" Then he changed his tone. "Mistress Nellie, you have been deceived. This fellow is no lord. He is a hanger-on of the court, one John Harvey, a disreputable blackguard whom I heard boasting to his boon companions of his conquest. I implore you to return home as quickly as you went. None will know of this." He broke off suddenly, for with an oath Harvey rushed at him. Their swords clashed. There was a quick thrust and parry, and then Harvey staggered back with a sword wound through the shoulder, dropping his sword to the ground. "Your game is up, John Harvey," Cyril said. "Did you have your deserts, I would pass my sword through your body. Now call your fellows off, or it will be worse for them." "Oh, is it not true? Surely it cannot be true," Nellie cried, addressing Harvey. "You cannot have deceived me." The fellow, smarting with pain and seeing that the game was up, replied with a savage curse. "You may think yourself lucky that you were only disabled, you villain," Cyril said, taking a step towards him with his sword menacingly raised. "Begone, sir, before my patience is exhausted, or, by heaven, it will be your dead body that the chairman will have to carry away." "Disabled or not," John Wilkes exclaimed, "I will have a say in the matter." And with a blow with his cudgel he stretched Harvey on the ground, and belaboured him furiously until Cyril dragged him away by force. Harvey rose slowly to his feet. "Take yourself off, sir," Cyril said. "One of your brave companions has long ago bolted. The other is disarmed and has his head broken. You may thank your stars that you have escaped with nothing worse than a sword thrust through your shoulder and a sound drubbing. Hanging would be a fit punishment for knaves like you. I warn you, if you ever address or in any way molest this lady again, you won't get off so easily." Then he turned and offered his arm to Nellie, who was leaning against the wall in a half-fainting state. Not a word was spoken till they emerged from the lane. "No one knows of this but ourselves, Mistress Nellie, and you will never hear of it from us. Glad indeed am I that I saved you from the misery and ruin that must have resulted from your listening to that plausible scoundrel. Go quietly upstairs. We will wait here till we are sure that you have gone safely into your room. Then we will follow. I doubt not that you are angry with me now, but in time you will feel that you have been saved from a great danger." The door was not locked. He lifted the latch silently and held the door open for her to pass in. Then he closed it again and turned to the two men who followed him. "This has been a good night's work, John." "That has it. I don't think that young spark will be coming after city maidens again. Well, it has been a narrow escape for her. It would have broken the captain's heart if she had gone in that way. What strange things women are! I have always thought Mistress Nellie as sensible a girl as one would want to see. Given a little overmuch, perhaps, to thinking of the fashion of her dress, but that is natural enough, seeing how pretty she is and how much she is made of. And yet she is led by a few soft speeches from a man she knows nothing of, to run away from home and leave father and mother and all. Well, Matthew, lad, we shan't want any more watching. You have done a big service to the master, though he will never know it. I know I can trust you to keep a stopper in your jaws. Don't you let a soul know of this, not even your wife." "You trust me, mate," the man replied. "My wife is a good soul, but her tongue runs 19 to the dozen. You might as well shout a thing out at Paul's Cross as drop it into her ear. I think my back will be well enough for me to come to work again tomorrow," he added with a laugh. "All right, mate. I shall be glad to have you again, for the chap who has been in your place is a landsman, and he don't know a marling spike from an anchor. Good night, mate. Well, Master Cyril," he went on as the sailor walked away, "I don't think there ever was such a good wind as that which blew you here. First of all, you saved Captain Dave's fortune, and now you save his daughter. I look on Captain Dave as being pretty nigh the same as myself, seeing as I have been with him, man and boy, for over 30 years, and I feel what you have done for him just as if you had done it for me. I am only a rough sailor man, and I don't know how to put it into words, but I feel just full up with a cargo of thankfulness." "That is all right," Cyril said, holding out his hand, which John Wilkes shook with a heartiness that was almost painful. "Captain Dave offered me a home when I was alone without a friend in London, and I am glad indeed that I have been able to render him service in return. I myself have done little enough, though I do not say that the consequences have not been important. It has been just taking a little trouble and keeping a few watches, a thing not worth talking about one way or the other. I hope this will do Mistress Nellie good. She is a nice girl, but too fond of admiration, and inclined to think that she is meant for higher things than to marry a London citizen. I think tonight's work will cure her of that. This fellow evidently made himself out to her to be a nobleman of the court. Now she sees that he is neither a nobleman nor a gentleman, but a ruffian who took advantage of her vanity and inexperience, and that she would have done better to have jumped down the well in the yard than to have put herself in his power. Now we can go up to bed. There is no more probability of our waking the captain than there has been on other nights, but mind, if we should do so, you stick to the story we agreed on, that you thought there was someone in the gate by the lane again, and so called me down with you to investigate, not thinking it worth while to rouse up the captain on what might be a false alarm." Everything remained perfectly quiet as they made their way upstairs to their rooms as silently as possible.
"Where is Nellie?" Captain Dave asked when they assembled at breakfast.
"She is not well," his wife replied. "I went to her room just now and found that she is still abed. She said that she had a bad headache, and I fear that she is going to have a fever, for her face is pale and her eyes red and swollen, just as if she had been well nigh crying them out in her head. Her hands are hot and her pulse fast. Directly I've had breakfast, I shall make her some chamomile tea, and if that does not do her good, I shall send for the doctor."
"Do so, wife, without delay. Why, the girl has never ailed a day for years. What can have come to her?"
"She says it is only a bad headache, that all she wants is to be left alone."
Yes, that is all very well, but if she does not get better soon, she must be seen to. They say that there were several cases last week of that plague that has been doing so much harm in foreign parts, and if that is so, it behooves us to be very careful, and see that any illness is attended to without delay."
"I don't think there is any cause for alarm," his wife said quietly. "The child has got a headache and is a little feverish, but there is no occasion whatever for thinking that it is anything more. There is nothing unusual in a girl having a headache, but Nellie has had such good health that if she had a prick in the finger you would think it was serious."
"By the way, John," Captain Dave said suddenly, "did you hear any noise in the lane last night? Your room is at the back of the house, and you are more likely to have heard it than I was. I have just seen one of the watch, and he tells me that there was a fray there last night, for there is a patch of blood and marks of a scuffle. It was up at the other end. There is some mystery about it, he thinks, for he says that one of his mates last night saw a sedan chair escorted by 3 men turn into the lane from Fenchurch Street just before 10 o'clock. And one of the neighbors says that just after that hour he heard a disturbance and a clashing of swords there. On looking out, he saw something dark that might have been a chair standing there, and several men engaged in a scuffle. It seemed soon over, and directly afterwards 3 people came down the lane this way. Then he fancied that someone got into the chair, which was afterwards carried out into Fenchurch Street."
"I did hear something that sounded like a quarrel or a fray," John Wilkes said. "But there is nothing unusual about that. As everything was soon quiet again, I gave no further thought to it."
"Well, it seems a curious affair, John. However, it is the business of the city watch and not mine, so we need not bother ourselves about it. I'm glad to see that you've got Matthew at work again this morning. He tells me he thinks he has fairly got over that sprain in his back."
End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Captain's Yarn. Mindful of the fact that this affair had added a new enemy to those he had acquired by the break-up of the Black Gang, Cyril thought it as well to go round and give notice to the 2 traders whose books he attended to in the evening, that unless they could arrange for him to do them in the daytime, he must give up the work altogether. Both preferred the former alternative, for they recognized the advantage they had derived from his work, and that at a rate of pay for which they could not have obtained the services of any scrivener in the city. It was 3 or 4 days before Nellie Dowsett made her appearance at the general table. "I can't make out what ails the girl," her mother said on the previous evening. "The fever speedily left her, as I told you, but she is weak and languid and seems indisposed to talk."
"She will soon get over that, my dear," Captain Dave said. "Girls are not like men. I have seen them on board ship. One day they're laughing and fidgeting about like wild things. The next day they're poor, woe-begone creatures. If she gets no better in a few days, I will see when my old friend Jim Carroll is starting in his brig for Yarmouth, and will run down with her myself, and of course with you, wife, if you will go, and stay there a few days while she's unloading and filling up again. The sea air will set her up again, I warrant."
"Not at this time of year," Dame Dowsett said firmly. "With these bitter winds, it is no time for a lass to go a-sailing, and they say that Yarmouth is a great deal colder than we are here, being exposed to the east winds."
"Well, well, dame, then we will content ourselves with a run in the hoy down to Margate. If we choose well the wind and tide, we can start from here in the morning, and maybe reach there late in the evening, or if not, the next morning to breakfast. Or if you think that too far, we will stop at Sheerness, where we can get in 2 tides easily enough if the wind be fair."
"That would be better, David, but it were best to see how she goes on. It may be, as you say, she will shortly gain her strength and spirits again."
It was evident when Nellie entered the room at breakfast time the next morning that her mother's reports had not been exaggerated. She looked indeed as if recovering from a severe illness, and when she said good morning to her father, her voice trembled and her eyes filled with tears. "Tut, tut, lass, this will never do. I shall soon hardly own you for my Nellie. We shall have to feed you up on capons and wine, child, or send you down to one of the baths for a course of strengthening waters." She smiled faintly, and then turning, gave her hand to Cyril. As she did so, a slight flush of colour came into her cheeks. "I am heartily glad to see you down again, Mistress Nellie," he said, "and wish you a fair and speedy recovery." "I shall be better presently," she replied with an effort. "Good morning, John." "Good morning, Mistress Nellie. Right glad we are to see you down again, for it makes but a dull table without your merry laugh to give an edge to our appetites." She sat down now, and the others, seeing that it was best to let her alone for a while, chatted gaily together. "There is no talk in the city but of war, Cyril," the captain said presently. "They say that the Dutch make sure of eating us up, but they won't find it as easy a job as they fancy. The Duke of York is to command the fleet. They say that Prince Rupert will be second. To my mind, they ought to have entrusted the whole matter to him. He proved himself as brave a captain at sea as he was on land, and I will warrant he would lead his ships into action as gallantly as he rode at the head of his cavaliers on many a stricken field. The ships are fitting out in all haste, and they are gathering men at every seaport. I should say they will have no lack of hands, for there are many ships laid up that at other times would trade with Holland and Danzig and Dunkirk, and many bold young sailor who would be glad to try whether he can fight as stoutly against the Dutch under York and Rupert as his father did under Blake." "For my part," Cyril said, "I cannot understand it, for it seems to me that the English and Dutch have been fighting for the last year. I have been too busy to read the journal, and have not been in the way of hearing the talk in the coffee-houses and taverns, but beyond that it is some dispute about the colonies. I know little of the matter." "I'm not greatly versed in it myself, lad. Nellie here reads the journal and goes abroad more than any of us, and should be able to tell us something about it. Now, girl, can't you do something to set us right in this matter? For I like not to be behind my neighbours, though I am such a stay-at-home, having, as I thank the Lord, much happiness here." and no occasion to go out to seek it."
"There was much discourse about it, father, the evening I went to Dame King's. There were several gentlemen who had trade with the East, and one of them held shares in the English company trading thither. After supper was over, they discoursed more fully on the matter than was altogether pleasing to some of us, who would much rather that, as we had hoped, we might have dancing or singing. I could see the Dame King herself was somewhat put out that her husband should have, without her knowing of his intention, brought in these gentlemen. Still, the matter of their conversation was new to us, and we became at last so mightily interested in it that we listened to the discourse without bemoaning ourselves that we had lost the amusement we looked for. I know I wished at the time that you had been there. I say not that I can repeat all that I heard, but, as I had before read some of the matters spoken of in the journal, I could follow what the gentleman said more closely. Soon after coming of the king to the throne, the friendship between us and the Spaniards, that had been weakened during the mastership of Cromwell, was renewed, and they gave our ships many advantages at their ports, while on the other hand they took away the privileges the Dutch had enjoyed there, and thus our commerce with Spain increased, while that of the Dutch diminished."
"That is certainly true, Nelly," her father said. "We have 3 ships sailing through the Mediterranean now to one that sailed there 10 years ago, and doubtless the Dutch must have suffered by the increase in our trade."
Then he said that, as we had obtained the island of Bombay in the East Indies and the city of Tangier in Africa as the dowry of the Queen, and had received the island of Polaron for the East India Company by the treaty with Holland, our commerce everywhere increased, and raised their jealousy higher and higher. There was nothing in this of which complaint could be made by the Dutch government, but nevertheless they gave encouragement to their East and West India Companies to raise trouble. Their East India Company refused to hand over the island, and laid great limitations as to the places at which our merchants might trade in India. The other company acted in the same manner, and lawlessly took possession of Cape Coast Castle, belonging to our English company. The Duke of York, who was patron and governor of our African company, sent Sir Robert Holmes with 4 frigates to Guinea to make reprisals. He captured a place from the Dutch and named it James's Fort, and then, proceeding to the river Gambia, he turned out the Dutch traders there and built a fort. A year ago, as the Dutch still held Cape Coast Castle, Sir Robert was sent out again with orders to take it by force, and on the way he overhauled a Dutch ship and found that she carried a letter of secret instructions from the Dutch government to the West India Company to take an English fort at Cormanton. Seeing that the Hollanders, although professing friendship, were thus treacherously inclined, he judged himself justified in exceeding the commission he had received, and on his way south he touched Cape Verde. There he first captured 2 Dutch ships, and then attacked their forts on the island of Gorse and captured them, together with a ship lying under their guns. In the fort he found a great quantity of goods ready to be shipped. He loaded his own vessels, and those that he had captured, with the merchandise, and carried it to Sierra Leone. Then he attacked the Dutch fort of St. George del Menta, the strongest on the coast, but failed there. But he soon afterwards captured Cape Coast Castle, though, as the gentleman said, a mightily strong place. Then he sailed across to America, and, as you know, captured the Dutch settlements of New Netherlands, and changed the name into that of New York. He did this not so much out of reprisal for the misconduct of the Dutch in Africa, but because the land was ours by right, having been discovered by the Cabots, and taken possession of in the name of King Henry VII, and our title always maintained until the Dutch seized it 30 years ago. Then the Dutch sent orders to de Ruyter, who commanded the fleet which was in the Mediterranean, to sail away privately and to make reprisals on the coast of Guinea and elsewhere. He first captured several of our trading forts, among them that of Cormanton, taking great quantities of goods belonging to our company. Then he sailed to Barbados, where he was beaten off by the forts. Then he captured 20 of our ships off Newfoundland, and so returned to Holland, altogether doing damage, as the House of Commons told His Majesty, to the extent of £800,000. All this time the Dutch had been secretly preparing for war, which they declared in January, which has forced us to do the same, although we delayed a month in hopes that some accommodation might be arrived at. I think, Father, that is all he told us, though there were many details that I do not remember."
"And very well told, lass, truly. I wonder that your giddy head should have taken in so much matter. Of course, now you tell them over, I have heard these things before. The wrong that the Dutch did our company by seizing their post at Cape Coast, and the reprisals that Sir Robert Holmes took upon them with our company's ships. But they made no great mark on my memory, for I was just taking over my father's work when the first expedition took place. At any rate, none can say that we have gone into this war unjustly, seeing that the Dutch began it, altogether without cause, by first attacking our trading posts."
"It seems to me, Captain Dave," John Wilkes said, "that it has been mighty like the war that our English buccaneers waged against the Spaniards in the West Indies, while the two nations were at peace at home. It is curious," Cyril said, "that the trouble begun in Africa should have shifted to the other side of the Atlantic."
"Aye, lad. Just as that first trouble was at last fought out in the English Channel, off the coast of France, so this is likely to be decided in well nigh the same waters."
"The gentlemen the other night were all of opinion," Nelly said, "that the matter would never have come to such a head had it not been that De Witt, who is now the chief man in Holland, belongs to the French party there, and has been urged on by King Louis for his own interests to make war with us."
"That may well be, Nelly. In all our English wars France has ever had a part, either openly or by intrigues. France never seems to be content with adding to her own business, but is ever meddling with her neighbours, and if not fighting herself, trying to set them by the ears against each other. If I were a bit younger and had not lost my left flipper, I would myself volunteer for the service. As for Master Cyril here, I know he is burning to lay aside the pen and take to the sword."
"That is so, Captain Dave. As you know, I only took up the pen to keep me until I was old enough to use a sword. I have been 2 years at it now, and I suppose it will be as much longer before I can think of entering the service of one of the Protestant princes. But as soon as I am fit to do so, I shall get an introduction and be off. But I would tenfold rather fight for my own country, and would gladly sail in the fleet, though I went but as a ship's boy."
"That is the right spirit, Master Cyril," John Wilkes exclaimed. "I would go myself if the captain could spare me, and they would take such a battered old hulk."
"I couldn't spare you, John," Captain Dave said. "I have been mightily near making a mess of it, even with you as my chief mate. I might as well shut up shop altogether if you were to leave me. I should miss you too, Cyril," he went on, stretching his arm across the table to shake hands with the lad. "You have proved a real friend and a true, but were there a chance of your going as an officer, I would not balk you, even if I could do so. It is but natural that a lad of spirit should speak and think as you do. Besides, the war may not last for long, and when you come back, and the ships are paid off, you would soon wipe off the arrears of work and get the books into ship-shape order. But work or no work, that room of yours will always stand ready for you while I live, and there will always be a plate for you at this table."
"Thank you, Captain Dave. You always overrate my services and forget that they are but the consequence of the kindness that you have shown to me. But I have no intention of going. It was but a passing thought. I have but one friend who could procure me a berth as a volunteer, and it is to him I must look for an introduction to some foreign prince. I would not go to him twice for a favor, especially as I have no sort of claim on his kindness. To go as a cabin boy would be to go with men under my own condition, and although I do not shirk hard work and rough usage, I should not care for them in such fashion. Moreover, I am doing work which, even without your hospitality, would suffice to keep me comfortably, and if I went away, though but for a month, I might find that those for whom I work had engaged other assistants. Spending naught, I am laying by money for the time when I shall have to travel at my own expense and to provide myself necessaries, and maybe to keep myself for a while until I can procure employment. I have the prospect that, by the end of another 2 years, I shall have gathered a sufficient store for all my needs,
and I should be wrong to throw myself out of employment merely to embark on an adventure, and to make a break, perhaps a long one, in my plans."
"Don't you worry yourself on that score," Captain Dave said warmly, and then checked himself. "It will be time to talk about that when the time comes. But you are right, lad. I like a man who steadfastly holds on the way he has chosen and will not turn to the right or left. There is not much that a man cannot achieve if he keeps his aim steadily in view. Why, Cyril, if you said you had made up your mind to be Lord Mayor of London, I would wager that you would some day be elected."
Cyril laughed. "I shall never set my eyes in that direction, nor do I think the thing I have set myself to do would ever be in my power, that is, to buy back my father's estate. But so long as I live, I shall keep that in view."
"More unlikely things have happened, lad. You have got first to rise to be a general. Then, what with your pay and your share in the sack of a city or two, and in other ways, you may come home with a purse full enough even for that. But it is time for us to be going down below. Matthew will think that we had forgotten him altogether."
Another fortnight passed. Nellie had, to a considerable extent, recovered from the shock that she had suffered, but her manner was still quiet and subdued. Her sallies were less lively, and her father noticed, with some surprise, that she no longer took any great interest in the gossip he retailed of the gay doings of the court.
"I can't think what has come over the girl," he said to his wife. "She seems well and health again, but she has changed a good deal somehow. She is gentler and softer. I think she is all the better for it, but I miss her merry laugh and her way of ordering things about, as if her pleasure only were to be consulted."
"I think she is very much improved," Mrs. Dowsett said decidedly, "though I can no more account for it than you can. She never used to have any care about the household, and now she assists me in my work, and is in all respects dutiful and obedient, and is not forever bent upon gadding about as she was before. I only hope it will continue so, for, in truth, I have often sighed over the thought that she would make but a poor wife for an honest citizen."
"Tut, tut, wife. It has never been as bad as that. Girls will be girls, and if they are a little vain of their good looks, that will soften down in time, when they get to have the charge of a household. You yourself, dame, were not so staid when I first wooed you as you are now, and I think you had your own little share of vanity, as was natural enough for the purtiest girl in Plymouth."
When Nellie was in the room, Cyril did his best to save her from being obliged to take part in the conversation, by inducing Captain Dave to tell him stories of some of his adventures at sea. "You were saying, Captain Dave, that you had had several engagements with the Tunis rovers," he said one evening. "Were they ever near taking you?"
"They did take me once, lad, and that without an engagement. But fortunately I was not very long a prisoner. It was not a pleasant time, though, John, was it?"
"It was not, Captain Dave. I have been in sore danger of wreck several times, and in 3 big sea fights, but never did I feel so out of heart as when I was lying bound hand and foot on the ballast in the hold of that corsair. No true sailor is afraid of being killed, but the thought that one might be all one's life a slave among the cruel heathen was enough to take the stiffness out of any man's courage." "But how was it that you were taken without an engagement, Captain Dave? And how did you make your escape?"
"Well, lad, it was the carelessness of my first mate that did it, but as he paid for his fault with his life, let us say naught against him. He was a handsome, merry young fellow, and had shipped as second mate, when my first had died of fever in the Levant, and of course he got the step, though all too young for the responsibility. We had met with some bad weather when south of Malta, and had had a heavy gale for 3 days, during which time we lost our main topmast and badly strained the mizzen. The weather abated when we were off Pantellaria, which is a bare rock rising like a mountain peak out of the sea, and with only one place where a landing can be safely effected. As the gale had blown itself out, and it was likely we should have a spell of settled weather, I decided to anchor close to the island and to repair damages. We were hard at work for 2 days. All hands had a stiff time of it,
and the second night having fairly repaired damages, I thought to give the crew a bit of a rest, and, not dreaming of danger, ordered that half each watch might remain below. John Wilkes was acting as my second mate. Pettigrew took the first watch, John had the middle watch, and then the other came up again. I turned out once or twice, but everything was quiet. We had not seen a sail all day. There was a light breeze blowing, but no chance of its increasing, and we were well sheltered in the only spot where the anchorage was good. I own that I did not impress upon Pettigrew the necessity for any particular vigilance. Anyhow, just as morning was breaking, I was woke by a shout. I ran out on deck, but as I did so there was a rush of dark figures, and I was knocked down and bound before I knew what had happened. As soon as I could think it over, it was clear enough. The Moor had been coming into the anchorage, and, catching sight of us in the early light, had run alongside and boarded us. The watch, of course, must have been asleep. There was not a shot fired nor a drop of blood shed, for those on deck had been seized and bound before they could spring to their feet, and the crew had all been caught in their bunks. It was bitter enough. There was the vessel gone, and the cargo, and with them my savings of 20 years' hard work, and the prospect of slavery for life. The men were all brought aft and laid down side by side. Young Pettigrew was laid next to me. "I wish to heaven, Captain," he said, "you had got a pistol in your hand free, and would blow up my brains for me. It is all my fault, and hanging at the yard-arm is what I deserve. I never thought there was the slightest risk, not a shadow of it," and feeling a bit dozy, sat down for 5 minutes' caulk. Seeing that, no doubt the men thought they might do the same, and this is what has come of it. I must have slept half an hour at least, for there was no sail in sight when I went off, and this Moor must have come round the point and made us out after that. The Corsair was lying alongside of us, her shrouds lashed to ours. There was a long jabbering among the Moors when they had taken off our hatches and seen that we were pretty well full up with cargo. Then after a bit we were kicked, and they made signs for us to get on our feet and to cross over into their ship. The crew were sent down to the forward hold, and some men went down with them to tie them up securely. John Wilkes, Pettigrew, and myself were shoved down into a bit of a place below the stern cabin. Our legs were tied as well as our arms. The trap was shut, and there we were in the dark. Of course I told Pettigrew that, though he had failed in his duty and it had turned out badly, he wasn't to be blamed as if he had gone to sleep in sight of an enemy. I had never given the Moors a thought myself, I said, and it was not to be expected that you would. But no sailor, still less an officer, ought to sleep on his watch, even if his ship is anchored in a friendly harbor, and you are to blame that you gave way to drowsiness. Still, even if you hadn't, it might have come to the same thing in the long run, for the Corsair is a large one, and might have taken us even if you had made a rout as she rounded the point. But in spite of all I could say to cheer him, he took it to heart badly, and was groaning and muttering to himself when they left us in the dark. So I said to him, "Look here, lad, the best way to retrieve the fault you have committed is to try and get us out of this scrape. Set your brains to work, and let us talk over what had best be done. There is no time to be lost, for with a fair wind they can run from here to Tunis in 24 hours, and once there one may give up all hope. There are all our crew on board this ship. The Moor carried twice as many men as we do, but we may reckon that they will have put more than half of them on board our bark. They don't understand her sails as well as they do their own, and will therefore want a strong prize crew on board." "I'm ready to do anything, Captain," the young fellow said firmly. "If you were to give me the word, I would get into their magazine, if I could, and blow the ship into the air." "Well, I don't know that I would give you that order, Pettigrew. To be a heathen slave is bad, but at any rate I would rather try that life for a bit than strike my colours at once. Now, let us think it over. In the first place, we have to get rid of these ropes. Then we have to work our way forward to the crew, and then to get on deck and fight for it. It is a stiff job, look at it which way one will, But at any rate, it will be better to be doing something, even if we find at last that we can't get out of this dog kennel, than to lie here doing nothing." After some talk, we agreed that it was not likely the Moors would come down to us after a long time, for they might reckon that we could hold on without food or water easily enough till they got to Tunis. And having agreed as to that point, we set to work to get our ropes loose. Wriggling wouldn't do it, though we tried until the cords cut into our flesh. At last, Pettigrew said, "What a fool I am! I have got my knife hanging from a lanyard round my neck. It is under my blouse, so they did not notice it when they turned my pockets out. It was a long job to get at that knife. At last I found the string behind his neck, and getting a hold of it with my teeth, pulled till the knife came up to his throat. Then John got it in his teeth, and the first part of the job was done. The next was easy enough. John held the handle of the knife in his teeth, and Pettigrew got hold of the blade in his, and between them they made a shift to open it. Then, after a good deal of trouble, Pettigrew shifted himself till he managed to get the knife in his hands. I lay across him and worked myself backwards and forwards till the blade cut through the rope at my wrist. Then, in 2 more minutes, we were free. Then we felt about, and found that the boarding between us and the main hold was old and shaky, and, with the aid of the knife and of our 3 shoulders, we made a shift at last to wrench one of the boards from its place. Pettigrew, who was slightest, crawled through, and we soon got the other plank down. The hold was half full of cargo, which no doubt they had taken out of some ship or other. We made our way forward till we got to the bulkhead, which, like the one we had got through, was but a makeshift sort of affair, with room to put your fingers between the planks. So we hailed the men and told them how we had got free, and if they didn't want to work all their lives as slaves, they had best do the same. They were ready enough, you may be sure, and finding a passage between the planks wider in one place than the rest, we passed a knife through to them, and told them how to set about cutting the rope. They were a good deal quicker over it than we had been, for in our place there had been no height where we could stand upright, but they were able to do so. 2 men standing back to back, one holding the knife, made quick work of cutting the rope. We had plenty of strength now, and were not long in getting down a couple of planks. The first thing was to make a regular overhaul of the cargo, as well as we could do it, without shifting things and making a noise, to look for weapons or anything that would come in handy for a fight. Not a thing could we find, but we came upon a lot of kegs that we knew, by their feel, were powder. If there had been arms and we could have got up, we should have done it at once, trusting to seize the ship before the other could come up to her help. But without arms it would be madness to try in broad daylight, and we agreed to wait till night, and to lie down again where we were before, putting the ropes round our legs and in our hands and our backs, so that if they did look in, everything should seem secure. "We shall have plenty of time," one of the sailors said, "for they have coiled a big hawser down the hatch." When we got back to our lazarette, we tried the hatch by which we had been shoved down, but the 3 of us couldn't move it any more than if it had been solid stone. We had a goodish talk over it, and it was clear that the hatchway of the main hold was our only chance of getting out, and we might find that a tough job. "If we can't do it any other way," Pettigrew said, "I should say we had best bring enough bales and things to fill the place up to within a foot of the top. Then on that we might put a keg of powder, bore a hole in it to make a slow match that would blow the cabin overhead into splinters, while the bales underneath it would prevent the force of the explosion blowing her bottom out." We agreed that, if the worst came to worst, we would try this, and having settled that, we went back to have a look at the main hatch. Feeling about round it, we found the points of the staple on which the hatchway bar worked above. They were not fastened with nuts as they would have been with us, but were simply turned over and clinched. We had no means of straightening them out, but we could cut through the woodwork round them. Setting to work at that, we took it by turns till we could see the light through the wood. Then we left it to finish after dark. All this time we knew that we were under sail by the rippling water along the sides. The men on board were evidently in high delight at their easy capture, and kicked up so much noise that there was no fear of their hearing any slight stir we made below. Very carefully we brought packages and bales under the hatchway, till we built up a sort of platform about 4 feet below it. We reckoned that, standing as thick as we could there, and all lifting together, we could make sure of hoisting the hatchway up, and could then spring out in a moment. Pettigrew still stuck to his plan and talked us into carrying it out, both under the fore and aft hatches, pointing out that 2 explosions would scare the crew out of their wits, that some would be killed and many jump overboard in their fright. We came to see that the scheme was really a good one, so set all the crew to carry out the business, and they, working with stocking feet, built up a platform under their hatch as well as in our den aft. Then we made holes in the 2 kegs of powder, and shaking a little out, damped it, and rubbed it into 2 strips of cotton. Putting an end of a slow match into each of the holes, we laid the kegs in their places and waited. We made 2 other fuses, so that a man could go forward and another aft, to fire them both together. 2 of the men were told off for this job, and the rest of us gathered under the main hatch, for we had settled now that if we heard them making any move to open the hatches, we would fire the powder at once, whatever hour it was. In order to be ready, we cut deeper into the woodwork around the staple till there was but the thickness of a card remaining, and we could tell by this how light it was above. It don't take long to tell you, but all this had taken us a good many hours, and so baked were we by the heat down below and parched by thirst, that it was as much as I could do to persuade the men to wait until nightfall. At last we saw the light in the cut fade and darken. Again the men wanted to be at work, but I pointed out that if we waited till the crew had laid down on the deck, we might carry it through without losing a life. But if they were all awake, some of them would be sure to come at us with their weapons, and, unarmed as we were, might do us much harm. Still, though I succeeded in keeping the men quiet, I felt it was hard work to put a stopper on my own impatience. At last even John here spoke up for action. "I expect those who mean to sleep are off by this time," he said. "As to reckoning upon them all going off, there ain't no hope of it. They will sit and jabber all night. They have made a good haul, and have taken a stout ship with a full hold, and 25 stout slaves, and that without losing a man. There won't be any sleep for most of them. I reckon it is 2 bells now. I do think, Captain, we might as well begin, for human nature can't stand this heat and thirst much longer." "All right, John," I said. "Now, lads, remember that when the first explosion comes, for we can't reckon on the 2 slow matches burning just the same time, we all heave together till we find the hatch lifts. Then, when the second comes, we chuck it over and leap out. If you see a weapon, catch it up, but don't waste time looking about, but go at them with your fists. They will be scared pretty well out of their senses, and you will not be long before you can get a hold of weapons of some sort. Now, Pettigrew, shove your blade up through the wood, and cut round the staple. Now, Jack Brown, get out that tinder box you said you had about you, and get a spark going." 3 or 4 clicks were heard as the sailor struck his flint against the steel lid of the tinder box. "All right, your honor," he said. "I've got the spark." Then the 2 hands we had given the slow matches to lit them at the tinder box, and went fore and aft, while as many of the rest of us as could crowded under the hatch. "Are you ready fore and aft?" I asked. The 2 men hailed in reply. "Light the matches, then, and come here." I suppose it was not above a minute, but it seemed 10 before there was a tremendous explosion aft. The ship shook from stem to stern. There was a moment's silence, and then came yells and screams mixed with the sound of timbers and wreckage falling on the deck. "Now lift," I said, "but not too high. That is enough. She is free. Wait for the other." There was a rush of feet overhead as the Moors ran forward. Then came the other explosion. "Off with her, lads!" I shouted, and in a moment we flung the hatch off, and I leapt out with a cheer. There was no fighting to speak of. The officers had been killed by the first explosion under their cabin, and many of the men had either been blown overboard or lay crushed under the timber and wreckage. The second explosion had been even more destructive, for it happened just as the crew in their terror had rushed forward. Many of those unhurt had sprung overboard at once, and as we rushed up most of the others did the same. There was no difficulty about arms, for the deck was strewn with weapons. Few of us, however, stopped to pick one up, but, half mad with rage and thirst, rushed forward at the Moors. That finished them, and before we got to them the last had sprung overboard. There was a rush on the part of the men to the scuttlebutt. "Take one drink, lads," I shouted, "and then to the buckets." It took us a quarter of an hour's hard work to put out the flames, and it was lucky the powder had blown so much of the decks up that we were enabled to get at the fire without difficulty, and so extinguish it before it got any great hold. As soon as we got out of it, I called a muster. There was only one missing. It was Pettigrew, he being the first to leap out and rush aft. There had been but one shot fired by the Moors. One fellow, as he leapt on to the rail, drew his pistol from his belt and fired before he sprang overboard. In the excitement and confusion, no one had noticed whether the shot took effect, for 2 or 3 men had stumbled and fallen over fragments of timber or bodies as we rushed aft. But now we searched, and soon came on the poor young fellow. The ball had struck him fair on the forehead, and he had fallen dead without a word or a cry. There was, however, no time to grieve. We had got to recapture the bark, which had been but a cable's length away when we rushed on deck. While we had been fighting the fire, she had sailed on, regardless of the shrieks and shouts of the wretches who had sprung overboard from us. But she was still near us. Both vessels had been running before the wind, for I had sent John Wilkes to the tiller the moment we got possession of the Corsair, and the bark was but a quarter of a mile ahead. The wind was light, and we were running along at 4 knots an hour. The Moors on board the Kate had, luckily, been too scared by the explosion to think of getting one of the guns aft and peppering us while we were engaged in putting out the fire, and indeed they could not have done us much harm if they had, for the high forecastle hid us from their view. As soon as we had found Pettigrew's body, we laid it on the hatch we had thrown off, and I went aft to John. "Are we gaining on her, John?" "No, she has drawn away a little. But this craft is not doing her best. I expect they wanted to keep close to the bark, and so kept her sheets in. If you square the sails, Captain, we shall soon be upon her." That was quickly done, and then the first thing was to see that the men were all armed. We could have got a gun forward, but I did not want to damage the Kate, and we could soon see that we were closing on her. We shoved a bag of musket balls into each cannon, so as to sweep her decks when we came alongside, for we knew that her crew was a good deal stronger than we were. Still, no one had any doubt as to the result, and it was soon evident that the Moors had got such a scare from the fate of their comrades that they had no stomach for fighting. "They are lowering the boats," John shouted. "All the better," I said. "They would fight like rats caught in a trap if we came up to them, and though we are men enough to capture her, we might lose half our number." As soon as the boats reached the water, they were all pulled up to the starboard side, and then the helm was put down, and the bark came round till she was broadside on us. "Down with your helm, John Wilkes," I shouted. "Hard down, man." John hesitated, for he had thought that I should have gone round to the other side of her, and so have caught all the boats. But in truth I was so pleased at the thought of getting the craft back again that I was willing to let the poor villains go, since they were of a mind to do so without giving us trouble. We had punished them enough, and the shrieks and cries of those left behind to drown were ringing in my ears then. So we brought the Corsair up quietly by the side of the Kate, lashed her there, and then with a shout of triumph sprang on board the old barkie. Not a Moor was left on board. The boats were 400 or 500 yards away, rowing at the top of their speed. The men would have run to the guns, but I shouted, "Let them go, lads. We have punished them heavily enough. We have taken their ship and sent half of them to eternity. Let them take the tale back to Tunis how a British merchantman recaptured their ship. Now set to work and get some of the sail off both craft. Then, when we have got things snug, we will splice the main brace and have a meal. There is no more to tell. We carried the Rover into Gibraltar and sold her and her cargo there. It brought a good round sum, and except for the death of Pettigrew, we had no cause to regret the Corsair having taken us by surprise that night off Pantellaria.
"That was an exciting business indeed, Captain Dave," Cyril said when the captain had brought his story to a conclusion. "If it had not been for your good fortune in finding those kegs of powder and Pettigrew's idea of using them as he did, you and John might now, if you had been alive, been working as slaves among the Moors." "Yes, lad. And not the least lucky thing was that Pettigrew's knife and Jack Brown's tinder box had escaped the notice of the Moors. Jack had it in an inside pocket sewn into his shirt so as to keep it dry. It was a lesson to me, and for the rest of the time I was at sea I always carried a knife with a lanyard round my neck, and stowed away in an inside pocket of my shirt, together with a tinder box. They are two as useful a things as a sailor can have about him, for if cast upon a desert shore after a wreck, a man with a knife and a tinder box may make shift to live, when without them he and his comrades might freeze to death." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Fire in the Savoy. The next evening John Wilkes returned after an absence of but half an hour.
"Why, John, you can but have smoked a single pipe. Did you not find your cronies there?"
"I hurried back, Captain, because a man from one of the ships in the pool landed and said that there was a great light in the sky, and that it seemed to him that it was either a big fire in the temple or in one of the mansions beyond the walls. So methought I would come in and ask Cyril if he would like to go with me to see what was happening." "I should like it much, John. I saw a great fire in Holborn just after I came over from France, and a brave sight it was, though very terrible. I would willingly see one again." He took his hat and cloak and was about to be off when Captain Dave called after him.
"Buckle on your sword, lad, and leave your purse behind you. A fire ever attracts thieves and cutthroats who flock round in hopes of stealing something in the confusion. Besides, I have told you before you should never go out after dark without your sword, even were it but to cross the road."
Cyril ran upstairs to his room, buckled on his weapon, and ran down again. "The captain is right," John Wilkes said as he joined him at the door. "After your 2 adventures, it would be folly for you to go out unarmed." "Oh, I expect they have forgotten about me long ago," Cyril laughed lightly. "I don't know," John Wilkes said seriously. "As to Marner's gang, I think that there is not much fear from them, unless that young rascal Robert and the scoundrel who was with him have returned from Holland, and that they are not likely to do for some time to come. But it would not be in human nature if the man you call John Harvey should take his defeat without trying to pay you back for that wound you gave him, or for getting Mistress Nellie out of his hands, and for making him the laughing stock of his comrades. I tell you that there is scarce an evening I have gone out but some fellow passes me before I have gone 20 yards, and, as he brushes my sleeve, turns his head to look at me. But yesternight I said to one who so behaved, 'Look here, mate, this is not the first time you have run against me. I warn you that if it happens again I will crack your head with my cudgel.' The fellow went off, muttering and grumbling, but I have no doubt that he and the others, for it certainly was not always the same man, were watching for you. Tonight there was no one about, or if there was, he did not come near me, and it may be that finding you never leave the house after nightfall, they have decided to give it up for the present. But I thought I heard a footfall lower down the street, just as we came out of the house, and it is like enough that we are followed now. At any rate, they would scarce attack 2 of us, John, and I should not mind if they did. It is a stab in the back that I'm afraid of more than an open quarrel. You may have a better swordsman to deal with next time. The fellow himself would scarcely care to cross swords with you again, but he would have no difficulty in getting 6 cutthroats from the purlieus of the Temple or Westminster, professional bullies, who are ready to use their swords to those who care to purchase them, and who would cut a throat for a few crowns, without caring a jot whose throat it was. Some of these fellows are disbanded soldiers. Some are men who were ruined in the wars. Some are tavern bullies, broken men, reckless and quarrelsome gamblers so long as they have a shilling in their pockets, but equally ready to take to the road or to rob a house when their pockets are empty." By this time they had passed the exchange into Cheapside. Many people were hurrying in the same direction and wondering where the fire was. Presently, one of the fire companies, with buckets, ladders, and axes, passed them at a run. Even in Cheapside, the glow of the sky ahead could be plainly seen, but it was not until they passed St. Paul's and stood at the top of Ludgate Hill that the flames, shooting up high in the air, were visible. They were almost straight ahead. "It must be at the other end of Fleet Street," Cyril said as they broke into a run. "Farther than that, lad. It must be one of the mansions along the Strand. A fire always looks closer than it is. I have seen a ship in flames that looked scarce a mile away, and yet, sailing with a brisk wind, it took us over an hour to come up to it." The crowd became thicker as they approached Temple Bar. The upper windows of the houses were all open, and women were leaning out looking at the sight. From every lane and alley men poured into the street and swelled the hurrying current. They passed through the bar, expecting to find that the fire was close at hand. They had, however, some distance farther to go, for the fire was at a mansion in the Savoy. Another fire company came along when they were within 100 yards of the spot. "Join in with them," Cyril said, and he and John Wilkes managed to push their way into the ranks, joining in the shout, "Way there! Way! Make room for the buckets!" Aided by some of the city watch, the company made its way through the crowd and hurried down the hill from the Strand into the Savoy. A party of the King's Guard, who had just marched up, kept back the crowd, and when once in the open space, Cyril and his companions stepped out from the ranks and joined a group of people who had arrived before the constables and soldiers had come up. The mansion from which the fire had originated was in flames from top to bottom. The roof had fallen in. Volumes of flames and sparks shot high into the air, threatening the safety of several other houses standing near. The fire companies were working their hand pumps, throwing water onto the doors and woodwork of these houses. Long lines of men were extended down to the edge of the river and passed the buckets backwards and forwards. City officials, gentlemen of the court, and officers of the troops moved to and fro, shouting directions and superintending the work. From many of the houses the inhabitants were bringing out their furniture and goods, aided by the constables and spectators. Cyril said, as, with his companion, he took his place in a quiet corner where the projecting portico threw a deep shadow. "It will soon be grander still. The wind is taking the sparks and flames westwards, and nothing can save that house over there. Do you see the little jets of flame already bursting through the roof? The house seems empty. There's not a window open." "It looks so, Cyril, but there may be people asleep at the back. Let us work round and have a look from behind." They turned down the alley, and in a minute or two came out behind the house. There was a garden and some high trees, but it was surrounded by a wall, and they could not see the windows. "Here, Cyril, I will give you a hoist up. If you stand on my shoulders, you can reach to the top of the wall and pull yourself up. Come along here to where that branch projects over. That's it. Now drop your cloak and jump onto my back. That is right. Now get onto my shoulders." Cyril managed to get up. "I can just touch the top, but I can't get my fingers onto it. Put your foot on my head. I will warrant it is strong enough to bear your weight." Cyril did as he was told, grasped the top of the wall, and after a sharp struggle, seated himself astride on it. Just as he did so, a window in a wing projecting into the garden was thrown open, and a female voice uttered a loud scream for help. There was light enough for Cyril to see that the lower windows were all barred. He shouted back, "Can't you get down the staircase?" "No, the house is full of smoke. There are some children here. Help! Help!" And the voice rose in a loud scream again. Cyril dropped down into the roadway by the side of John Wilkes. "There are some women and children in there, John. They can't get out. We must go round to the other side and get some axes and break down the door." Snatching up his cloak, he ran at full speed to his former position, followed by Wilkes. The roof of the house was now in flames. Many of the shutters and window frames had also caught fire from the heat. He ran up to two gentlemen who seemed to be directing the operations. "There's some women and children in a room in the back of that house," he said. "I have just been round there to see. They are in the second story and are crying for help." "I fear the ladders are too short." "I can tie 2 or 3 of them together. I am an old sailor and can answer for the knots." The firemen were already dashing water on the lower windows of the front of the house. A party with axes were cutting at the door, but this was so massive and solid that it resisted their efforts.
One of the gentlemen went down to them. At his orders, 8 or 10 men seized ladders. Cyril snatched some ropes from a heap that had been thrown down by the firemen, and the party, with one of the gentlemen, ran around to the back of the house. 2 ladders were placed against the wall. John Wilkes, running up one of them, hauled several of the others up and lowered them into the garden. The flames were now issuing from some of the upper windows. Cyril dropped from the wall into the garden, and running close up to the house, shouted to 3 or 4 women who were screaming loudly and hanging so far out that he thought that they would fall, that help was at hand, and that they would be speedily rescued. John Wilkes rapidly tied 3 of the short ladders together. These were speedily raised, but it was found that they just reached the window. One of the firemen ran up, while John set to work to prepare another long ladder. As there was no sign of life at any other window, he laid it down in the grass when finished. "If you will put it up at the next window," Cyril said, "I will mount it. The women said that there were children in the house, and possibly I may find them. Those women are so frightened that they don't know what they are doing." One woman had already been got onto the other ladder, but instead of coming down, she held on tightly, screaming at the top of her voice, until the fireman, with great difficulty, got up by her side, wrenched her hands from their hold, threw her across his shoulder, and carried her down. The room was full of smoke as Cyril leapt into it, but he found that it was not, as he had supposed, the one in which the women at the next window were standing. Near the window, however, an elderly woman was lying on the floor insensible, and 3 girls from 8 to 14 lay across her. Cyril thrust his head out of the window. "Come up, John," he shouted. "I want help." He lifted the youngest of the girls, and as he got her out of the window, John's head appeared above the sill. "Take her down quick, John," he said as he handed the child to him. "There are 3 others. They are all insensible from the smoke." Filling his lungs with fresh air, he turned into the blinding smoke again, and speedily reappeared at the window with another of the girls. John was not yet at the bottom. He placed her with her head outside the window, and was back with the eldest girl by the time Wilkes was up again. He handed her down to him, then, taking the other, stepped out onto the ladder and followed Wilkes down. "Brave lad," the gentleman said, patting him on the shoulder. "Are there any more of them?" "One more. A woman, sir. Do you go up, John. I will follow, for I doubt whether I can lift her by myself." He followed Wilkes closely up the ladder. There was a red glow now in the smoke. Flames were bursting through the door. John was waiting at the window. "Which way, lad?" "There is no seeing one's hand in the smoke. Just in front, John. Not 6 feet away. Hold your breath." They dashed forward together, seized the woman between them, and dragging her to the window, placed her head and shoulders on the sill. "You go first, John. She's too heavy for me," Cyril gasped. John stumbled out, half suffocated, while Cyril thrust his head as far as he could outside the window. "That's it, John. You take hold of her shoulder, and I will help you get her onto your back." Between them they pushed her nearly out, and then, with Cyril's assistance, John got her across his shoulders. She was a heavy woman, and the old sailor had great difficulty in carrying her down. Cyril hung far out of the window till he saw him put his foot on the ground. Then he seized a rung of the ladder, swung himself out onto it, and was soon down. For a time he felt confused and bewildered, and was conscious that if he let go of the ladder he should fall. He heard a voice say, "Bring one of those buckets of water," and directly afterwards, "Here, lad, put your head into this," and a handful of water was dashed into his face. It revived him, and turning round, he plunged his head into a bucket that a man held up for him. Then he took a long breath or 2, pressed the water from his hair, and felt himself again. The woman at the other window had by this time been brought down. A door in the garden wall had been broken down with axes, and the women and the girls were taken away to a neighboring house. "There is nothing more to do here," the gentleman said. "Now, men, you are to enter the houses round about. Wherever a door is fastened, break it in. Go out on the roofs with buckets. Put out the sparks as fast as they fall. I will send some more men to help you at once." He then put his hand on Cyril's shoulder and walked back with him to the open space. "We have saved them all," he said to the other gentleman who had now come up, "but it has been a close touch, and it was only by the gallantry of this young gentleman and the other with him that the lives of 3 girls and a woman were rescued. I think all the men that can be spared had better go round to the houses in that direction. You see, the wind is setting that way, and the only hope of stopping the progress of the fire is to get plenty of men with buckets out on the roofs and at all the upper windows." The other gentleman gave the necessary orders to an officer. "Now, young sir, may I ask your name?" the other said to Cyril. "Cyril Shenstone, sir," he replied respectfully, for he saw that the two men before him were persons of rank. "Shenstone? I know the name well. Are you any relation of Sir Aubrey Shenstone?" "He was my father, sir." "A brave soldier, and a hardy companion," the other said warmly. "He rode behind me scores of times into the thick of the fight. I am Prince Rupert, lad." Cyril doffed his hat in deep respect. His father had always spoken of the prince in terms of boundless admiration, and had over and over again lamented that he had not been able to join the prince in his exploits at sea. "What has become of my old friend?" the prince asked. "He died 6 months ago, Prince." "I'm sorry to hear it. I did hear that while he was away he had been suing at court. I asked for him, but could get no tidings of his whereabouts. But we cannot speak here. Ask for me tomorrow at Whitehall. Do you know this gentleman?" "No, sir, I have not had the honor." "This is the Duke of Albemarle, my former enemy, but now my good friend. You'll like the lad no worse, my lord, because his father more than once rode with me into the heart of your ranks." "Certainly not," the Duke said. "It is clear that the son will be as gallant a gentleman as his father was before him, and thank God, it is not against Englishmen that he will draw his sword. You may count me as your friend, sir, henceforth." Cyril bowed deeply and retired, while Prince Rupert and the Duke hurried away again to see that the operations they had directed were properly carried out. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. How John Wilkes Fought the Dutch. After leaving Prince Rupert, Cyril returned to John Wilkes, who was standing a short distance away. "John, John," he said eagerly as he joined him, "who do you think those gentlemen are?" "I don't know, lad. It is easy to see that they are men of importance by the way they order every one about. The one who went with us to the garden is Prince Rupert. The other is the Duke of Albemarle, and the prince has told me to call upon him tomorrow at Whitehall. That is a stroke of luck indeed, lad, and right glad I am that I took it into my head to fetch you out to see the fire. But more than that, you have to thank yourself, for indeed you behaved rather gallantly. You nearly had the prince for your helper, for just before I went up the ladder the last time he stepped forward and said to me, 'You must be well nigh spent, man. I will go up this time.' However, I said that I would finish the work, and so, without more ado, I shook off the hand he had placed on my arm and ran up after you. Well, it is a stroke of good fortune to you, lad, that you should have shown your courage under his eye. No one is more able to appreciate a gallant action. This may help you a long way towards bringing about the aim you were talking about the other night, and I may live to see you Sir Cyril Shenstone yet." "You can see me there now," Cyril said, laughing. "My father was a baronet, and therefore at his death I came into the title. Though I am not silly enough to go about the city as Sir Cyril Shenstone, when I am but a poor clerk. It will be time enough to call myself sir when I see some chance of buying back our estate, though indeed I have thought of taking the title again when I embark on foreign service, as it may help me somewhat in obtaining promotion. But do not say anything about it at home. I am Cyril Shenstone, and have been fortunate enough to win the friendship of Captain Dave, and I should not be so comfortable were there any change made in my position in the family. A title is an empty thing, John, unless there are means to support it, and plain Cyril Shenstone suits my position far better than a title without a guinea in my purse. Indeed, till you spoke just now, I had well nigh forgotten that I have the right to call myself sir." They waited for 2 hours longer. At the end of that time 4 mansions had been burnt to the ground, but the further progress of the flames had been effectually stayed. The crowd had already begun to scatter, and as they walked eastward the streets were full of people making their way homeward. The bell of St. Paul's was striking midnight as they entered. The captain and his family had long since gone off to bed.
"This reminds me of that last business," John whispered as they went quietly upstairs. "It does, John, but it has been a pleasanter evening in every way than those fruitless watches we kept in the street below." The next morning the story of the fire was told, and excited great interest. "Who were the girls you saved, Cyril?" Nellie asked. "I don't know. I did not think of asking to whom the house belonged, nor, indeed, was there anyone to ask. Most of the people were too busy to talk to, and the rest were spectators who had, like ourselves, managed to make their way through the lines of the soldiers and watch." "Were they ladies?" "I really don't know," Cyril laughed. "The smoke was too thick to see anything about them, and I should not know them if I met them today. And besides, when you only see a young person in her nightdress, it is hard to form any opinion as to her rank." Nellie joined in the laugh. "I suppose not, Cyril. It might make a difference to you, though. Those houses in the Savoy are almost all the property of noblemen, and you might have gained another powerful friend if they had been daughters of one." "I should not think they were so," Cyril said. "There seemed to be no one else in the house but 3 maidservants and the woman who was in the room with them. I should say the family were all away and the house left in charge of servants. The woman may have been a housekeeper and her girls her children. Besides, even if it had been otherwise, it was merely by chance that I helped them out. It was John who tied the ladders together and who carried the girls down one by one. If I had been alone, I should have only had time to save the youngest, for I am not accustomed to running up and down ladders, as he is. And by the time I had got her down, it would have been too late to have saved the others. Indeed, I'm not sure that we did save them. They were all insensible, and, for aught I know, may not have recovered from the effects of the smoke. My eyes are smarting even now."
"And so you are to see Prince Rupert today, Cyril," Captain Dave said. "I'm afraid we shall be losing you, for he will, I should say, assuredly appoint you to one of his ships if you ask him."
"That would be good fortune indeed," Cyril said. "I cannot but think myself that he may do so, though it would be almost too good to be true. Certainly he spoke very warmly, and although he may not himself have the appointment of his officers, a word from him at the Admiralty would, no doubt, be sufficient. At any rate, it is a great thing indeed to have so powerful a friend at court. It may be that at the end of another 2 years we may be at war with some other foreign power, and that I may be able to enter our own army instead of seeking service abroad. If not, much as I should like to go to sea to fight against the Dutch, service in this fleet would be of no real advantage to me, for the war may last but for a short time, and as soon as it is over the ships will be laid up again and the crews disbanded."
"Aye, but if you find the life of a sailor to your liking, Cyril, you might do worse than to go into the merchant service. I could help you there, and you might soon get the command of a trader. And let me tell you, it is a deal better to walk on the decks as a captain than it is to be serving on shore with 20 masters over you. And there is money to be made, too. A captain is always allowed to take a certain amount of cargo on his own account. That was the way I scraped together money enough to buy my own ship at last, and to be master as well as owner, and there is no reason why you should not do the same."
"Thank you, Captain Dave. I will think it over when I find out whether I like a sea life. But at present, it seems to me that my inclinations turn rather towards the plan that my father recommended, and that, for the last 2 years, I have always had before me. You said the other day you had fought the Dutch, John?"
Aye, Master Cyril, but in truth it was from no wish or desire on my part that I did so. I had come ashore from Captain Dave's ship here in the Pool, and had been with some of my messmates who had friends in Wapping, and had got 3 days' leave ashore. As the cargo we expected had not come on board the ship, we had kept it up a bit, and it was latish when I was making my way down to the stairs. I expect that I was more intent on making a straight course down the street than looking about for pirates, when suddenly I found myself among a lot of men. One of them seized me by the arm. "Hands off, mate," says I, and I lifted my fist and let it fly at him, when I got a knock on the back of the head. The next thing I knew was I was lying in the hold of a ship, and, as I made out presently, with a score of others, some of whom were groaning and some cursing. "Hello, mates," says I. "What port is this we're brought up in?" "We are on board the Tartar," one said. I knew what that meant, for the Tartar was the receiving hulk where they took the pressed men. The next morning, without question asked, we were brought up on deck tumbled into a small sloop, and taken down to Gravesend, and there put in batches of 4 or 5 into the ships of war lying there. It chanced that I was put on board Monk's flagship, the Resolution, and that is how I came to fight the Dutch. What year was that in, John? 53, in May it was. Van Tromp at the time, with 98 ships of war and 6 fire ships, was in the Downs, and felt so much master of the sea that he sailed in and battered Dover Castle. Then you were in the fight on the 2nd of June? Aye, and in that of the 31st of July, which was harder still. Tell me about it, John. Lord bless you, sir, there was nothing to tell as far as I was concerned. I was at one of the guns on the upper deck, but I might as well have been down below for anything I saw of it. It was just load and fire, load and fire. Sometimes through the clouds of smoke one caught a sight of the Dutchman one was firing at. More often one didn't. There was no time for looking about, I can tell you. And if there had been time, there was nothing to see. It was like being in a big thunderstorm with firebolts falling all around you and smashing and a grinding and a ripping that would have made your hair stand on end if you had only had the time to think of it. But we hadn't time. It was now then, my hearties, blaze away. Keep it up, lads. The Dutchmen have pretty near had enough of it. And then at last, they are running, lads. Turn in your guns and tend to the sails. And then a cheer as loud as we could give, which wasn't much, I can tell you, for we were spent with labour, and half choked with powder, and our tongues parched up with thirst. How many ships had you? We had 95 warships and 5 fire ships, so the game was an equal one. They had Tromp and de Ruyter to command them, and we had Monk and Dean. Both admirals were on board our ship, and the very first broadside the Dutch fired a change shot, and pretty well cut Admiral Dean in 2. I was close to him at the time. Monk, who was standing by his side, undid his own cloak in the moment, threw it over his comrade, and held up his hand to the few of us that had seen what had happened to take no notice of it. It was a good thing Dean and Monk were on board the same ship. If it had not been so, Dean's flag would have been hauled down, and all the fleet would have known of his death, which at the commencement of the fight would have greatly discouraged the men. They told me, though I know naught about it, that Rear Admiral Lawson charged with the Blue Squadron right through the Dutch line, and so threw them into confusion. However, about 3 o'clock, the fight having begun at 11, Van Tromp began to draw off, and we got more sail on the Resolution and followed them for some hours, they making a sort of running fight of it, till one of their big ships blew up about 9 in the evening, and they laid in for shore. Blake came up in the night with 18 ships. The Dutch tried to draw off, but at 8 o'clock we came up to them, and after fighting for 4 hours, they hauled off and ran in great confusion for the flats where we could not follow them, and so they escaped to Zealand. We heard that they had 6 of their best ships sunk, 2 blown up and 11 taken, but whether it was so or not I know not, for in truth I saw nothing whatever of the matter. We sailed to Texel, and there blocked in de Ruyter's squadron of 25 large ships, and we thought that there would be no more fighting, for the Dutch had sent to England to ask for terms of peace. However, we were wrong, and to give the Dutchmen their due, they showed resolution greater than we gave them credit for we were astonished indeed to hear, towards the end of July, that Van Tromp had sailed out again with upwards of 90 ships. On the 29th they came in view, and we sailed out to engage them, but they would not come to close quarters, and it was 7 at night before the Resolution, with some 30 other ships, came up to them and charged through their line. By the time we had done that, it was quite dark, and we missed them altogether and sailed south, thinking Van Tromp had gone that way. But instead he had sailed north, and in the morning we found that he had picked up de Ruyter's fleet, and was ready to fight. But we had other things to think of besides fighting that day, for the wind blew so hard that it was as much as we could do to keep off the shore. And if the gale had continued, a good part of the ships would have left their bones there. However, by nightfall the gale abated somewhat, and by the next morning the sea had gone down sufficient for the main deck ports to be opened. So the Dutch, having the weather gauge, sailed down to engage us. I thought it rough work in the fight 2 months before, but it was nothing to this. To begin with, the Dutch fire ships came down before the wind, and it was as much as we could do to avoid them. They did indeed set the Triumph on fire, and most of the crew jumped overboard, but those that remained managed to put out the flames. Lawson, with the Blue Squadron, began the fighting, and that so briskly that de Ruyter's flagship was completely disabled and towed out of the fight. However, after I had seen that, our turn began, and I had no more time to look about. I only know that ship after ship came to engage us, seeming bent upon lowering Monk's flag. 3 Dutch admirals, Tromp, Everson, and de Ruyter, as I heard afterwards, came up in turn. We did not know who they were, but knew they were admirals by their flags, and pounded them with all our hearts. And so good was our aim that I myself saw 2 of the admirals' flags brought down, and they say that all 3 of them were lowered. But you may guess the pounding was not all on our side, and we suffered very heavily. 4 men were hurt at the gun I worked, and nigh half the crew were killed or wounded. 2 of our masts were shot away, many of our guns disabled, and towards the end of the fight we were towed out of the line. How the day would have gone if Van Tromp had continued in command of the Dutch I cannot say, but about noon he was shot through the body by a musket ball, and this misfortune greatly discouraged the Dutchmen, who fight well as long as things seem to be going their way, but lose heart very easily when they think the matter is going against them. By about 2 o'clock the officers shouted to us that the Dutch were beginning to draw off, and it was not long before they began to fly, each for himself, and in no sort of order. Some of our light frigates, that had suffered less than the line of battle ships, followed them until the one Dutch admiral whose flag was left flying turned and fought him till 2 or 3 of our heavier ships came up, and he was sunk. We could see but little of the chase, having plenty of work, for had a gale come on, our ship and a good many others would assuredly have been driven to shore in the plight we were in. Anyhow, at night their ships got into the Texel, and our vessels, which had been following them, anchored 5 or 6 leagues out, being afraid of the sands. Altogether we had burnt or sunk 26 of their ships of war, while we lost only 2 frigates, both of which were burnt by their fire ships. As it was certain that they would not come out for some time again, and many of our ships being unfit for further contention until repaired, we returned to England. I got my discharge and joined Captain Dave again a fortnight later, when his ship came up the river. Monk is a good fighter, Master Cyril, and should have the command of the fleet instead of, as they say, the Duke of York. Although he was called General and not Admiral, he is as good a sea-dog as any of them, and he can think as well as fight. Among our ships that day were several merchantmen that had been taken up for the service at the last moment and had guns slapped on board, with gunners to work them. Some of them still had their cargoes in the hold, and Monk, thinking it was likely that the captains would think more of saving their ships and goods than of fighting the Dutch, changed the captains all round, so that no man commanded his own vessel, and the consequence was that, as all admitted, the merchantmen were as willing to fight as any, and bore themselves right stoutly. Don't you think, Master Cyril, if you go with the fleet, that you are going to see much of what goes on? It will be worse for you than it was for me, for there was I, labouring and toiling like a dumb beast, with my mind intent upon working the gun and paying no heed to the roar and confusion around, scarce even noticing when one beside me was struck down. You'll be up on the poop, having naught to do but to stand with your hand on your sword hilt and waiting to board an enemy or to drive back one who tries to board you. You will find that you will be well nigh dazed and stupid with the din and uproar." "It doesn't sound a very pleasant outlook, John," Cyril laughed. "However, if I ever do get into an engagement, I will think of what you have said, and will try to prevent myself from getting either dazed or stupid, though in truth I can well imagine that it is enough to shake anyone's nerves to stand inactive in so terrible a scene." "You will have to take great care of yourself, Cyril," Nellie said gravely. Captain Dave and John Wilkes both burst into a laugh. "How is he to take care of himself, Nellie?" her father said. Do you suppose that a man on deck would be any the safer were he to stoop down with his head below the rail, or to screw himself up on the leeward side of a mast? No, no, lass. Each man has to take his share of danger, and the most cowardly runs just as great a risk as the man who fearlessly exposes himself.
End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Prince Rupert. The next day Cyril went down to breakfast in what he had often called laughingly his court suit. This suit he had made for him a short time before his father's death to replace the one he had when he came over, that being altogether outgrown. He had done so to please Sir Aubrey, who had repeatedly expressed his anxiety that Cyril should always be prepared to take advantage of any good fortune that might befall him. This is the first time he had put it on.
"Well, truly you look a pretty fellow, Cyril," the captain said as he entered. "Don't you think so, Nellie?"
The girl nodded.
"I don't know that I like him better than in his black suit, father, but he looks very well."
"Oh, lass, this is a change of opinion, truly. For myself, I care not one jot for the fashion of men's clothes, but I had thought that you always inclined to gay attire, and Cyril would now seem rather to belong to the court than to the city."
"If it had been any other morning, father, I might have thought more of Cyril's appearance. But what you were telling us but now of the continuance of the plague is so sad that mourning rather than court attire would seem to be the proper wear. The plague is spreading fast, then, Captain Dave?"
"No, but it is not decreasing as we had hoped it would do. But from the beginning of December the deaths rose steadily until the end of January. While our usual death rate is under 300, it went to 474. Then the weather setting in very severe checked it till the end of February, and we all hoped that the danger was over, and that we should be rid of the distemper before the warm weather set in. But for the last fortnight there has been a rise rather than a fall. Not a large one, but sufficient to cause great alarm that it will continue until warm weather sets in, and may then grow into terrible proportions. So far there has been no case in the city, and it is only in the west that it is any hold, the deaths being altogether in the parishes of St. Giles, St. Andrews, St. Bride's, St. James's, Clerkenwell. Of course there have been cases now and then for many years past, and 9 years ago it spread to a greater extent than now, and were we at the beginning of winter instead of nearing summer, there would be no occasion to think much of the matter. But with the hot weather approaching and the tales we hear of the badness of the plague in foreign parts, one cannot but feel anxious."
"And they say, too, that there have been prophecies of grievous evils in London," Nellie put in.
"We need not trouble about that," her father replied. "The Anabaptists prophesied all sorts of evils in Elizabeth's time, but naught came of it. There are always men and women with disordered minds, who think that they are prophets and have power to see further into the future than other people, but no one minds them or thinks aught of their wild words, save at a time like the present, when there is a danger of war or pestilence. You remember Bill Wilkes, John?"
"I mind him, your honour. A poor half-crazed fellow he was, and yet a good seaman, who would do his duty blow high or blow low. He sailed 6 voyages with us, Captain."
"And never one of them without telling the crew that the ship would never return to port. He had had dreams about it, and the black cat had mewed when he left home, and he saw 3 magpies in a tree hard by when he stepped from the door, and many other portents of that kind. The first time he well nigh scared some of the crew, but after the first voyage, from which we came back safely, of course, they did but laugh at him. And as in all other respects he was a good sailor and a willing fellow, I did not like to discharge him, for once the men found out that his prophecies came to naught, they did no harm, and indeed they afforded them much amusement. Just as it is on board a ship, so it is elsewhere. If our vessel had gone down that first voyage, any man who escaped drowning would have said that Bill Wilkes had not been without reason in his warnings, and that it was nothing less than flying in the face of Providence, to put to sea when the loss of the ship had been so surely foretold. So on shore the fools or madmen who have dreams and visions are not heeded when times are good, and men's senses sound, whereas in troubled times men take their ravings to heart. If all the scatterbrains had a good whipping at the pillory, it would be well, both for them and for the silly people who pay attention to their ravings."
A few minutes later, Cyril took a boat to the Whitehall steps, and after some delay was shown up to Prince Rupert's room. "None the worse for your exertions yester-even, young gentleman, I hope?" the prince said, shaking hands with him warmly. "None, sir. The exertion was not great, and it was but the inconvenience of the smoke that troubled me in any way. Have you been to inquire after the young ladies who owe their lives to you?" "No, sir. I know neither their names nor their condition, nor, had I wished it, could I have made inquiries, for I know not whither they were taken." "I sent round early this morning," the prince said, "and heard that they were as well as might be expected after the adventure they went through. And now, tell me about yourself, and what you have been doing. 'Tis one of the saddest things to me since I returned to England, that so many good men who fought by my side have been made beggars in the king's service, and that I could do naught for them. 'Tis a grievous business, and yet I see not how it is to be mended. The hardest thing is that those who did the most for the king's service are those who have suffered most deeply. None of those who were driven to sell their estates at a fraction of their value in order to raise money for the king's treasury, or to put men into the field, have received any redress. It would need a vast sum to buy back all their lands, and Parliament would not vote money for that purpose. Nor would it be fair to turn men out of the estates that they bought and paid for. Do you not think so?" he asked suddenly, seeing by the lad's face that he was not in agreement with him. "No, sir, it does not seem to me that it would be unfair. These men bought the lands for, as you say, but a fraction of their value. They did so in the belief that Parliament would triumph, and their purchase was but a speculation grounded on that belief. They have enjoyed of the estates for years, and have drawn from them an income which has, by this time, brought them in a sum much exceeding that which they have adventured, and it does not seem to me that there would be any hardship whatever were they now called upon to restore them to their owners. 'Tis as when a man risks his money in a venture at sea. If all goes as he hopes, he will make a great profit on his money. If the ship is cast away or taken by pirates, it is unfortunate, but he has no reason to curse his ill luck if the ship had already made several voyages which have more than recouped the money he ventured." "Well and stoutly argued," the prince said approvingly. "But you must remember, young sir, that the king on his return was by no means strongly seated on the throne. There was the army most evilly affected towards him. There were the Puritans, who lamented the upset of the work they or their fathers had done. All those men who had purchased the estates of the Royalists had families and friends, and had the estates been restored to their rightful owners, there might have been an outbreak that would have shaken the throne again. Many would have refused to give up possession, save to force, and where was the force to come from? Even had the king had troops willing to carry out such a measure, they might have been met by force, and had blood once been shed, none can say how the trouble might have spread, or what might have been the end of it. And now, lad, come to your own fortunes." Cyril briefly related the story of his life since his return to London, stating his father's plan that he should some day take foreign service. "You have shown that you have a stout heart, young sir, as well as a brave one, and have done well indeed in turning your mind to earn your living by such talents as you have, rather than in wasting your time in vain hopes and in ceaseless importunities for justice. It may be that you have acted wisely in thinking of taking service on the continent, seeing that we have no army, and when the time comes I will further your wishes to the utmost of my power. But in the meantime there is opportunity for service at home. I will gladly appoint you as a volunteer in my own ship. There are many gentlemen going with me in that capacity, and it would be of advantage to you if, when I write to some foreign prince on your behalf, I can say that you have fought under my eye." "Thank you greatly, Prince. I have been wishing, above all things, that I could join the fleet, and it would be indeed an honor to begin my career under the prince of whom I heard so often from my father." Prince Rupert looked at his watch. "The king will be in the mall now," he said. "I will take you across and present you to him. It is useful to have the entree at court, though perhaps the less you avail yourself of it the better." So saying, he rose, put on his hat, and throwing his cloak over his shoulder, went across to the mall, asking questions of Cyril as he went, and extracting from him a sketch of the adventure of his being kidnapped and taken to Holland. Presently they arrived at the spot where the king, with 3 or 4 nobles and gentlemen, had been playing. Charles was in a good humour, for he had just won a match with the Earl of Rochester. "Well, my grave cousin," he said merrily, "what brings you out of your office so early? No fresh demands for money, I hope?" "Not at present, and indeed it is not to you that I should come on such a quest, but to the Duke of York." "And he would come to me," said the king. "So it is the same thing." "I have come across to present to your majesty a very gallant young gentleman, who yesterday evening, at the risk of his life, saved the 3 daughters of the Earl of Wisbeck from being burned at the fire in the Savoy, where his lordship's mansion was among those that were destroyed. I beg to present to your majesty Sir Cyril Shenstone, the son of the late Sir Aubrey Shenstone, a most gallant gentleman, who rode under my banner in many a stern fight in the service of your royal father." "I knew him well," the king said graciously, "but I had not heard of his death. I am glad to hear that his son inherits his bravery. I am often regretted deeply that it was out of my power to requite in any way the services Sir Aubrey rendered, and the sacrifices he made for our house." His brow clouded a little, and he looked appealingly at Prince Rupert. "Sir Cyril Shenstone has no more intention of asking for favours than I have, Charles," the latter said. "He is going to accompany me as a volunteer against the Dutch, and if the war lasts, I shall ask for a better appointment for him." "That he shall have," the king said warmly. "None have a better claim to the commissions in the navy and army than sons of gentlemen who fought and suffered in the cause of our royal father. My lords," he said to the little group of gentlemen who had been standing a few paces away while this conversation had been going on, "I would have you know Sir Cyril Shenstone, the son of a faithful adherent of my father, and who yesterday evening saved the lives of the 3 daughters of my lord of Weisbeck in the fire at the Savoy. He is going as a volunteer with my cousin Rupert when he sails against the Dutch." The gentlemen all returned Cyril's salute courteously. "He will be fortunate in beginning his career under the eyes of so brave a prince," the Earl of Rochester said, bowing to Prince Rupert. "It would be well if you all," the latter said bluntly, "were to ship in the fleet for a few months instead of wasting your time in empty pleasures." The Earl smiled. Prince Rupert's extreme disapproval of the life at court was well known. "We cannot all be Bayards, Prince, and most of us would, methinks, be too sick at sea to be of much assistance were we to go. But if the Dutchmen come here, which is not likely, for I doubt not, Prince, that you will soon send them flying back to their own ports, we shall be glad to do our best to meet them when they land." The prince made no reply, but turning to the king said, "We will not detain you longer from your game, cousin Charles. I have plenty to do with all the complaints as to the state of the ships and the lack of stores and necessities." "Remember, I shall be glad to see you at my levee, Sir Cyril," the king said, holding out his hand. "Do not wait for the prince to bring you, for if you do, you will wait long." Cyril doffed his hat, raised the king's hand to his lips, then, with a deep bow and an expression of thanks, followed Prince Rupert, who was already striding away. "You might have been better introduced," the prince said when he overtook him. "Still, it is better to be badly introduced than to have no introduction at all. I am too old for the flippancies of the court. You had better show yourself there sometimes. You will make friends that may be useful. By the way, I have not your address, and it may be a fortnight or more before the Henrietta is ready to take her crew on board." He took out his tablet and wrote down the address. "Come and see me if there is anything you want to ask me. Do not let the clerks keep you out with the pretense that I am busy, but send up your name to me, and tell them that I have ordered it shall be taken up, however I may be engaged." Having no occasion for haste, Cyril walked back to the city after leaving Prince Rupert. A great change had taken place in his fortunes in the last 24 hours. Then he had no prospects save continuing his work in the city for another 2 years, and even after that time he foresaw grave difficulties in the way of his obtaining a commission in a foreign army, for Sir John Parton, even if ready to carry out the promise he had formerly made him, might not have sufficient influence to do so. Now he was to embark in Prince Rupert's own ship. He would be the companion of many other gentlemen going out as volunteers, and, at a bound, spring from the position of a writer in the city to that occupied by his father before he became involved in the trouble between King and Parliament. He was already admitted to court, and Prince Rupert himself had promised to push his fortunes abroad. And yet he felt less elated than he would have expected from his sudden change. The question of money was the cloud that dulled the brightness of his prospects. As a volunteer he would receive no pay, and yet he must make a fair show among the young noblemen and gentlemen who would be his companions. Doubtless they would be victualled on board, but he would have to dress well and probably pay a share in the expenses that would be incurred for wine and other things on board. Had it not been for the future, he would have been inclined to regret that he had not refused the tempting offer, but the advantages to be gained by Prince Rupert's patronage were so large that he felt no sacrifice would be too great to that end, even that of accepting the assistance that Captain Dave had more than once hinted he should give him. It was just the dinner hour when he arrived home.
"Well, Cyril, I see by your face that the prince has said nothing in the direction of your wishes," Captain Dave said as he entered.
"Then my face is a false witness, Captain Dave, for Prince Rupert has appointed me a volunteer on board his own ship."
"I'm glad indeed, lad, heartily glad, though your going will be heavy loss to us all. But why are you looking so grave over it?"
"I have been wondering whether I have acted wisely in accepting it," Cyril said. "I am very happy here. I am earning my living. I have no cares of any sort, and I feel that it is a very serious matter to make a change. The prince has a number of noblemen and gentlemen going with him as volunteers, and I feel that I shall be out of my element in such company. At the same time, I have every reason to be thankful, for Prince Rupert has promised that he will, after the war is over, give me introductions which will procure me a commission abroad."
"Well, then, it seems to me that things could not look better," Captain Dave said heartily. "When do you go on board?"
"The prince says it may be another fortnight, so that I shall have time to make my preparations and warn the citizens I work for that I am going to leave them."
"I should say the sooner the better, lad. You will have to get your outfit and other matters seen to. Moreover, now that you have been taken under Prince Rupert's protection, and have become, as it were, an officer on his ship, for gentlemen volunteers, although they have no duties in regard to working the ship, are yet officers. It is hardly seemly that you should be making up accounts of bakers and butchers, ironmongers and ship's storekeepers."
"The work is honest, and I am in no way ashamed of it," Cyril said. "But as I have many things to see about, I suppose I had better give them notice at once. Prince Rupert presented me to the king today, and His Majesty requested me attend at court, which I would be loath to do, were it not that the prince urged upon me that it was of advantage that I should make myself known." "One would think, Master Cyril, that this honor which has suddenly befallen you is regarded by you as a misfortune," Mrs. Dowsett said, laughing. "Most youths would be overjoyed at such a change in their fortune." "It would all be very pleasant," Cyril said, "had I the income of my father's estate at my back, but I feel that I shall be in a false position, thus thrusting myself among men who have more guineas in their pockets than I have pennies. However, it seems that the matter has been taken out of my own hands, and that, as things have turned out, so I must travel. Who would have thought when John Wilkes fetched me out last night to go to the fire, it would make an altercation in my whole life, and that such a little thing as climbing up a ladder and helping to get 3 girls out of a room full of smoke, and John Wilkes did the most difficult part of the work, was to change all my prospects." "There was a providence in it, Cyril," Mrs. Dowsett said gently. "Why else should you have gone up that ladder when, to all seeming, there was no one there? The maids were so frightened, John says, that they would never have said a word about there being anyone in that room, and the girls would have perished had you not gone up. Now, as owing to that everything has turned out according to your wishes, it would be a sin not to take advantage of it, for you may be sure that, as the way has thus been suddenly opened to you, so will all other things follow in due course." "Thank you, madam," Cyril said simply. "I had not thought of it in that light, but assuredly you are right, and I will not suffer myself to be daunted by the difficulties there may be in my way." John Wilkes now came in and sat down to the meal. He was vastly pleased when he heard of the good fortune that had befallen Cyril. "It seems to me," Cyril said, "that I am but an impostor, and that at least some share of the good luck ought to have fallen to you, John, seeing that you carried them all down the ladder." "I have carried heavier bales many a time, much longer distances than that, though I do not say that the woman was not a tidy weight, for indeed she was. But I would have carried down 10 of them for the honour I had in being shaken by the hand by Prince Rupert, as gallant a sailor as ever sailed a ship. No, what I did was all in a day's work, and no more than lifting anchors and chains about in a storehouse. As for honours, I want none of them. I am moored in a snug port here, and I would not leave Captain Dave if they would make a duke of me." Nellie said no word of congratulation to Cyril, but as they rose from dinner, she said in low tones, "You know I am pleased, and I hope that you will have all the good fortune you deserve." Cyril set out at once to make a round of the shops where he worked. The announcement that he must at once terminate his connection with them, as he was going on board the fleet, was everywhere received with great regret. "I would gladly pay double," one said, "rather than you should go, for indeed it has taken a heavy load off my shoulders, and I know not how I shall get on in the future." "I should think that there would be no difficulty in getting some other young clerk to do the work," Cyril said. "Not so easy," the man replied. "I had tried 1 or 2 before, and found they were more trouble than they were worth. There are not many who write as neatly as you do, and you do as much in an hour as some would take a day over. However, I wish you good luck, and if you should ever come back and take up the work again, or start as a scrivener in the city, I can promise that you will have my books again, and that among my friends I can find you as much work as you can get through." Something similar was said to him at each of the houses where he called, and he felt much gratified in finding that his work had given such satisfaction. When he came in to supper, Cyril was conscious that something had occurred of an unusual nature. Nellie's eyes were swollen with crying. Mrs. Dowsett had also evidently been in tears, while Captain Dave was walking up and down the room restlessly. The servant was placing the things upon the table, and just as they were about to take their seats, the bell of the front door rang loudly. "See who it is, John," Captain Dave said. "Whoever it is seems to be in a mighty hurry." In a minute or two John returned, followed by a gentleman. The latter paused at the door, and then said, bowing courteously as he advanced to Mrs. Dowsett, "I must ask pardon for intruding on your meal, madam, but my business is urgent. I am the Earl of Weisbeck, and I have called to see Sir Cyril Shenstone, to offer him my heartfelt thanks for the service he has rendered me by saving the lives of my daughters." All had risen to their feet as he entered, and there was a slight exclamation of surprise from the captain, his wife, and daughter as the Earl said, "Sir Cyril Shenstone." Cyril stepped forward. "I am Cyril Shenstone, my lord," he said, "and had the good fortune to be able, with the assistance of my friend here, John Wilkes, to rescue your daughters, though at the time, indeed, I was altogether ignorant of their rank. It was a fortunate occurrence, but I must disclaim any merit in the action, for it was by mere accident that, mounting to the window by a ladder, I saw them lying insensible on the ground." "Your modesty does you credit, sir," the Earl said, shaking him warmly by the hand. "But such is not the opinion of Prince Rupert, who described it to me as a very gallant action, and, moreover, he said it was you who first brought him the news that there were females in the house, which he and others had supposed to be empty, and that it was solely owing to you that the ladders were taken round."
will you allow me, my lord, to introduce to you Captain Dowsett, his wife, and daughter, who have been to me the kindest of friends?" "A kindness, my lord," Captain Dave said earnestly, "that has been repaid 1,000-fold by this good youth, of whose rank we were indeed ignorant until you named it. May I ask you to honour us by joining our meal?" "That I will right gladly, sir," the Earl said, "for in truth I have scarce broke my fast today. I was down at my place in Kent when I was awoke this morning by one of my grooms, who had ridden down with the news that my mansion in the Savoy had been burned, and that my daughters had had a most narrow escape of their lives. Of course I mounted at once and rode to town, where I was happy in finding that they had well nigh recovered from the effects of their fright in the smoke. Neither they nor the nurse who was with them could give me any account of what had happened, save that they had, as they supposed, become insensible from the smoke. When they recovered, they found themselves in the Earl of Surrey's house, to which it seems they had been carried. After inquiry, I learned that the Duke of Albemarle and Prince Rupert had been both on the scene directing operations. I went to the latter, with whom I have had the honour of being well acquainted, and he told me the whole story, saying that had it not been for Sir Cyril Shenstone, my daughters would certainly have perished. He gave credit, too, to Sir Cyril's companion, who, he said, carried them down the ladder, and himself entered the burning room the last time to aid in bringing out the nurse, who was too heavy for the rescuer of my daughters to lift. Save a cup of wine and a piece of bread that I took on my first arrival, I have not broken my fast today." And he seated himself on a chair that Cyril had placed for him between Mrs. Dowsett and Nellie. Captain Dave whispered to John Wilkes, who went out and returned in 2 or 3 minutes with 3 or 4 flasks of rare Spanish wine, which the captain had brought back on his last voyage, and kept for drinking on special occasions. The dame always kept an excellent table, and although she made many apologies to the Earl, he assured her that none were needed, for that he could have supped no better in his own house. "I hear," he said presently to Cyril, "that you are going out as a volunteer in Prince Rupert's ship. My son is also going with him, and I hope in a day or 2 to introduce him to you. He is at present at Cambridge, but having set his mind on sailing with the prince, I have been fain to allow him to give up his studies. I heard from Prince Rupert that you had recently been kidnapped and taken to Holland. He gave me no particulars, nor did I ask them, being desirous of hurrying off at once to express my gratitude to you. How was it that such an adventure befell you? For it would hardly seem likely that you could have provoked the enmity of persons capable of such an outrage." "It was the result of his services to me, my lord," Captain Dave said. "Having been a sea captain, I am but a poor hand at accounts, but having fallen into this business at the death of my father, it seemed simple enough for me to get on without much book learning. I made but a bad shape at it, and when Master Shenstone, as he then called himself, offered to keep my books for me, it seemed to me an excellent mode of saving myself worry and trouble. However, when he set himself to making up the accounts of my stock, he found that I was nigh £800 short, and, setting himself to watch, discovered that my apprentices were in alliance with a band of thieves, and were nightly robbing me. We caught them and 2 of the thieves in the act. One of the latter was the receiver, and on his premises the proceeds of a great number of robberies were found, and there was no doubt that he was the chief of a notorious gang called the Black Gang, which had for a long time infested the city and the surrounding country. It was to prevent Sir Cyril from giving evidence at the trial that he was kidnapped and sent away. He was placed in the house of a diamond merchant, to whom the thieves were in the habit of consigning jewels, and this might well have turned out fatal to him, for to the same house came my elder apprentice and one of the men captured with him, a notorious ruffian who had been rescued from the constables by a gang of their fellows, in open daylight in the city. These doubtless would have compassed his death, had he not happily seen them enter the house and made his escape, taking passage in a coaster bound for Dunkirk, from which place he took another ship to England. Thus you see, my lord, that I am indebted to him for saving me from a further loss that might well have ruined me. He paused, glanced at Nelly, who rose at once, saying to the Earl, "I trust that your lordship will excuse my mother and myself. My father has more to tell you. At least I should wish him to do so." Then, taking her mother's hand, she curtsied deeply, and they left the room together. "Such, my lord, as I have told you, is the service, so far as I knew till this afternoon, Sir Cyril Shenstone has rendered me. That was no small thing, but it was very little to what I know now that I am indebted to him. After he went out, I was speaking with my wife on money matters, desiring much to be of assistance to him in the matter of the expedition on which he is going. Suddenly my daughter burst into tears and left the room. I naturally bade my wife follow her and learn what ailed her. Then, with many sobs and tears, she told her mother that we little knew how much we were indebted to him. She said she had been a wicked girl, having permitted herself to be accosted several times by a well-dressed gallant, who told her that he was the Earl of Harwich, who had professed great love for her and urged her to marry him privately. He was about to speak to her one day when she was out under Master Cyril's escort. The latter interfered, and there was well nigh a fracas between them. Being afraid that some of the lookers-on might know her and bring the matter to our ears, she mentioned so much to us, and in consequence we did not allow her to go out afterwards, save in the company of her mother. Nevertheless, the man continued to meet her, and, as he was unknown to her mother, passed notes into her hand. To these she similarly replied, and at last consented to fly with him. She did so at night, and was about to enter a sedan chair in the lane near this house when they were interrupted by the arrival of Master Shenstone and my friend John Wilkes. The former, it seems, had his suspicions, and setting himself to watch, had discovered that she was corresponding with this man, whom he found was not the personage he pretended to be, but a disreputable hanger-on of the court, one John Harvey, and had then kept up an incessant watch, with the aid of John Wilkes, outside the house at night until he saw her come out and join the fellow with 2 associates. When he followed her to the chair they had in readiness for her, there was, she says, a terrible scene. Swords were drawn, John Wilkes knocked down one of the men, and Master Shenstone ran John Harvey through the shoulder. Appalled now at seeing how she had been deceived, and how narrowly she had escaped destruction, she returned with her rescuers to the house, and no word was ever said on the subject until she spoke this afternoon. We had noticed that a great change had come over her, and that she seemed to have lost all her taste for shows and finery, but little did we dream of the cause. She said that she could not have kept the secret much longer in any case, being utterly miserable at the thought how she had degraded herself and deceived us. It was a sad story to have to hear, my lord, but we have fully forgiven her, having indeed cause to thank God both for her preservation and for the good that this seems to have wrought in her. She had been a spoilt child, and being well favoured, her head had been turned by flattery, and she indulged in all sorts of foolish dreams. Now she is truly penitent for her folly. Had you not arrived, my lord, I should, when we had finished our supper, have told Master Shenstone that I knew of this vast service he has rendered us, a service to which the other was nothing. That touched my pocket only. This, my only child's happiness. I have told you the story, my lord, by her consent, in order that you might know what sort of a young fellow this gentleman who has rescued your daughter is. John, I thank you for your share in this matter." And with tears in his eyes he held out his hand to his faithful companion. "I thank you deeply, Captain Dowsett, for having told me this story," the Earl said gravely. "It was a painful one to tell, and I feel sure that the circumstances will, as you say, be of lasting benefit to your daughter. It shows that her heart is a true and loyal one, for she would not have had so painful a story told to a stranger, simply that the true character of her perseverer should be known. I need not say that it has had the effect she desired of raising Sir Cyril Shenstone highly in my esteem. Prince Rupert spoke of him very highly, and told me how he had been honourably supporting himself and his father until the death of the latter. Now I see that he possesses unusual discretion and acuteness as well as bravery. Now I will take my leave, thanking you for the good entertainment that you have given me. I am staying at the house of the Earl of Surrey, Sir Cyril, and I hope that you will call tomorrow morning in order that my daughters may thank you in person." Captain Dave and Cyril escorted the Earl to the door, then returned to the chamber above. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. New Friends. On arriving at the room upstairs, Captain Dave placed his hand on Cyril's shoulder and said, "How can I thank you, lad, for what you have done for us?" "By saying nothing further about it, Captain Dave. I had hoped that the matter would never have come to your ears, and yet I rejoice for her own sake that Mistress Nelly has told you all. I thought that she would do so some day, for I, too, have seen how much she has been changed since then, and though it becomes me not to speak of one older than myself, I think that the experience has been for her good. And above all, I am rejoiced to find that you have fully forgiven her, for indeed I am sure that she has been grievously punished."
"Well, well, lad, it shall be as you say, for indeed I am but a poor hand at talking. But believe me that I feel as grateful as if I could express myself rightly, and that the Earl of Weisbeck cannot feel one whit more thankful to you for having saved the lives of his 3 children than I do for your having saved my Nelly from the consequences of her own folly. There is one thing that you must let me do. It is but a small thing, but at present I have no other way of showing what I feel. You must let me take it upon myself, as if you had been my own son, the expenses of this outfit of yours. I was talking of the matter, as you may have guessed by what I said to the Earl when Nelly burst into tears, and if I contemplated this when I knew only you had saved me from ruin, how much more do I feel it now that you have done this greater thing? I trust that you will not refuse me and my wife this small opportunity of showing our gratitude. What say you, John Wilkes?"
"I say, Captain Dave, that it is well spoken, and I am sure Master Cyril will not refuse your offer."
"I will not, Captain Dave, providing that you let it be as a loan that I may perhaps some day be enabled to repay you. I feel that it would be churlish to refuse so kind an offer, and it will relieve me of the one difficulty that troubled me when the prospects in all other respects seemed so fair."
"That is right, lad, and you have taken a load off my mind. You have not acted quite fairly by us in one respect, Master Cyril."
"How is that?" Cyril asked in surprise.
"In not telling us that you were Sir Cyril Shenstone, and in letting us put you up in an attic, and letting you go about as Nelly's escort as if you had been but an apprentice."
Cyril laughed. "I said that my father was Sir Aubrey Shenstone, though I own that I did not say so till I had been here some time. But the fact that he was a baronet and not a knight made little difference. It was a friendless lad whom you took in and gave shelter to, Captain Dave, and it mattered not whether he was plain Cyril or Sir Cyril. I had certainly no thought of taking my title again until I entered a foreign army, and indeed it would have been a disservice to me here in London. I should have cut but a poor figure asking for work and calling myself Sir Cyril Shenstone. I should have had to enter into all sorts of explanations before anyone would have believed me, and I don't think that, even with you, I should have been so comfortable as I have been."
"Well, at any rate, no harm has been done," Captain Dave said. "But I think you might have told me."
"If I had, Captain Dave, you would assuredly have told your wife and Mistress Nelly, and it was much more pleasant for me that things should be as they were."
"Well, perhaps you are right, lad. And I own that I may not have let you work in my books and worry over that robbery, had I known that you were of a station above me."
"That you could never have known," Cyril said warmly. "We have been poor ever since I can remember. I owed my education to the kindness of friends of my mother, and in no way has my station been equal to that of a London trader like yourself. As to the title, it was but a matter of birth, and went but ill with an empty purse and a shabby doublet. In the future it may be useful, but until now it has been naught, and indeed worse than naught to me." The next morning, when Cyril went into the parlor, he found that Nellie was busy assisting the maid to lay the table. When the latter had left the room, the girl went up to Cyril and took his hand. "I have never thanked you yet," she said. "I could not bring myself to speak of it, but now that I have told them, I can do so. Ever since that dreadful night, I have prayed for you morning and evening, and thanked God for sending you to my rescue. What a wicked girl you must have thought me, and with reason, but you could not think of me worse than I thought of myself. Now that my father and mother have forgiven me, I shall be different altogether. I had before made up my mind to tell them. Still, it did not seem to me that I should ever be happy again. But now that I have had the courage to speak out, and they have been so good to me, a great weight is lifted off my mind, and I mean to learn to be a good housewife like my mother, and to try to be worthy some day of an honest man's love." "I am sure you will be," Cyril said warmly. "And so, Mistress Nellie, it has all turned out for the best, though it did not seem so at one time." At this moment Captain Dave came in.
"I'm glad to see you two talking together as of old," he said. "We had thought that there must be some quarrel between you, for you had given up rating him, Nellie. Give her a kiss, Cyril. She is a good lass, though she has been a foolish one. Nay, Nellie, do not offer him your cheek. It is the fashion to do that to every idle acquaintance. Kiss him heartily as if you loved him." "That is right, lass. Now, let us to breakfast. Where is your mother? She's late."
"I told her that I would see her after the breakfast in future, father, and I have begun this morning, partly because it is my duty to take the work off her hands, and partly because I wanted a private talk with Sir Cyril."
"I won't be called Sir Cyril under this roof," the lad said, laughing, "and I warn you that if anyone calls me so, I will not answer. I have always been Cyril with you, and I intend to remain so to the end. And you must remember that it is but a few months that I have had the right to the title, and was never addressed by it until by Prince Rupert. I was, for the moment, well nigh as much surprised as you were last night."
An hour later Cyril again donned his best suit and started to pay his visit to the Earl. Had he not seen him overnight, he would have felt very uncomfortable at the thought of the visit, but he had found him so pleasant and friendly, and so entirely free from any air of pride or condescension, that it seemed as if he were going to meet a friend. He was particularly struck with the manner in which he had placed Captain Dave and his family at their ease, and got them to talk as freely and naturally with him as if he had been an acquaintance of long standing. It seemed strange to him to give his name as Sir Cyril Shenstone to the lackeys at the door, and he almost expected to see an expression of amusement on their faces. They had, however, evidently received instructions respecting him, for he was without question at once ushered into the room in which the Earl of Weisbeck and his daughters were sitting. The Earl shook him warmly by the hand, and then, turning to his daughters, said, "This is the gentleman to whom you owe your lives, girls. Sir Cyril, these are my daughters, Lady Dorothy, Lady Bertha, and Lady Beatrice. It seems somewhat strange to have to introduce you, who have saved their lives, to them, but you have the advantage of them, for you have seen them before, but they have not until now seen your face." Each of the girls, as she was named, made a deep curtsy, and then presented her cheek to be kissed, as was the custom of the times. "They are somewhat tongue-tied," the Earl said, smiling, as the eldest of the three cast an appealing glance to him, "and have begged me to thank you in their names, which I do with all my heart, and beg you to believe that their gratitude is none the less deep because they have no words to express it. They generally have plenty to say, I can assure you, and will find their tongues when you are a little better acquainted." "I am most happy to have been of service to you, ladies," Cyril said, bowing deeply to them. "I can hardly say that I have the advantage your father speaks of, for in truth the smoke was so thick, and my eyes smarted so with it, that I could scarce see your faces. Their attire, too, in no way helped you," the Earl said with a laugh, "for, as I hear, their costumes was of the slightest. I believe that Dorothy's chief concern is that she did not have time to attire herself in a more becoming toilette before the smoke overpowered her." "Now, father," the girl protested with a pretty color in her cheeks. You know I have never said anything of the sort, though I did say that I wished I had thrown a cloak around me. It was not pleasant, whatever you may think, to know that one was handed down a ladder in one's night-dress." "I don't care about that a bit," Beatrice said. "But you did not say, father, that it was a young gentleman no older than Sidney who had found us and carried us out. I had expected to see a great big man."
"I don't think I said anything about his age, Beatrice, but simply told you that I had found out that he was Sir Cyril Shenstone that had saved you."
"Is the nurse recovering, my lord?"
"She is still in bed, and the doctor says she will be some time before she quite recovers from the fright and shock. They were all sleeping in the story above. It was Dorothy who first woke, and after waking her sisters, ran into the nurse's room, which was next door, and roused her. The silly woman was so frightened that she could do nothing but stand at the window and scream until the girls almost dragged her away and forced her to come downstairs. The smoke, however, was so thick that they could get no farther than the next floor. Then, guided by the screams of the other servants, they opened a door and ran in. But, as you know, it was not the room into which the women had gone. The nurse fell down in a faint as soon as she got in. The girls, it seems, dragged her as far as they could towards the window, but she was too heavy for them, and as they had not shut the door, the smoke poured in and overpowered them, and they fell beside her. The rest you know. She is a silly woman, and she has quite lost my confidence by her folly and cowardice. But she has been a good servant, and the girls, all of whom she nursed, were fond of her. Still, it is evident that she is not to be trusted in an emergency, and it was only because the girls' governess is away on a visit to her mother that she happened to be left in charge of them. Now, young ladies, you can leave us, as I have other matters to talk over with Sir Cyril." The three girls curtsied deeply, first to their father, then to Cyril, who held the door for them to pass out. "Now, Sir Cyril," the Earl said as the door closed behind them, "we must have a talk together. You may well believe that after what has happened I look upon you almost as part of my family, and that I consider you have given me the right to look after your welfare, as if you were a near relation of my own. And glad I am to have learned yesterday evening that you are, in all respects, one whom I might be proud indeed to call a kinsman. Had you been a cousin of mine, with parents but indifferently off in worldly goods, it would have been my duty, of course, to push you forward and to aid you in every way to make a proper figure on this expedition. I think that, after what has happened, I have equally the right to do so. And what would have been my duty, had you been a relation, is no less a duty, and will certainly be a great gratification to me to do now. You understand me, do you not? I wish to take upon myself all the charges connected with your outfit, and make you an allowance, similar to that which I shall give to my son, for your expenses on board ship. All this is, of course, but a slight thing, but believe me, that when the expedition is over it will be my pleasure to help you forward to advancement in any course which you may choose." "I thank you most heartily, my lord," Cyril said, "and would not hesitate to accept your help in the present matter, did I need it. However, I have saved some little money during the past 2 years, and Captain Dowsett has most generously offered me any sum I may require for my expenses, and has consented to allow me to take it as a loan to be repaid at some future time, should it be in my power to do so. Your offer, however, to aid me in my career afterwards, I most thankfully accept. My idea has always been to take service under some foreign prince, and Prince Rupert has most kindly promised to aid me in that respect. But after serving for a time at sea, I shall be better enabled to judge than at present as to whether that course is indeed the best, and I shall be most thankful for your counsel in this and all other matters, and feel myself fortunate indeed to have obtained your good will and patronage." "Well, if it must be so, it must," the Earl said. "Your friend Captain Dowsett seems to me a very worthy man. You have placed him under an obligation as heavy as my own, and he has the first claim to do you service. In this matter, then, I must be content to stand aside. But on your return from sea it will be my turn, and I shall be hurt and grieved indeed if you do not allow me an opportunity of proving my gratitude to you. As to the career you speak of, it is a precarious one. There are indeed many English and Scottish officers who have risen to high rank and honour in foreign service, but to every one that so succeeds, how many fall unnoticed, and lie in unmarked graves in well nigh every country in Europe. Were you like so many of your age, bent merely on adventure and pleasure, the case would be different. But it is evident that you have a clear head for business, that you are steady and persevering, and such being the case, there are many offices under the crown in which you might distinguish yourself and do far better than the vast majority of those who sell their swords to foreign princes, and become mere soldiers of fortune, fighting for a cause in which they have no interest, and risking their lives in quarrels that are neither their own nor their country's. However, all this we can talk over when you have come back from having, as I hope, aided in destroying the Dutch fleet. I expect my son up tomorrow, and trust that you will accompany him to the king's levee next Monday. Prince Rupert tells me that he has already presented you to the king, and that you were well received by him, as indeed you had a right to be, as the son of a gentleman who had suffered and sacrificed much in the royal cause. But I will take the opportunity of introducing you to several other gentlemen who will sail with you. On the following day I shall be going down into Kent, and shall remain there until it is time for Sydney to embark. If you can get your preparations finished by that time, I trust that you will give us the pleasure of your company, and will stay with me until you embark with Sydney. In this way you will come to know us better, and to feel, as I wish you to feel, as one of the family." Cyril gratefully accepted the invitation, and then took his leave. Captain Dave was delighted when he heard the issue of his visit to the Earl.
"I should never have forgiven you, lad, if you had accepted the Earl's offer to help you in the matter of this expedition. It is no great thing, and comes well within my compass, and I should have been sorely hurt had you let him come between us. But in the future I can do little, and he much. I have spoken to several friends who are better acquainted with public affairs than I am, and they all speak highly of him. He holds, for the most part, aloof from court, which is to his credit, seeing how matters go on there. But he is spoken of as a very worthy gentleman, and one of merit, who might take a prominent part in affairs were he so minded. He has broad estates in Kent and Norfolk, and spends the greater part of his life at one or the other of his country seats. Doubtless he will be able to assist you greatly in the future."
"I did not refuse his offer to go down with him to Kent," Cyril said, "though I would far rather have remained here with you until we sail."
"You did perfectly right, lad. It will cut short your stay here but a week, and it would be madness to refuse the opportunity of getting to know him and his family better. The Countess died 3 years ago, I hear, and he has shown no disposition to take another wife, as he might do, seeing he is but a year or two past 40, and has as pleasant a face and manner as I have ever seen. He is not the sort of man to promise what he will not perform, Cyril, and more than ever do I think that it was a fortunate thing for you that John Wilkes fetched you to that fire in the Savoy. And now, lad, you have no time to lose. You must come with me at once to Master Woods, the tailor in Eastcheap, who makes clothes not only for the citizens, but for many of the nobles and gallants of the court. In the first place, you will need a fitting dress for the king's levee. Then you will need at least 1 more suit similar to that you now wear, and 3 for on board ship and for ordinary occasions, made of stout cloth, but in the fashion. Then you must have helmet and breast and back pieces for the fighting, and for these we will go to Master Lawrence, the armourer in Cheapside. All these we will order today in my name, and put them down in your account to me. As to arms, you have your sword, and there is but a brace of pistols to be bought. You will want a few things such as thick cloaks for sea service, for though I suppose that volunteers do not keep their watch, you may meet with rains and heavy weather, and you will need something to keep you dry." They sailed out at once, so the clothes were ordered and the court suit, with the best of the others, promised by the end of the week.
The armor was fitted on and bought, and a stock of fine shirts with ruffles, hose, and shoes was also purchased. The next day Sidney Oliphant, the Earl's son, called upon Cyril. He was a frank, pleasant young fellow, about a year older than Cyril. He was very fond of his sisters, and expressed in lively terms his gratitude for their rescue. "This expedition has happened in the nick of time for me," he said, when, in accordance with his invitation, Cyril and he embarked in the Earl's boat in which he had been rowed to the city. "For I was in bad odour with the authorities, and was like ere long to have been sent home far less pleasantly. And although the Earl, my father, is very indulgent, he would have been terribly angry with me had it been so. To tell you the truth, at the university we are divided into two sets, those who read and those who don't. And on joining I found myself very soon among the latter. I don't think it was quite my fault, for I naturally fell in with companions whom I had known before, and it chanced that some of these were among the wildest spirits in the university. Of course I had my horses, and being fond of riding, I was more often in the saddle than in my seat in the college schools. Then there were constant complaints against us for sitting up late and disturbing the college with our melodies, and altogether we stood in bad odour with the dons. And when they punished us, we took our revenge by playing them pranks, until lately it became almost open war, and would certainly have ended before long in a score or more of us being sent down. I should not have minded that myself, but it would have grieved the Earl, and I am not one of the new-fashioned ones who care naught for what the fathers may say. He has been praising you up to the skies this morning, I can tell you. I don't mean only as to the fire, but about other things. And he says he hopes we shall be great friends, and I am sure I hope so too, and think so. He had been telling me about your finding out about the robbing that good old sea captain you live with, and how you were kidnapped afterwards and sent to Holland, and how, in another adventure, although he did not tell me how that came about, you pricked a ruffling gallant through the shoulder, so that you have had a larger share of adventure by a great deal than I have. I had expected to see you rather a solemn personage, for the Earl told me you had more sense in your little finger than I had in my whole body, which was not complimentary to me, though I dare say it is true. Now, as a rule, they say that sensible people are very disagreeable, but I hope I shall not be disagreeable." Cyril laughed. "And I am certainly not aware that I am particularly sensible." "No, I am sure you won't be disagreeable, but I should have been quite nervous about coming to see you if it had not been for the girls. Little Beatrice told me she thought you were a prince in disguise, and had evidently a private idea that the good fairies had sent you to her rescue. Bertha said that you were a very proper young gentleman, and that she was sure you were nice. Dorothy didn't say much, but she evidently approved of the younger girl's sentiments. So I felt that you must be all right, for the girls are generally pretty severe critics, and very few of my friends stand at all in their good graces. What amusement are you most fond of?" "I'm afraid I have very little time for amusements," Cyril said. "I was very fond of fencing when I was in France, but have had no opportunity of practicing since I came to England. I went to a bull-bait once, but thought it a cruel sport. I suppose you go to a playhouse sometimes?" "No, I have never been inside one. A good deal of my work has been done in the evening, and I don't know that the thought has ever occurred to me to go. I know nothing of your English sports, and neither ride nor shoot except with a pistol, with which I used to be a good shot when I was in France." They rode down as low as Greenwich, then, as the tide turned, made their way back, and by the time Cyril alighted from the boat at London Bridge Stairs, the two young fellows had become quite intimate with each other. Nellie looked with great approval at Cyril as he came downstairs in full court dress. Since the avowal she had made of her fault, she had recovered much of her brightness. She bustled about the house, intent upon the duties she had newly taken up, to the gratification of Mrs. Dowsett, who protested that her occupation was gone. "Not at all, mother. It is only that you are now captain of the ship, and have got to give your orders instead of carrying them out yourself. Father did not pull up the ropes or go aloft to furl the sails, while I have no doubt he had plenty to do in seeing that his orders were carried out. You'll be worse off than he was, for he had John Wilkes and others who knew their duty, while I have got almost everything to learn."
Although her cheerfulness had returned, she could not again be heard singing snatches of song about the house. Her voice and manner were gentler and softer, and Captain Dave said to Cyril, "It has all turned out for the best, lad. The ship was very near wrecked, but the lesson has been a useful one, and there is no fear of her being lost from want of care or good seamanship in the future. I feel, too, that I have been largely to blame in the matter. I spoilt her as a child, and I spoilt her all along. Her mother would have kept a firmer hand upon the helm if I had not always spoken up for the lass, and said, 'Let her have her head. Don't check the sheets in too tautly.' I see I was wrong now. Why, lad, what a blessing it is to all us that it happened when it did, for if that fire had been but a month earlier, you would probably have gone away with the Earl, and we would have known nothing of Nellie's peril until we found that she was gone."
"Sir Cyril, no, I really cannot call you Cyril now," Nellie said, curtsying almost to the ground after taking a survey of the lad. "Your costume becomes you rarely, and I am filled with wonder at the thought of my own stupidity at not seeing all along that you were a prince in disguise. It is like the fairy tales my old nurse used to tell me of the king's son who went out to look for a beautiful wife and who worked as a scullion in the king's palace without anyone suspecting his rank. I think fortune has been very hard upon me, and that I was born 5 years too soon. Had I been but 14 instead of 19, your Royal Highness might have cast favourable eyes upon me." "But then, Mistress Nellie," Cyril said, laughing, "you would be filled with grief now at the thought that I am going away to the wars." The girl's face changed. She dropped her saucy manner and said earnestly, "I am grieved, Cyril, and if it would do any good, I would sit down and have a hearty cry. The Dutchmen are brave fighters, and their fleet will be stronger than ours, and there will be many who sail away to sea who will never come back again. I have never had a brother, but it seems to me that if I had one who was wise and thoughtful and brave, I should have loved him as I love you. I think the princess must always have felt somehow that the scullion was not what he seemed, and though I have always laughed at you and scolded you, I have known all along that you were really not a clerk. I don't know that I thought you were a prince, but I somehow felt a little afraid of you. You never said that you thought me vain and giddy, but I knew you did think so, and I used to feel a little malice against you, and yet somehow I respected and liked you all the more. And now it seems to me that you are still in disguise, and that, though you seem to be but a boy, you are really a man to whom some good fairy has given a boy's face. Methinks no boy could be as thoughtful and considerate and as kind as you are." "You are exaggerating altogether," Cyril said. "And yet, in what you say about my age, I think you are partly right. I have lived most of my life alone. I have had much care always on my shoulders, and grave responsibility. Thus I am older in many ways than I should be at my years. I would it were not so. I have not had any boyhood as other boys have, and I think it has been a great misfortune for me." "It has not been a misfortune for us, Cyril. It has been a blessing indeed to all of us that you have not been quite like other boys, and I think that all your life it will be a satisfaction for you to know that you have saved one house from ruin, one woman from misery and disgrace. Now it is time for you to be going, but although you are leaving us tomorrow, Cyril, I hope that you are not going quite out of our lives." "That you may be sure I am not, Nellie. If you have reason to be grateful to me, truly I have much reason to be grateful to your father. I have never been so happy as since I have been in this house, and I shall always return to it as a home where I am sure of a welcome, as the place to which I chiefly owe any good fortune that may ever befall me." The levee was a brilliant one, and was attended, in addition to the usual throng of courtiers, by most of the officers and gentlemen who were going with the fleet. Cyril was glad indeed that he was with the Earl of Weisbeck and his son, for he would have felt lonely and out of place in the brilliant throng, in which Prince Rupert's face would have been the only one with which he was familiar. The Earl introduced him to several of the gentlemen who would be his shipmates, and by all he was cordially received when the Earl named him as the gentleman who had rescued his daughters from death,
At times, when the Earl was chatting with his friends, Cyril moved about through rooms with Sidney, who knew by appearance a great number of those present, and was able to point out all the distinguished persons of the court to him. "There is the prince," he said, "talking with the Earl of Rochester. What a grave face he has now! It is difficult to believe that he is the Rupert of the wars, and the headstrong prince whose very bravery helped to lose well nigh as many battles as he won. We may be sure that he will take us into the very thick of the fight, Cyril. Even now his wrist is as firm, and I doubt not his arm as strong as when he led the Cavaliers. I have seen him in the tennis court. There is not one at the court, though many are well nigh young enough to be his sons, who is his match at tennis. There is the Duke of York. They say he is a Catholic, but I own that it makes no difference to me. He is fond of the sea, and is never so happy as when he is on board ship, though you would hardly think it by his grave face. The king is fond of it too. He has a pleasure vessel that is called a yacht, and so has the Duke of York, and they have races one against the other, but the king generally wins. He is making it a fashionable pastime. Some day I will have one myself, that is, if I find I like the sea, for it must be pleasant to sail about on your own vessel, and go wheresoever one may fancy without asking leave from any man." When it came to his turn, Cyril passed before the king with the Earl and his son. The Earl presented Sidney, who had not before been at court, to the king, mentioning that he was going out as a volunteer in Prince Rupert's vessel. "That is as it should be, my lord," the king said. "England need never fear so long as her nobles and gentlemen are ready themselves to go out and fight her battles, and to set an example to the seamen. You need not present this young gentleman to me. My cousin Rupert has already done so, and told me of the service he has rendered your daughters. He, too, sails with the prince, and after what has happened there can be no doubt that he can stand fire well. I would that this tiresome dignity did not prevent my being of the party. I would gladly, for once, lay my kingship down and go out as one of the company to help give the Dutchmen a lesson that will teach them that, even if caught unexpectedly, the sea dogs of England can well hold their own, though they have no longer a Blake to command them." "I wonder that the king ventures to use Blake's name," Sidney whispered as they moved away, "considering the indignities he allowed the judges to inflict on the body of the grand old sailor." "It was scandalous," Cyril said warmly, "and I burned with indignation when I heard of it in France. They may call him a traitor because he sided with the Parliament, but even royalists should never have forgotten what great deeds he did for England. However, though they might have dishonored his body, they could not touch his fame, and his name will be known and honored as long as England is a nation, and when the names of the men who condemned him have been long forgotten." After leaving the levee, Cyril went back to the city, and the next morning started on horseback with the Earl and his son to the latter's seat near Sevenoaks, the ladies having gone down in the Earl's coach on the previous day. Wholly unaccustomed as Cyril was to riding, he was so stiff that he had difficulty in dismounting when they rode up to the mansion. The Earl had provided a quiet and well-trained horse for his use, and he had therefore found no difficulty in retaining his seat. "You must ride every day while you are down here," the Earl said, "and by the end of the week you will begin to be fairly at home in the saddle. A good seat is one of the prime necessities of a gentleman's education, and if it should be that you ever carry out your idea of taking service abroad, it will be essential for you, because in most cases the officers are mounted. You can hardly expect ever to become a brilliant rider. That is necessary to begin young. But if you keep your seat under all circumstances, and be able to use your sword on horseback as well as on foot, it will be all that is needful." The week passed very pleasantly. Cyril rode and fenced daily with Sidney, who was surprised to find that he was fully his match with the sword. He walked in the gardens with the girls, who had now quite recovered from the effects of the fire. Bertha and Beatrice, being still children, chatted with him as freely and familiarly as they did with Sidney. Of Lady Dorothy he saw less, as she was in charge of her gouvernante, who always walked beside her, and was occupied in training her into the habits of preciseness and decorum in vogue at the time. "I do believe, Dorothy," Sidney said one day, "that you are forgetting how to laugh. You walk like a machine, and seem afraid to move your hands or your feet except according to rule. I like you very much better as you were a year ago, when you did not think yourself too fine for a romp and a cold laugh when you were pleased. That dragon of yours is spoiling you altogether." "That is a matter of opinion, Sidney," Dorothy said with a deep curtsy. "When you first began to fence, I have no doubt you were stiff and awkward, and I am sure if you had always had someone by your side saying, 'Keep your head up,' 'Don't poke your chin forward,' 'Pray do not swing your arms,' and that sort of thing, you would be just as awkward as I feel. I am sure that I would rather run about with the others. The process of being turned into a young lady is not a pleasant one. But perhaps some day, when you see the finished article, you will be pleased to give your lordship's august approval." And she ended with a merry laugh that would have shocked her gouvernante had she heard it. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Battle of Lowestoft. The Earl returned with his son and Cyril to town, and the latter spent the night in the city. "I do not know, Cyril," Captain Dave said as they talked over his departure, "that you run much greater risk in going than we do in staying here. The plague makes progress, and although it has not invaded the city, we can hardly hope that it will be long before it appears here. There are many evil prophecies abroad, and it is the general opinion that a great misfortune hangs over us, and they say that many have prepared to leave London. I have talked the matter over with my wife. We have not as yet thought of going, but should the plague come heavily, it may be that we shall for a time go away. There will be no business to be done, for vessels will not come up the Thames and risk infection, nor indeed would they be admitted into ports, either in England or abroad, after coming from an infected place. Therefore, I could leave without any loss in the way of trade. It will, of course, depend upon the heaviness of the malady, but if it becomes widespread, we shall perhaps go for a visit to my wife's cousin, who lives near Gloucester, and who has many times written to us urging us to go down with Nellie for a visit to her. Hitherto business has prevented my going, but if all trade ceases, it would be a good occasion for us, and such as may never occur again. Still, I earnestly desire that it may not arise, for I cannot do so without sore trouble and pain alighting on the city. Did the Earl tell you, Cyril, what he has done with regard to John?"
"No, he did not speak to me on the subject."
"His steward came here 3 days since with a gold watch and chain as a gift from the Earl. The watch has an inscription on the case saying that it is presented to John Wilkes from the Earl of Weisbeck as a memorial of his gratitude for the great services rendered to his daughters. Moreover, he brought a letter from the Earl saying that if John should at any time leave my service owing to my death or retirement from business, or from John himself wishing, either from age or for other reason, to leave me, he would place at his service a cottage and garden on his estate, and a pension of £20 a year, to enable him to live in comfort for the remainder of his days. John is, as you may suppose, mightily pleased, for though I would assuredly never part with him as long as I live, and have by my will made provision that will keep him from want in case I die before him, it was mighty pleasant to receive so handsome a letter and offer of service from the Earl. Nellie wrote for him a letter in which he thanked the Earl for the kindness of his offer, for which, although he hoped he should never be forced to benefit from it, he was none the less obliged and grateful, seeing that he had done nothing that any other bystander would not have done to deserve it.
Early the next morning, Sidney Oliphant rode up to the door, followed by 2 grooms, one of whom had led a horse, and the other a sumpter mule, which was partly laden. Captain Dave went down with Cyril to the door.
"I pray you to enter, my lord," he said. "My wife will not be happy unless you take a cup of posset before you start. Moreover, she and my daughter desire much to see you, as you are going to sail with Sir Cyril,
whom we regard as a member of our family." "I will come up right willingly," the young noble said, leaping lightly from his horse. "If your good dame's posset is as good as the wine the Earl, my father, tells me you gave him, it must be good indeed, for he told me he believed he had none in his cellar equal to it." He remained for a few minutes upstairs, chatting gaily, vowing that the posset was the best he had ever drank, and declaring to Nelly that he regarded as a favourable omen for his expedition that he should have seen so fair a face the last thing before starting. He shook hands with John Wilkes heartily when he came up to say that Cyril's valises were all securely packed on the horses, and then went off, promising to send Captain Dave a runnet of the finest Schiedam from the Dutch admiral's ship. "Truly I'm thankful you came up," Cyril said as they mounted and rode off. "Before you came we were all dull, and the dame and Mistress Nelly somewhat tearful. Now we have gone off amidst smiles, which is vastly more pleasant." Crossing London Bridge, they rode through Southwark, and then out into the open country. Each had a light valise strapped beside the saddle, and servants had saddlebags containing the smaller articles of luggage, while the sumpter mule carried 2 trunks with their clothes and sea necessaries. It was late in the evening when they arrived at Chatham. Here they put up at a hotel which was crowded with officers of the fleet, and with volunteers like themselves. "I should grumble at these quarters, Cyril," Sidney said as the landlord with many apologies showed them into a tiny attic which was the only place he had unoccupied, "were it not that we are going to sea tomorrow, and I suppose that our quarters will be even rougher there. However, we may have elbow room for a time, for most of the volunteers will not join, I hear, until the last thing before the fleet sails, and it may be a fortnight yet before all the ships are collected. I begged my father to let me do the same, but he goes again today to Sevenoaks, and he liked not the idea of my staying in town, seeing that the plague is spreading so rapidly. I would have stayed in the country had he let me, but he was of opinion that I was best on board in the first place, because I may not get news down there in time to join the fleet before it sails, and in the second, that I might come to get over this sickness of the sea, and so be fit to be able to do my part when we meet the Dutch." This was so reasonable that I could argue nothing against it, for in truth it would be a horrible business if I were lying like a sick dog, unable to lift my head, while our men were fighting the Dutch. "I have never been to sea, and I know not how I shall bear it. Are you a good sailor?" "Yes, I used to go out very often in a fishing boat at Dunkirk, and never was ill from the first. Many people are not ill at all, and it will certainly be of an advantage to you to be on board for a short time in quiet waters before setting out for sea." On going downstairs, Lord Oliphant found several young men of his acquaintance among those staying in the house. He introduced Cyril to them, but the room was crowded and noisy. Many of those present had drunk more than was good for them, and it was not long before Cyril told his friend that they should go up to bed. "I am not accustomed to noisy parties, Sidney, and feel quite confused with all this talk." "You will soon get accustomed to it, Cyril. Still, do as you like. I dare say I shall not be very long before I follow you." The next morning after breakfast they went down to the quay, and took a boat to the ship, which was lying abreast of the dockyard. The captain, on giving their names, consulted the list. "That is right, gentlemen, though I need not know why you should have come down until we are ready to sail, which may not be for a week or more, though we shall go out from here tomorrow and join those lying in the Hope, for indeed you can be of no use while we are fitting, and would but do damage to your clothes and be in the way of the sailors. It is but little accommodation you will find on board here, though we will do the best we can for you." "We do not come about accommodation, Captain," Lord Oliphant laughed, "and we have brought down gear with us that will not soil, or rather cannot be the worse for soiling. There are 3 or 4 others at the inn where we stopped last night who are coming on board, but I hear that the rest of the volunteers will probably join when the fleet assembles in Yarmouth roads." "Then they must be fonder of journeying on horseback than I am," the captain said. "While we are in the Hope, where indeed, for aught I know, we may tarry but a day or 2, they could come down by boat conveniently without trouble, whereas to Yarmouth it is a very long ride, with the risk of losing their purses to the gentlemen of the road. Moreover, though the orders are at present that the fleet gather at Yarmouth, and many are ready there. 'Tis like that it may be changed in a day for Harwich or the Downs. I pray you get your meals at your inn today, for we are, as you see, full of work taking on board stores. If it please you to stay and watch what is doing here, you are heartily welcome, but please tell the others that they had best not come off until late in the evening, by which time I will do what I can to have a place ready for them to sleep. We shall sail at the turn of the tide, which will be at 3 o'clock in the morning." Oliphant wrote a few lines to the gentlemen on shore, telling them that the captain desired that none should come on board until the evening, and having set it off by their boatmen, telling them to return in time to take them back to dinner, he and Cyril mounted to the poop and surveyed the scene around them. The ship was surrounded with lighters and boats from the dockyards, and from these casks and barrels, boxes and cases were being swung on board by blocks from the yards, or rolled in at the portholes. A large number of men were engaged at the work, and as fast as the stores came on board, they were seized by the sailors and carried down into the hold, the provisions piled in tiers of barrels, the powder kegs packed in the magazine. "'Tis like an ant-hill," Cyril said. "'Tis just as I have seen when the nest has been disturbed. Every ant seizes a white egg as big as itself and rushes off with it to the passage below." "They work bravely," his companion said. "Every man seems to know that it is important that the ship should be filled up by tonight. See, the other 4 vessels lying above us are all alike at work, and may perhaps start with us in the morning. The other ships are busy too, but not as we are. I suppose they will take them in hand when they have got rid of us. I'm not surprised that the captain does not want idlers here, for, except ourselves, every man seems to have his appointed work. I feel half inclined to take off my doublet and go and help roll those big casks up the planks. I fancy, Sidney, that we should be much more in the way there than here. There is certainly no lack of men, and your strength and mine together would not equal that of any of those strong fellows. Besides, we are learning something here. It is good to see how orderly the work is being carried on, for in spite of the number employed, there is no confusion. You see, there are 3 barges on each side. The upper tiers of barrels and bales are being got on board through the portholes, while the lower ones are fished up from the bottom by the ropes from the yards and swung into the waist, and so pass below. And as fast as one barge is unloaded, another drops alongside to take its place." They returned to the inn to dinner, after which they paid a visit to the victualling yard and dockyard, where work was everywhere going on. After supper, they, with the other gentlemen for Prince Rupert's ship, took boat and went off together. They had learned that, while they would be victualled on board, they must take with them wine and other matters they required over and above the ship's fare. They had had consultation with the other gentlemen after dinner, and concluded that it would be best to take but a small quantity of things, as they knew not how they would be able to stow them away, and would have opportunities of getting at Gravesend or Yarmouth further stores when they saw what things were required. They therefore took only a cheese, some butter, and a case of wine. As soon as they got on board, they were taken below. They found that a curtain of sailcloth had been hung across the main deck, and hammocks slung between the guns. 3 or 4 lanterns were hung along the middle. "This is all we can do for you, gentlemen," the officer who conducted them down said. "Had we been going on a pleasure trip, we would have knocked up separate cabins, but as we must have room to work the guns, this cannot be done. In the morning, the sailors will take down these hammocks and will erect a table along the middle, where you will take your meals. At present, as you see, we have only slung hammocks for you, but when you all come on board, there will be 20. We have so far only a list of 16, but as the prince said that 2 or 3 more might come on at the last moment, we have railed off space enough for 10 hammocks on each side. We will get the place clean for you tomorrow, but the last barge was emptied but a few minutes since, and we could do naught but just sweep the deck down. Tomorrow everything will be scrubbed and put in order." "It will do excellently well," one of the gentlemen said. "We have not come on board ship to get luxuries, and had we to sleep on the bare boards, you would hear no grumbling. Now, gentlemen, as I have shown you your quarters, will you come up with me to the captain's cabin? He has bade me say that he will be glad if you will spend an hour with him there before you retire to rest." On their entering, the captain shook hands with the Lord Oliphant and Cyril. I must apologize, gentlemen, for being short with you when you came on board this morning, but my hands were full, and I had no time to be polite. They say you can never get a civil answer from a housewife on her washing day, and it is the same thing with an officer on board a ship when she is taking in her stores. However, that business is over, and now I am glad to see you all, and will do my best to make you as comfortable as I can, which indeed will not be much, for we shall, I hope, be going into action in the course of another 10 days. The decks must all be kept clear, and as we have the Prince on board, we have less cabin room than we should have were we not an admiral's flagship." Wine was placed on the table, and they had a pleasant chat. They learnt that the fleet was now ready for sea. 4 ships will sail with ours tomorrow, the captain said, and the other 5 will be off the next morning. They have all their munitions on board, and will take in the rest of their provisions tomorrow. The Dutch had thought to take us by surprise, but from what we hear they were not so forward as we, for things have been pushed on with great zeal at all our ports, the war being generally popular with the nation, and especially with the merchants, whose commerce has been greatly injured by the pretensions and violence of the Dutch. The Portsmouth ships, and those from Plymouth, are already on their way round to the mouth of the Thames, and in a week we may be at sea. I only hope the Dutch will not be long before they come out to fight us. However, we are likely to pick up a great many prizes, and next to fighting, you know, sailors like prize money." After an hour's talk, the 5 gentlemen went below to their hammocks, and then to bed, with much laughter at the difficulty they had in mounting into their swinging cots. It was scarce daylight when they were aroused by a great stir on board the ship, and hastily putting on their clothes, went on deck. Already a crowd of men were aloft, loosening the sails. Others had taken their places in boats in readiness to tow the ship, for the wind was, as yet, so light that it was like she would scarce have steerage way, and there were many sharp angles in the course down the river to be rounded, and shallows to be avoided. A few minutes later the moorings were cast off, the sails sheeted home, and the crew gave a great cheer, which was answered from the dockyard and from boats alongside, full of relations and friends of the sailors, who stood up and waved their hats and shouted good-bye. The sails still hung idly, but the tide swept the ship along, and the men in the boats ahead simply lay on their oars until the time should come to pull her head round in one direction or another. They had not long to wait, for as they reached a sharp corner at the end of the reach, orders were shouted. The men bent to their oars, and the vessel was taken round the curve until her head pointed east. Scarcely had they got under way when they heard the cheer from the ship astern of them, and by the time they had reached the next curve, off the village of Gillingham, the other 4 ships had rounded the point behind them, and were following at a distance of about 100 yards apart. Soon afterwards the wind sprang up and the sails bellied out, and the men in the boats had to row briskly to keep ahead of the ship. The breeze continued until they passed Sheerness, and presently they dropped anchor inside the Nore sands. There they remained until the tide turned, and then sailed up the Thames to the Hope, where some 40 men of war were already at anchor. The next morning some barges arrived from Tilbury laden with soldiers, of whom 150 came on board, their quarters being on the main deck on the other side of the canvas division. The cutter also brought down a number of impressed men, 20 of whom were put on board the Henrietta to complete her crew. Cyril was standing on the poop watching them come on board, when he started as his eye fell on 2 of their number. One was Robert Ashford, the other was Black Dick. They had doubtless returned from Holland when the war was declared. Robert Ashford had assumed the dress of a sailor the better to disguise himself, and the 2 had been carried off together from some haunt of the sailors at Wapping. He pointed them out to his friend Sidney. "So those are the 2 scamps. The big one looks a truculent ruffian. Well, they can do you no harm here, Cyril. I should let them stay and do their share of the fighting, and then, when the voyage is over, if they have not met with a better death than they deserve at the hands of the Dutch, you can, if you like, denounce them and have them handed over to the city authorities." "That I will do as far as the big ruffian they call Black Dick is concerned. He is a desperate villain, and for aught I know may have committed many a murder, and if is allowed to go free might commit many more.
Besides, I shall never feel quite safe as long as he is at large. As to Robert Ashford, he is a knave, but I know no worse of him, and will therefore let him go his way." In the evening the other ships from Chatham came up, and the captain told them later that the Earl of Sandwich, who was in command, would weigh anchor in the morning, as the contingent from London, Chatham, and Sheerness was now complete. Cyril thought that he had never seen a prettier sight as the fleet, consisting of 50 men of war of various sizes, and 8 merchant vessels that had been bought and converted into fire ships, got under way and sailed down the river. That night they anchored off of Felixstowe. The next day proceeded with a favorable wind to Yarmouth, where already a great number of ships were at anchor. So far the 5 volunteers had taken their meals with the captain, but as the others would be coming on board, they were now to mess below, getting fresh meat and vegetables from the shore as they required them. As to other stores, they resolved to do nothing till the whole party arrived. They had not long to wait, for on the 3rd day after their arrival, the Duke of York and Prince Rupert, with a great train of gentlemen, arrived in the town, and early the next morning embarked on board their respective ships. A council was held by the volunteers in their quarters. 3 of their number were chosen as caterers, and a contribution of £3 a head being agreed upon, these went ashore in one of the ship's boats, and returned presently with a barrel or 2 of good biscuits, the carcasses of 5 sheep, 2 or 3 score of ducks and chickens, and several casks of wine, together with a large quantity of vegetables. The following morning the signal was hoisted on the masthead of the Royal Charles, the Duke of York's flagship, for the fleet to prepare to weigh anchor, and they presently got under way in 3 squadrons, the red under the special orders of the Duke, the white under Prince Rupert, and the blue under the Earl of Sandwich. The fleet consisted of 109 men of war and frigates, and 28 fire ships and ketches, manned by 21,006 seamen and soldiers. They sailed across to the coast of Holland, and cruised for a few days off Texel, capturing 10 or 12 merchant vessels that tried to run in. So far the weather had been very fine, but there were now signs of a change of weather. The sky became overcast, the wind rose rapidly, and the signal was made for the fleet to scatter, so that each vessel should have more sea room and the chance of collision be avoided. By nightfall the wind had increased to the force of a gale, and the vessels were soon laboring heavily. Cyril and 2 or 3 of his comrades, who, like himself, did not suffer from sickness, remained on deck. The rest were prostrate below. For 48 hours the gale continued, and when it abated the ships gradually closed up round the 3 admirals' flags. It was found that many had suffered sorely in the gale. Some had lost their upper spars, others had their sails blown away, some their bulwarks smashed in, and 2 or 3 had lost their bowsprits. There was a consultation between the admirals and the principal captains, and it was agreed that it was best to sail back to England for repairs, as many of the ships were unfitted to take their place in line of battle, and as the Dutch fleet was known to be fully equal to their own in strength, it would have been hazardous to risk an engagement. So the ketches and some of the light frigates were at once sent off to find the ships that had not yet joined, and give them orders to make for Yarmouth, Lowestoft, or Harwich. All vessels uninjured were to gather off Lowestoft, while the others were to make the other ports, repair their damages as speedily as possible, and then rejoin at Lowestoft. No sooner did the Dutch know that the English fleet had sailed away than they put their fleet to sea. It consisted of 112 men of war and 30 fire ships, and small craft manned by 22,365 soldiers and sailors. It was commanded by Admiral Obden, having under him Tromp, Everston, and other Dutch admirals. On their nearing England they fell in with 9 ships from Hamburg with rich cargoes, and a convoy of a 34-gun frigate. These they captured, to the great loss of the merchants of London. The Henrietta had suffered but little in the storm, and speedily repaired her damages without going into port. With so much haste and energy did the crews of the injured ships set to work at refitting them, that in 4 days after the main body had anchored at Lowestoft, they were rejoined by all the ships that had made for Harwich and Yarmouth. At midnight, on June 2nd,
a fast-sailing fishing boat brought in news that the Dutch fleet were but a few miles away, sailing in that direction, having apparently learnt the position of the English from some ship or fishing boat they had captured. The trumpets on the admiral's ship at once sounded, and Prince Rupert and the Earl of Sandwich immediately rowed to her. They remained but a few minutes, and on their return to their respective vessels made the signals for their captains to come on board. The order, at such an hour, was sufficient to notify all that news must have been received of the whereabouts of the Dutch fleet, and by the time the captains returned to their ships the crews were all up and ready to execute any order. At 2 o'clock day had begun to break, and soon from the mastheads of several of the vessels the lookouts shouted that they could perceive the Dutch fleet but 4 miles away. A mighty cheer rose throughout the fleet, and as it subsided a gun from the Royal Charles gave the order to weigh anchor, and a few minutes later the 3 squadrons, in excellent order, sailed out to meet the enemy. They did not, however, advance directly towards them, but bore up closely into the wind until they had gained the weather gauge of the enemy. Having obtained this advantage, the Duke flew the signal to engage. The volunteers were all in their places on the poop, being posted near the rail forward that they might be able to either run down the ladder to the waist and aid to repel boarders, or to spring onto a Dutch ship should one come alongside, and also that the after part of the poop, where Prince Rupert and the captain had taken their places near the wheel, should be free. The prince himself had requested them so to station themselves. "At other times, gentlemen, you are my good friends and comrades," he said. "But from the moment that the first gun fires you are soldiers under my orders, and I pray you take your station and remain there until I call upon you for action, for my whole attention must be given to the maneuvering of the ship, and any movement or talking near me might distract my thoughts. I shall strive to lay her alongside the biggest Dutchman I can pick out, and as soon as the grapnels are thrown, and their sides grind together, you will have the post of honor, and will lead the soldiers aboard her. Once among the Dutchmen, you will know what to do without my telling you." "'Tis a grand sight, truly, Cyril," Sidney said in a low tone as the great fleets met each other. "'Tis a grand sight, truly, Sidney, but a terrible one. I do not think I shall mind when I am once at it, but at present I feel that, despite my efforts, I am in a tremor, and my knees shake as I have never felt them before. I am glad you feel like that, Cyril, for I feel much like it myself, and began to be afraid that I had, without knowing it, been born a coward. There goes the first gun." As he spoke, a puff of white smoke spouted out from the bows of one of the Dutch ships, and a moment later the whole of their leading vessels opened fire. There was a rushing sound overhead, and a ball passed through the main topsail the Henrietta. No reply was made by the English ships until they passed in between the Dutchmen. Then the Henrietta poured her broadsides into the enemy on either side of her, receiving theirs in return. There was a rending of wood and a quiver through the ship. One of the upper-deck guns was knocked off its carriage, crushing 2 of the men working it as it fell. Several others were hurt with splinters, and the sails pierced with holes. Again and again, as she passed, did the Henrietta exchange broadsides with the Dutch vessels, until, the 2 fleets having passed through each other, she bore up and prepared to repeat the maneuver. "I feel all right now," Cyril said, "but I do wish I had something to do instead of standing here useless. I quite envy the men there, stripped to the waist, working the guns. There is that fellow Black Dick, by the gun forward. He is a scoundrel, no doubt, but what strength and power he has! I saw him put his shoulder under the gun just now and slew it across by sheer strength, so as to bear upon the stern of the Dutchman. I noticed him and Robert looking up at me just before the first gun was fired, and speaking together. I have no doubt he would gladly have pointed the gun at me instead of at the enemy, for he knows that if I denounce him he will get the due reward of his crimes." As soon as the ships were headed round, they passed through the Dutch as before, and this maneuver was several times repeated. Up to 1 o'clock in the day no great advantage had been gained on either side. Spars had been carried away, there were yawning gaps in the bulwarks, portholes had been knocked into one, guns dismounted, and many killed, but as yet no vessel on either side had been damaged to an extent that obliged her to strike her flag or to fall out of the fighting line. There had been a pause after each encounter in which both fleets had occupied themselves in repairing damages as far as possible, reeving fresh ropes in place of those that had been shot away, clearing the wreckage of fallen spars and yards, and carrying the wounded below. 4 of the volunteers had been struck down, 2 of them mortally wounded, but after the first passage through the enemy's fleet, Prince Rupert had ordered them to arm themselves with muskets from the racks, and to keep up a fire at the Dutch ships as they passed, aiming specially at the man at the wheel. The order had been a very welcome one, for, like Cyril, they had all felt inactivity in such a scene to be a sore trial. They were now ranged along both sides of the poop. At 1 o'clock Lord Sandwich signaled to the Blue Squadron to close up together as they advanced, as before, against the enemy's line. His position at the time was in the center, and his squadron, sailing close together, burst into the Dutch line before their ships could make any similar disposition. Having thus broken it asunder, instead of passing through it, the squadron separated, and the ships, turning to port and starboard, each engaged an enemy. The other 2 squadrons similarly ranged up among the Dutch, and the battle now became furious all along the line. Fire ships played an important part in the battles of the time, and the thoughts of the captain of the ship were not confined to struggles with foe of equal size, but were still more engrossed by the need for avoiding any fire ship that might direct its course towards them. Cyril had now no time to give a thought to what was passing elsewhere. The Henrietta had ranged up alongside a Dutch vessel of equal size and was exchanging broadsides with her. All around were vessels engaged in an equally furious encounter. The roar of the guns and the shouts of the seamen on both sides were deafening. One moment the vessel reeled from the recoil of her own guns, the next she quivered as the balls of the enemy crashed through her sides. Suddenly, above the din, Cyril heard the voice of Prince Rupert sound like a trumpet. "Hatchets and spikes on the starboard quarter! Draw in the guns and keep off this fire ship!" Laying their muskets against the bulwarks, he and Sidney sprang to the mizzenmast, and each seized a hatchet from those ranged against it. They then rushed to the starboard side just as the small ship came out through the cloud of smoke that hung thickly around them. Then there was a shock as she struck the Henrietta, and then, as she glided alongside, a dozen grapnels were thrown by men on her yards. The instant they had done so, the men disappeared, sliding down the ropes and running aft to their boat. Before the last leaped in, he stooped. A flash of fire ran along the deck. There was a series of sharp explosions, and then a bright flame sprang up from the hatchways, ran up the shrouds and ropes that had been soaked with oil and tar, and in a moment the sails were on fire. In spite of the flames, a score of men sprang onto the rigging of the Henrietta and cut the ropes of the grapnels, which, as yet, so quickly had the explosion followed their throwing, had scarce begun to check the way the fire ship had on her as she came up. Cyril, having cast over a grapnel that had fallen on the poop, looked down on the fire ship as she drifted along. The deck, which, like everything else, had been smeared with tar, was in a blaze, but the combustible had not been carried as far as the helm, where doubtless the captain had stood to direct her course. A sudden thought struck him. He ran along the poop until opposite the stern of the fire ship, climbed over the bulwark, and leapt down onto the deck, some 15 feet below him. Then he seized the helm and jammed it hard down. The fire ship had still steerage way on her, and he saw her head at once begin to turn away from the Henrietta. The movement was aided by the latter's crew, who, with poles and oars, pushed her off. The heat was terrific, but Cyril's helmet and breastplate sheltered him somewhat. Yet though he shielded his face with his arm, he felt that it would speedily become unbearable. His eye fell upon a coil of rope at his feet. Snatching it up, he fastened it to the tiller, and then round a belaying pin in the bulwark, caught up a bucket with a rope attached, threw it over the side and soused its contents over the tiller rope. Then, unbuckling the straps from his breast and back pieces, he threw them off, cast his helmet on deck, blistering his hands as he did so, and leapt overboard. It was with a delicious sense of coolness that he rose to the surface and looked round. Hitherto he had been so scorched by flame and smothered by smoke that it was with difficulty he had kept his attention upon what he was doing, and would doubtless in another minute have fallen senseless. The plunge into the sea seemed to restore his faculties, and as he came up he looked eagerly to see how far success had attended his efforts. He saw with delight that the bow of the fire-ship was 30 or 40 feet distant from the side of the Henrietta, and her stern half that distance. 2 or 3 of the sails of the men-of-war had caught fire, but a crowd of seamen were beating the flames out of 2 of them, while another, upon which the fire had got a better hold, was being cut away from its yard. As he turned to swim to the side of the Henrietta, 3 or 4 ropes fell close to him. He twisted one of these round his body, and a minute later was hauled up into the waist. He was saluted with a tremendous cheer, and was caught up by 3 or 4 strong fellows who, in spite of his remonstrances, carried him up onto the poop. Prince Rupert was standing on the top of the ladder. "Nobly done, Sir Cyril!" he exclaimed. "You have assuredly saved the Henrietta and all our lives. A minute later we should have been on fire beyond remedy. But I will speak more to you when we have finished with the Dutchman on the other side." End of chapter 13.